convey my deepest gratitude for your love and support. I am doing well and I am strong. As you may already know, after my tour ended, I remain out of the country undergoing treatment for a dependency on pain medication. This medication was initially prescribed to see the excruciating pain that I was suffering after recent reconstructive surgery on my scalp. There have been many disgusting statements made recently concerning allegations of improper conduct on my part. These statements about me are totally false. As I have maintained from the very beginning, I am hoping for a speedy end to this horrifying experience to which I have been subjected. I shall not in this statement respond to all of the false allegations being made against me, since my lawyers have advised me that this is not the proper forum in which to do that. I will say that I am particularly upset by the handling of this mass matter by the incredible, terrible mass media. At every opportunity, the media has dissected and manipulated these allegations to reach their own conclusions. I ask all of you to wait and hear the truth before you label or condemn me. Don't treat me like a criminal, as I am innocent. I have been forced to submit to a dehumanizing and humiliating examination by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff Department and the Los Angeles Police Department earlier this week. They served a search warrant on me which allowed them to view and photograph my body, including my penis, my buttocks, my lower torso, thighs, and any other area that they wanted. They were supposedly looking for any discoloration, spotting, blotches, or other evidence of a skin color disorder called vitiligo, which I have previously spoken about. The warrant also directed me to cooperate in any examination of my body by their physician to determine the condition of my skin, including whether I have vitiligo or any other skin disorder. The warrant further stated that I had no right to refuse the examination or photographs, and if I failed to cooperate with them, they would introduce that refusal at any trial as an indication of my guilt. It was the most humiliating ordeal of my life, one that no person should ever have to suffer. And even after experiencing the indignity of this search, the parties involved were still not satisfied and wanted to take even more pictures. It was a nightmare, a horrifying nightmare. But if this is what I have to endure to prove my innocence, my complete innocence, so be it. Throughout my life, I have only tried to help thousands upon thousands of children to live happy lives. It brings tears to my eyes when I see any child who suffers. I am not guilty of these allegations, but if I am guilty of anything, it is of giving all that I have to give to help children all over the world. It is of loving children of all ages and races. It is of gaining sheer joy from seeing children with their innocent and smiling faces. It is of enjoying through them the childhood that I missed myself. If I am guilty of anything, it is of believing what God said about children. Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. In no way do I think that I am God, but I do try to be God-like in my heart. I am totally innocent of any wrongdoing, and I know these terrible allegations will all be proven false. Again, to my friends and fans, thank you very much for all of your support. Together, we will see this through to the very end. I love you very much, and may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye. In the last few weeks, a large amount of ugly, malicious information has been released into the media about me. Apparently, this information was leaked through transcripts in a grand jury proceeding, where neither my lawyers nor I ever appeared. The information is disgusting and false. Years ago, I allowed a family to visit and spend some time at Neverland. Neverland is my home. I allowed this family into my home because they told me their son was ill with cancer and needed my help. Through the years, I have helped thousands of children who are ill or in distress. These events have caused a nightmare for my family, my children, and me. I never intend to place myself in so vulnerable a position ever again. I love my community, and I have great faith in our justice system. Please keep an open mind and let me have my day in court. I deserve a fair trial like every other American citizen. I will be acquitted and vindicated when the truth is told. Thank you.
At the time of Michael's trial, I was busy with anything but Michael Jackson and didn't pay much attention to the coverage of the trial. I had never seen the Bashir documentary either. Besides that, here in Holland it was not that much of a media circus as it was in the United States. I had heard about the accusations, I knew there was a trial, and I knew he was acquitted, but that's about it. I never really looked into it or felt the need to because I never believed any of the accusations anyway. And I know some think of it as a death sin, but I have never been a real Michael Jackson fan as in fanatic. I appreciated his music, but that's all. I am sorry if that offends some of you, but it is what it is. And although I have spent so many years investigating his life and work now, I still wouldn't call myself a fan. But that doesn't mean I ever even remotely thought he was a pedophile. Everything should be investigated and stripped to the bone, so I decided to read up on the trial in the 1993 accusations. I read Aphrodite Jones's book, Michael Jackson Conspiracy, first. An absolute must-read. There is a lot of information in the book that was ignored by the mainstream media. If you want to know what happened in that courtroom, this is the book to buy. Aphrodite did a great job exposing the accusations for what they were, in a very dispassionate way. She even thought he was guilty, until she saw the complete nonsense develop in the courtroom. After my investigation into the accusations, I could now say with certainty that Michael Jackson was framed, both in 1993 and in 2003. I will put links in the description for you to read, as well as the link to the original blog from 2010. They are as important as the rest, but I had to leave some things out of the video for the sake of time. I advise you to read it all if you are really interested in the absurd circumstances surrounding this, that could have put Michael behind bars for decades without any proof, if it wasn't for the brilliant defense attorney Tom Messero who wiped his ass with the prosecution witnesses, and for the 12 people of the jury who could see through the filthy lies of the accusers and expose Tom Sneddon's vendetta against Michael Jackson. Please watch this video until the end, and share this video where you can. I know many fans believe he has always been innocent, but this video will give you a solid base of knowledge about the cases.
When I was selected to cover the Michael Jackson trial, and I did that for Fox News, I went there with the full belief that Michael Jackson was guilty, that he had been a child molester, that this was yet another example, and that I was going to find the dirt. Interestingly enough, having arrived in Santa Maria with 2,400 other journalists, I was lucky enough to have a seat in the courtroom. Being in the courtroom with Michael every day, I felt like, gee, he doesn't feel to me like there's anything evil or twisted about him. Jay Leno testified basically that the accuser seemed to be shady, that he didn't seem genuine, and he was looking for handouts. Larry King testified that these people are out for money. The trial was ludicrous. And the idea that Sneddon had such a vendetta, again in my opinion, that he would charge Michael Jackson with the abduction and conspiracy charges, in addition to molestation and alcohol and plying the kids with alcohol and all of these other charges, which amounted to 14 counts against Jackson, was proof positive for me later that Sneddon was out for any kind of blood he could get. If anything could stick, he was going to throw it out there, no matter how ridiculous it was. And so the conspiracy really is a conspiracy, in my opinion, between the media and the DA to make Michael Jackson appear to be the guiltiest person on the planet, when in truth, no one could be more humble, more talented, and more loving than Michael Jackson.
Please read the article by Mary A. Fisher that I linked to in the description. There is a lot of information in it, an accurate timeline and interesting information about some of the key players. Evan Chandler is the father of Jordan Chandler, who accused Michael of molesting his son. Chandler first welcomed Michael in Jordy's life, but soon turned around and wanted to become rich over Michael's back. You can find a lot of background information about Chandler in Mary Fisher's article, so I will just give some quotes of the article to give you an impression of what kind of sick game this man played. According to sources, Chandler even suggested that Jackson build an addition onto the house so the singer could stay there. After calling the zoning department and discovering it couldn't be done, Chandler made another suggestion, that Jackson just build him a new home. At no time has Chandler claimed to have witnessed any sexual misconduct on Jackson's part. Dave Schwartz, Jordy's stepfather, secretly taped a phone conversation with Chandler in July. Here are some of the statements he makes to Schwartz in that conversation.
I had a good communication with Michael. We were friends. I liked him and I respected him and everything else for what he is. There was no reason why he had to stop calling me. I sat in the room one day and talked to Michael and told him exactly what I want out of this whole relationship. What I want.
Admitting to Schwartz that he had been rehearsed about what to say and what not to say, Chandler never mentioned money during their conversation. When Schwartz asked what Jackson had done that made Chandler so upset, Chandler alleged only that, quote, he broke up the family. The boy has been seduced by this guy's power and money, end quote. Both men repeatedly berated themselves as poor fathers to the boy.
It's already set. There are other people involved that are waiting for my phone call, that are in certain positions. I've paid them to do it. Everything's going according to a certain plan that isn't just mine. Once I make that phone call, this guy is going to destroy everybody inside in any devious, nasty, cruel way that he can do it. And I've given him full authority to do that. And if I go through with this, I win big time. There's no way I lose. I've checked that inside out. I will get everything I want, and they will be destroyed forever. June will lose and Michael's career will be over. It's going to be bigger than all of us put together. The whole thing is going to crash down on everybody and destroy everybody in sight. It will be a massacre if I don't get what I want. This attorney I found, I picked the nastiest son of a bitch I could find. All he wants to do is get this out in the public as fast as he can, as big as he can, and humiliate as many people as he can. He's nasty, he's mean, he's very smart, and he's hungry for the publicity.
This is a leaked snippet from that taped call. I will put a link to the full transcript in the description.
This man is going to be humiliated beyond belief.
Yeah.
He will not believe it. He will not believe what's going to happen to him.
Yeah.
Beyond his worst nightmares. Sell one more record. If I go through with this, I win big time. I will get everything I want. They will be destroyed forever.
Chandler and his son met with Jackson and Pelicano in a suite at the Westwood Marquis Hotel. On seeing Jackson, says Pelicano, Chandler gave the singer an affectionate hug, a gesture, some say, that would seem to belie the dentist's suspicions that Jackson had molested his son, then reached into his pocket, pulled out Abrams's letter and began reading passages from it. When Chandler got to the parts about child molestation, the boy, says Pelicano, put his head down and then looked up at Jackson with a surprised expression, as if to say, I didn't say that. As the meeting broke up, Chandler pointed his finger at Jackson, says Pelicano, and warned, I'm going to ruin you. At a meeting with Pelicano in Rothman's office later that evening, Chandler and Rothman made their demand, $20 million. On August 13th, there was another meeting in Rothman's office. Pelicano came back with a counter-offer, a $350,000 screenwriting deal. Pelicano says he made the offer as a way to resolve the custody dispute and give Chandler an opportunity to spend more time with his son by working on a screenplay together. Chandler rejected the offer. Rothman made a counter-demand, a deal for 3 screenplays or nothing, which was spurned. In the diary of Rothman's ex-colleague, an August 24th entry reveals Chandler's disappointment. I almost had a $20 million deal, he was overheard telling Rothman. Before Chandler took control of his son, the only one making allegations against Jackson was Chandler himself, The boy had never accused the singer of any wrongdoing. That changed one day in Chandler's Beverly Hills dental office. In the presence of Chandler and Mark Torbner, a dental anesthesiologist, the boy was administered the controversial drug sodium amytal, which some mistakenly believe is a truth serum. And it was after this session that the boy first made his charges against Jackson. Given the facts about sodium amytal and a recent landmark case that involved the drug, the boy's allegations, say several medical experts, must be viewed as unreliable, if not highly questionable. False memories can be easily implanted in those under its influence. It is quite possible to implant an idea through the mere asking of a question. The idea can become their memory, and studies have shown that even when you tell them the truth, they will swear on a stack of Bibles that it happened. 1 week and a day after this is it hits theaters, on November 5, 2009, Chandler commits suicide. Estranged from everyone around him, he states that his next of kin are only to be informed about his death long after his funeral and his remains have been dealt with. June Chandler is the mother of Jordan Chandler. June and Jordy spent a lot of time at Neverland. They went on tour with Michael, they went shopping from his money and spent vacations with him. Here are some more quotes from the article. June Chandler Schwartz had also become close to Jackson and liked him enormously, one friend says. He was the kindest man she had ever met. Chandler talked of his concern for his son and his anger at Jackson and at his ex-wife, whom he described as cold and heartless. When Chandler tried to get her attention to discuss his suspicions about Jackson, he says on the tape, she told him, "Go fuck yourself." At a graduation that month, Chandler confronted his ex-wife with his suspicions. She thought the whole thing was baloney, says her ex-attorney, Michael Freeman. She told Chandler that she planned to take their son out of school in the fall so they could accompany Jackson on his Dangerous World tour. All along, June Chandler Schwartz rejected the charges Chandler was making against Jackson, until a meeting with police in late August 1993. Officers Sigrid and Rosabelle Ferrufino made a statement that began to change her mind. The officers admitted they only had one boy, says Freeman, who attended the meeting, but they said, "We're convinced Michael Jackson molested this boy because he fits the classic profile of a pedophile perfectly." By then, June Chandler Schwartz and Dave Schwartz had united with Evan Chandler against Jackson. The boy's mother, say several sources, feared what Chandler and Rothman might do if she didn't side with them. She worried that they would try to advance a charge against her of parental neglect for allowing her son to have sleepovers with Jackson. June also testified in the 2005 trial. Here is a part of the transcript.
Questions by Tom Sneddon. Answers by June Chandler.
Did you notice? I may not have asked this with regard to the third visit, but you indicated in at least the first visit that Jordan slept with you in your guest cottage, correct?
Correct.
In the second visit, did Jordan sleep with you in your guest cottage?
Yes, he did.
And the third visit, did Jordan sleep with you in your guest cottage?
Yes, he did.
And when you got to Las Vegas, where did you stay? What hotel?
The Mirage Hotel.
And when you got to the Mirage Hotel, do you remember what time of day or night it was?
No.
Do you remember how long you stayed in Las Vegas on this occasion?
2 or 3 nights.
Now, when you got to Las Vegas, did you have, obviously you had a room.
Correct.
In the Mirage. And who was in your room when you first got there? Who was staying in your room?
Jordan, myself, Lily and Michael.
All in the same room?
Correct.
Now, did those arrangements change at any point in time?
Yes.
And when did they change?
The second night things changed.
With regard to things changed, could you tell me what changed first?
Well, there were approximately 3 bedrooms in that suite at the Mirage Hotel. Lily and I were staying in one bedroom, Jordy had another bedroom, and Michael had another bedroom. The second night, they were going to see a performance, Cirque du Soleil performance.
They meaning who?
Jordy and Michael.
Okay.
And Lily and I. It was around 11 p.m. at night, and I got a call from somebody at Cirque du Soleil saying, "Where is Michael?" And I said, he should be there with my son. They said, he's not here. A little while later, another call, he still didn't show up. They still did not show up. And there's a knock on the door and it's Michael and Jordan, and they came back into the suite. Michael.
Now, let me stop you right there, okay?
Yes.
About what time is it when your son Jordan and the defendant in this case, Mr. Jackson, showed up?
Well, I think the performance started at 11 o'clock, and I would say Jordan and Michael showed up around 11:30.
Now, could you describe for the jury Mr. Jackson's demeanor at the time that they came back to the room?
He was sobbing. He was crying, shaking, trembling.
Michael Jackson was?
He was.
And what about your son's demeanor?
He was quiet.
Now, at that point in time, did Mr. Jackson tell you why he was upset or crying?
Yes.
All right. Tell the jury what he said.
He said, "You don't trust me? We're a family. Why are you doing this? Why are you not allowing Jordy to be with me?" And I said, "He is with you." He said, "But my bedroom." "Why not in my bedroom? We fall asleep, the kids have fun. Boys."
Objection. Non-responsive, narrative.
Narrative. Sustained.
All right. Tell us what, Mr. Jackson said that he wanted your son to sleep with him in his bed, what you said to Mr. Jackson.
What I said to Michael was, "This is not anything that I want. This is not right. Jordy should be able to do what he wants to do. He should be able to fall asleep where he wants to sleep."
Is this you talking or Mr. Jackson speaking?
I was saying this. And Michael was trembling and saying, "We're a family. Jordy is having fun. Why can't he sleep in my bed? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing going on. Don't you trust me?"
All right. How long do you think this conversation lasted between you and Mr. Jackson over where Jordan was going to sleep that night?
I would say 20 to 30, 40 minutes.
So it was a back and forth conversation, is that right?
Yes.
What happened in those last 30 minutes at the Mirage that made Michael so upset, and why did he suddenly want Jordy to sleep in his room? Jordan, or Jordy, is the son of Evan Chandler and June Chandler Schwartz, who claim to have been molested by Michael. I will link to his deposition in the description. The following quotes from Mary's article will show that no such thing ever happened. Until Michael Jackson entered his son's life, Chandler hadn't shown all that much interest in the boy. He kept promising to buy him a computer so they could work on scripts together, but he never did, says Michael Freeman, formerly an attorney for June Chandler Schwartz. Without Jackson there, Pelicano made eye contact with the boy and asked him, he says, very pointed questions: "Has Michael ever touched you? Have you ever seen him naked in bed?" The answer to all the questions was no. The boy repeatedly denied that anything bad had happened. In the presence of Chandler and Mark Torbner, a dental anesthesiologist, the boy was administered the controversial drug sodium amytal, which some mistakenly believe is a truth serum. And it was after this session that the boy first made his charges against Jackson. So it is clear that Jordy found a father figure in Michael. He wanted to be near him as much as possible. If you are 13 years old and someone has molested you, you are scared stiff of that person and will grab any opportunity to stay away from that person. Jordy never did that. He wanted to be with him. If Jordy really was molested by Michael, the conversation with Anthony Pelicano would have been his chance to get away, but he repeatedly denies it. Jordy only began making allegations towards Michael after they had given him a drug that can implant false memories. Jordy didn't want to testify in 1994, and when he was asked to testify on behalf of the prosecution in 2005, he didn't want to either. More recently in 2016, Wade Robson wanted his deposition on the matter because Wade also needs MJ money, and again nothing from Jordy. At the time, David Schwartz was June Chandler's husband, although they lived separately since August 1993. He was the owner of Rent-A-Wreck, where Michael ended up after his car supposedly broke down. At first he and June didn't believe the allegations her ex-husband made, but both of them later turned against Michael. Why would Schwartz turn against him? Why suddenly believe that Michael molested Jordy? The only answer I can think of is money. And that would make sense, since Tom Messer brings up the following to June Chandler in the cross-examination in 2005.
Questions by Tom Messero. Answers by June Chandler.
Do you recall asking Michael Jackson if he would loan David Schwartz $4 million?
Never.
You say you never did that?
Never did that.
Okay, do you recall your ex-husband David Schwartz asking you to do that?
Never.
Do you recall him being $5 million in debt around the time you were associating with Michael Jackson?
No.
Don't recall that at all?
Not at all.
Barry Rothman was Evan Chandler's attorney, with a history of questionable business. This attorney I found. I picked the nastiest son of a bitch I could find, Chandler said in the recorded conversation with Schwartz. All he wants to do is get this out in the public as fast as he can, as big as he can, and humiliate as many people as he can. He's nasty, he's mean, he's very smart, and he's hungry for the publicity. To a former employee, Rothman is a demon with a terrible temper. Over the years, Rothman has made so many enemies that his ex-wife once expressed, to her attorney, surprise that someone hadn't done him in. He has a reputation for stiffing people. He appears to be a professional deadbeat. He pays almost no one, investigator Ed Marcus concluded, in a report filed in Los Angeles Superior Court, as part of a lawsuit against Rothman, after reviewing the attorney's credit profile, which listed more than 30 creditors and judgment holders who were chasing him. Rothman died March 9, 2018. Michael Freeman was June Chandler's attorney for a short period of time. Freeman resigned because he didn't trust Chandler's intentions. Here are some quotes from the article. What parent in his right mind would want to drag his child into the public spotlight? Asks Freeman. If something like this actually occurred, you'd want to protect your child. One officer, Federico Sickard, told attorney Michael Freeman that he had lied to the children he'd interviewed and told them that he himself had been molested as a child, says Freeman. Her attorney, Michael Freeman, in turn, resigned in disgust, saying later that the whole thing was such a mess. I felt uncomfortable with Evan. He isn't a genuine person, and I sensed he wasn't playing things straight. So is it possible that Jackson committed no crime, that he is what he has always purported to be, a protector and not a molester of children? Attorney Michael Freeman thinks so. It's my feeling that Jackson did nothing wrong and these people, Chandler and Rothman, saw an opportunity and programmed it. I believe it was all about money. Burt Fields was Michael's attorney at that time. The police, Fields complained in a letter to Los Angeles Police Chief Willie Williams, have also frightened youngsters with outrageous lies, such as, "We have nude photos of you." There are, of course, no such photos. With the possibility of criminal charges against Jackson now looming, Burt Fields brought in Howard Weitzman, a well-known criminal defense lawyer with a string of high-profile clients. Pelicano began gathering evidence to use in the trial, which was scheduled for March 21, 1994. They had a very weak case, says Fields. We wanted to fight. Michael wanted to fight and go through a trial. We felt we could win. Fields later told reporters that Jackson was barely able to function adequately on an intellectual level. Others in Jackson's camp felt it was a mistake to portray the singer as incompetent. It was important, Fields says, to tell the truth. Larry Feldman and the press took the position that Michael was trying to hide and that it was all a scam. But it wasn't. On November 23, the friction peaked. Based on information he says he got from Weitzman, Fields told a courtroom full of reporters that a criminal indictment against Jackson seemed imminent. Fields had a reason for making the statement. He was trying to delay the boys' civil suit by establishing that there was an impending criminal case that should be tried first. Outside the courtroom, reporters asked why Fields had made the announcement, to which Weitzman replied essentially that Fields misspoke himself. The comment infuriated Fields, because it wasn't true. he says. It was just an outrage. I was very upset with Howard. There was this vast group of people all wanting to do a different thing, and it was like moving through molasses to get a decision, says Fields. It was a nightmare, and I wanted to get the hell out of it. Anthony Pellicano was the private investigator brought in by Mike's attorney Burt Fields to help sort things out. After listening to the tape for 10 minutes, I knew it was about extortion, says Pellicano. On seeing Jackson, says Pellicano, Chandler gave the singer an affectionate hug, a gesture, some say, that would seem to belie the dentist's suspicions that Jackson had molested his son, then reached into his pocket, pulled out Abrams's letter and began reading passages from it. Pellicano resigned at the same time as Burt Fields. Pellicano is serving out the last year of a 15-year sentence for 78 counts of wiretapping, racketeering, protection, intimidation, and identity theft, among other charges at Southern California's Terminal Island Federal Correctional Institution. He will be released from prison on his 75th birthday on March 22, 2019. Weitzman, a well-known criminal defense lawyer with a string of high-profile clients, was brought in by Burt Fields. From the day Weitzman joined Jackson's defense team, he was talking settlement, says Bonnie Eskenazi, an attorney who worked for the defense. With Fields and Pellicano gone, Weitzman brought in Johnny Cochran Jr., a well-known civil attorney who helped defend O.J. Simpson. And John Branca, whom Fields had replaced as Jackson's general counsel in 1990, was back on board. In late 1993, as districts attorneys in both Santa Barbara and Los Angeles counties convened grand juries to assess whether criminal charges should be filed against Jackson, the defense strategy changed course and talk of settling the civil case began in earnest, even though his new team also believed in Jackson's innocence. Larry Feldman was the civil attorney that was representing Jordy Chandler. In mid-September, Larry Feldman, a civil attorney who'd served as head of the Los Angeles Trial Lawyers Association, began representing Chandler's son and immediately took control of the situation. He filed a $30 million civil lawsuit against Jackson, which would prove to be the beginning of the end. According to a member of Jackson's legal team, Feldman got dozens of letters from all kinds of people saying they'd been molested by Jackson. They went through all of them trying to find somebody, and they found zero. The actual amount of the settlement has never been revealed, although speculation has placed the sum around $20 million. One source says Chandler and June Chandler Schwartz received up to $2 million each, while attorney Feldman might have gotten up to 25% in contingency fees. Torbner was a dental anesthesiologist that was present when Chandler administered the controversial drug sodium amytal to Jordy. Torbner makes house calls to administer drugs, mostly morphine and Demerol, not only post-operatively to his dental patients but also, it seems, to those suffering pain whose source has nothing to do with dental work. A check of Torbner's credentials with the Board of Dental Examiners indicates that he is restricted by law to administering drugs solely for dental-related procedures. But there is clear evidence that he has not abided by those restrictions. In fact, on at least 8 occasions, Torbner has given a general anesthetic to Barry Rothman during hair transplant procedures. Though normally a local anesthetic would be injected into the scalp, Barry is so afraid of the pain, says Dr. James DeYarman, the San Diego physician who performed Rothman's transplants, that he wanted to be put out completely. DeYarman said he was amazed to learn that Torbner is a dentist, having assumed all along that he was an MD. In another instance, Torbner came to the home of Nilla Jones, she says, and injected her with Demerol to help dull the pain that followed her appendectomy. Mathis Abrams is a Beverly Hills psychiatrist, who reported the case to the Los Angeles County Department of Children's Services. Rothman, seeking an expert's opinion to help establish the allegations against Jackson, called Dr. Mathis Abrams, a Beverly Hills psychiatrist. Over the telephone, Rothman presented Abrams with a hypothetical situation. In reply, and without having met either Chandler or his son, Abrams on July 15 sent Rothman a 2-page letter in which he stated that reasonable suspicion would exist that sexual abuse may have occurred. Chandler took his son to Mathis Abrams, the psychiatrist who provided Rothman with his assessment of the hypothetical child abuse situation. During a 3-hour session, the boy alleged that Jackson had engaged in a sexual relationship with him. He talked of masturbation, kissing, fondling of nipples and oral sex. The next step was inevitable. Abrams, who is required by law to report any such accusation to authorities, called a social worker at the Department of Children's Services, who in turn contacted the police. The full-scale investigation of Michael Jackson was about to begin. The investigation of Jackson, which by October 1993 would grow to involve at least 12 detectives from Santa Barbara and Los Angeles counties, was instigated in part by the perceptions of one psychiatrist, Mathis Abrams, who had no particular expertise in child sexual abuse. Abrams, the DCS caseworker's report noted, feels the child is telling the truth. Michael's ex-housekeepers who tried to sell their story to the tabloids with the help of broker Paul Barassi, a former porn star. They asked for as much as $500,000 but wound up selling an interview to the Globe of Britain for $15,000. The Quindoys were Filipinos who had worked at Neverland and also tried to sell their story to the tabloids. When their asking price was $100,000, they said that the hand was outside of the kids' pants. As soon as their price went up to $500,000, the hand went inside the pants. Five former security guards who were planning to file a $10 million lawsuit alleging wrongful termination of their jobs. The case was thrown out of court in July 1995. As their depositions under oath reveal, it was clear they had never actually seen Mike do anything improper with Jordy or any other child.
So you don't know anything about Mr. Jackson and the boy, do you?
One of Jackson's attorneys asked former security guard Morris Williams under oath.
All I know is from the sworn documents that other people have sworn to.
But other than what someone else may have said, you have no first-hand knowledge about Mr. Jackson and the boy, do you?
That's correct.
Have you spoken to a child who has ever told you that Mr. Jackson did anything improper with the child?
No.
When asked by Jackson's attorney where he had gotten his impressions, Williams replied,
Just what I've been hearing in the media and what I've experienced with my own eyes.
Okay. That's the point. You experienced nothing with your own eyes, did you?
That's right, nothing.
Blanca Francia was a maid. Blanca Francia told Diane Diamond and other reporters that she had seen a naked Jackson taking showers and jacuzzi baths with young boys. She also told Diamond that she had witnessed her own son in compromising positions with Jackson, an allegation that the grand juries apparently never found credible. A copy of Francia's sworn testimony reveals that hard copy paid her $20,000, and had Diamond checked out the woman's claims, she would have found them to be false. Under deposition by a Jackson attorney, Francia admitted she had never actually seen Jackson shower with anyone, nor had she seen him naked with boys in his jacuzzi. They always had their swimming trunks on, she acknowledged. Brett and Wade were friends of Michael and both had stayed over at Neverland. Police seized Jackson's telephone books during the raid on his residences in August and questioned close to 30 children and their families. Some, such as Brett Barnes and Wade Robson, said they had shared Jackson's bed, but like all the others, they gave the same response: Jackson had done nothing wrong. Both Brett and Wade testified in the 2005 trial.
Questions by Tom Messiro. Answers by Brett Barnes.
And how many times do you think you've stayed over at Neverland?
Every time.
Okay. Did you ever stay in Michael Jackson's room?
Yes, I have.
How many times do you think you've done that?
Countless as well.
And how would you describe his room?
It's big. It's pretty cool because it's got lots of fun stuff to do there. Video games, such as stuff like that. And it's probably the best as I can describe it.
Have you ever stayed in Michael Jackson's bed?
Yes, I have.
How many times do you think you have?
Countless as well.
Has Mr. Jackson ever molested you?
Absolutely not. And I can tell you right now that if he had, I wouldn't be here right now.
Has Mr. Jackson ever touched you in a sexual way?
Never. I wouldn't stand for it.
Has Mr. Jackson ever touched any part of your body in a way that you thought was inappropriate?
Never. It's not the type of thing that I would stand for.
Questions by Tom Messiro. Answers by Wade Robson.
Mr. Robson, has anyone told you what to say in this courtroom today?
No.
Is everything you've said the complete and honest truth?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson ever do anything wrong with you?
No.
No further questions.
In 2013, Wade Robson started a new round of allegations about child molestation against the estate for money. This case has not been included in this video. Diane Diamond was a correspondent for Hard Copy at the time of the allegations. After Mike's death, Diamond became a daily contributor on Entertainment Tonight for its Michael Jackson investigation. From 1993 on, Diamond has portrayed Michael as a pedophile in her coverage, paying for interviews and not presenting facts but only opinions from haters. Rumor has it that she shared a bed with Tom Sneddon and that's how she got all the scoops, but of course no proof of that on the internet. Purporting to take the journalistic high road, Hard Copy's Diane Diamond told Frontline in early November of last year that her program was pristinely clean on this. "We paid no money for this story at all." But 2 weeks later, as a Hard Copy contract reveals, the show was negotiating a $100,000 payment to 5 former Jackson security guards who were planning to file a $10 million lawsuit alleging wrongful termination of their jobs. On December 15, Hard Copy presented the bedroom maid's painful secret. Blanca Franchit told Diamond and other reporters that she had seen a naked Jackson taking showers and jacuzzi baths with young boys. She also told Diamond that she had witnessed her own son in compromising positions with Jackson, an allegation that the grand juries apparently never found credible. A copy of Franchit's sworn testimony reveals that Hard Copy paid her $20,000, and had Diamond checked out the woman's claims, she would have found them to be false. However, Diamond had one bright moment in her career, where she exposed people that were trying to ruin Michael.
Now the plot to destroy Michael Jackson, another young boy coming forward with allegations he was molested by the superstar. But when our Diane Diamond began to investigate, she uncovered a trail of lies. Diane?
Terry, ever since the Michael Jackson child molestation scandal broke, we've gotten a constant stream of calls and letters from people making dubious claims about the singer. Frankly, we ignore most of them. But when I heard the facts of this story, I just had to go to Canada and check it out myself.
And I'd like to make a confession about something that happened between me and Michael Jackson.
He is only 15 years old, so we can't show you his face or let you hear his real name. But the 11-minute home video he sent Hard Copy several weeks ago could have become Michael Jackson's worst nightmare. Looking straight into the camera, using no notes, this boy proceeded to tell us in graphic detail how he and another teen were allegedly molested by the superstar.
He started just touching like our stomach and things, like he'd rub our stomach and then he'd get lower, and then that's when I started saying, like, what are you doing? He said, it's okay, don't worry, your bodies are meant to be touched.
But the boy wasn't acting on his own. He had help. A man who identified himself as John Templeton of Mississauga, Canada. That's a suburb of Toronto. He sent us the boy's videotaped statement and even called several times to make sure we looked at it. Then I got a call from the boy himself. Diane Diamond. Over the next few days, I spoke with the boy for hours, and he never wavered. His story stayed consistent. The boy said he met Michael Jackson at a Canadian video arcade. He said he was supposed to spend the weekend with a friend, but when Jackson invited him to visit Neverland instead, off they flew in a private jet. This 15-year-old described in detail the people in Jackson's entourage, the layout of the ranch, and even Jackson's family home at Encino. Later, he would draw us incredibly detailed maps of both Jackson homes. It was clear either the boy was telling the truth or he had been well coached. To get to the bottom of it, I agreed to meet the boy and John Templeton in Toronto. The plan was to meet the pair in the lobby of an airport hotel, but when I arrived, the only one to greet me was the young boy. He came with me into town and told me that he lived on the streets of Toronto, in a section called Boys Town, where the street kids gather. He explained that his mother had kicked him out of the house and that John Templeton was just a man he'd met on the streets.
He kind of helps the street kids, like just talks to them and things, like sort of like the guidance counselor of the street. That's what it seemed like.
The boy appeared to be on his own. There was no sign of John Templeton, and frankly, that seemed suspicious. But over the next few days, a hard copy team conducted hours of interviews with the boy. Standing by were police officials in both California and Toronto. They were waiting to conduct their own investigation of the boy's charges.
Hi, my name is Frank Grimes. I work for the TV show Hard Copy.
Producer Frank Grimes and I worked to check out countless pieces of information the boy gave us. While sources were able to confirm much of what he said, there were some troubling inconsistencies. Still, the boy stubbornly stuck by his story, and he had an incredible knowledge of Michael Jackson's lifestyle.
He showed me this place, like a saddle shop, where he said he gets stuff for his animals there. I don't know what he got, but...
Like a saddle shop. I see that on your map here.
Yeah.
People are going to think that you're out for his money.
I don't care about his money.
They're going to think you're making it up.
Yeah, I know. But I don't care about his money. He can keep it.
You tell him the absolute truth.
Yeah.
He talked for hours, and he knew so much. So much, in fact, that we thought, well, let's give him a test, to see if we could trip him up.
We showed the boy several photographs. Some of them were of Neverland employees, and he was able to identify each and every one of them.
Yeah, that's him. The way someone's close, that's him.
If this was a scam, this boy had really done his homework. He even went so far as to draw us a picture of what he said Michael Jackson looked like during the alleged molestation. Always, he came back to his claims of molestation.
His eyes are big and they're dark, they're cavern, like the sockets to go right in,
But there was one thing I didn't tell the boy. I didn't tell him that for the last year, I've been getting Michael Jackson-related letters from his same small suburb in Canada. The letters were supposedly from other young boys who also claimed that they had been molested by Jackson. Two of the letters even included pictures of the boys. Well, someone was behind all this, but still, there was no sign of the man who'd sent us the original video statement of the boy. No sign of John Templeton. There's a Detective Campbell downtown. He doesn't know your name. He doesn't know anything yet.
Okay.
But he's waiting to see us. Want to go?
Yeah.
From the very beginning, the boy never asked us for money, and he repeatedly said he didn't want any money from Michael Jackson either. So what was his motivation? Well, he said it was simple. He said he wanted justice. And now he was about to give a sworn statement to the police. I want you to remember one thing. Just tell the truth. We delivered the boy to the Toronto Metro Police Headquarters, where detectives from the Sexual Assault Unit had been waiting for us.
I understand you want to speak to me, and that's okay. We're going to go upstairs and you can talk to me.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
For 6 solid hours, police questioned the boy, took his sworn statement. He told them just what he'd told us, that superstar Michael Jackson had molested him.
I found it fairly believable, too.
While the boy talked with police, we continued our investigation. We had to find this John Templeton. So we drove out to the Toronto suburbs to check out the return address from the videotape he'd sent us. That's when we ran into somebody we knew. What the hell is going on?
Okay, Diane, let me explain something to you.
Say hello to John Templeton, only his real name is Rodney Allen. We've known about Rodney for a long time. Right after the Michael Jackson scandal first broke, he was on the phone to us claiming that another Jackson family member had molested him years ago. Rodney has never offered any solid proof of this claim. He appeared to be a man bent on revenge. And Rodney admitted he was the one who'd been writing me all those letters. I care about this one kid who gave me all sorts of information about Neverland, about Havenhurst, about Disneyland, about Michael Jackson's body. Where did he get all that information?
He got it from me.
You planted all this stuff in this kid's head.
I didn't find anything to say. He was asking questions, I answered them the best I can. I told him what I could tell about the place. Because I want Michael to face it.
So this kid is a A1, number one liar.
Professional.
The whole story was a scam. A Toronto street kid meets a man obsessed with the Michael Jackson case, and the result could have been an international scandal. Meanwhile, back at the police station, the boy finally broke down. He admitted that he and Rodney Allen had made up the whole story. The young boy was lying.
That's my belief, and as a result of that, he was charged, yes.
Can you tell us what he was charged with?
Public mischief.
Well, the boy is still in custody tonight, and police continue their investigation of Mr. Rodney Allen.
Tom Snedden was the Santa Barbara District Attorney at that time and also during the 2005 trial. Snedden and his mates traveled around the world to find one boy that would want to testify against Mike, and they found no one. They had no case. He also was the one that ordered the strip search on Michael, claiming that there was a match, while there wasn't. There's a very interesting article on a blog that also brings up the strip search and the questions surrounding it. We will take some quotes from it, but the article itself is very interesting to read. If Michael had accused of such penetration, it can be medically disproven and no one could dispute this. But it is one of the worst crimes to be accused of, even if it would have shown his innocence to be substantial. This is exactly the reason why Evan Chandler didn't make the accusations to be rape. Taking photos of someone's buttocks who was not accused of penetration seems a bit odd to me. I was under the impression that Snedden wanted to see if MJ was gay for their own sick reasons. There were no allegations by Evan or Jordan of penetrative sex. I guess they were interested to see if Michael Jackson was gay, being penetrated by anyone, or anything. 'Cause remember, homosexuality and pedophilia go hand in hand. But since penetration was never an allegation in 1993 from Jordy or Evan, it was just a nosy search to see if the rumors of Jackson being gay were true. Vitiligo spots marks can move, and thus Jordan could claim there were marks, and if marks were on other places Snedden still can claim there was match. Even though the only actual match could be that Michael indeed has genitals. Why do people say they matched again? The boy's information was so precise, he even pinpointed where the splotch fell while Jackson's penis was erect, the length of the performer's pubic hair, and that he was circumcised. Yeah, the only problem with this whole statement is that Michael is not circumcised. Being Jewish may be a reason why Evan assumed he was. Someone explained to me how you mistake an uncircumcised penis for a circumcised one. The photos were pretty much passed around the police station, where most of the officers said they couldn't see a match. Also, the two grand juries probably were given the description and they didn't agree either. Also, at the time, there were articles in the press saying that Jordan's description didn't match. Just over the years the story gone from no match to match, courtesy to people like Diane Diamond, Thomas Snedden, etc. It was also reported back in '93 that Snedden wanted another set of pictures of Jackson naked be done. If true, it's obvious he didn't get what he was looking for in the first set. Post-trial verdict, in a brief interview, he admitted that he still has the photographs, and I quote, "just in case more victims show up." Right. Had Jordan's description matched, surely that would have been enough to at least arrest Jackson. Check the blog. Well, Clarice, have the lambs stopped screaming? I put a link in the description. For those reading that are still not convinced of his innocence, let's sum things up here. No one has ever seen Mike molest Jordan, or any other child. After months of investigation and questioning people and other boys all over the world, the DA had no proof, no one that wanted to testify and no case. The picture that Jordan made of Michael's genitals was no match, the thing he drew didn't even look like a penis. Also, the claim that Michael should have been circumcised was false. Jordan denied any wrongdoing by Mike until his father and Dorbner drugged him. The case was presented to 2 different juries, twice they didn't buy the accusations or anything Sneddon pushed to them. Those are the facts, those 2 juries were given everything Sneddon had. Jordan has said to his friends repeatedly that Mike didn't do a thing to him, that his parents made him lie. His friends were even ready to testify to this in court. Evan was on tape admitting to a plan, a con as proved and written in the article by Mary Fisher. When the boy who accused Michael Jackson of sexual abuse in 1993 refused to cooperate with authorities, the police investigation fell apart. Police obtained Jackson's telephone books and contacted about 30 children and their families. Although investigators allegedly used aggressive interrogation techniques to scare the children into making accusations against Jackson, they still could not find another accuser. All of the children questioned maintained that Jackson had never sexually abused them. In an attempt to find corroborating evidence, the Santa Barbara Police Department subjected Jackson to a strip search to see if the description the accuser provided of Jackson's genitalia was accurate. According to an article from USA Today, photos of Michael Jackson's genitalia do not match descriptions given by the boy who accused the singer of sexual misconduct. By February 1994, police still did not have a witness who was willing to testify against Jackson. Investigators consequently turned to the tabloids for leads, contacting several of Jackson's former employees who had sold their stories to the media. For example, investigators flew to the Philippines to interview the Quindoys, a couple who had told the tabloids that they'd seen Jackson act inappropriately with a child. Police decided that their story was not credible based on the fact that the more money they received, the more salacious their story became. Police also got in contact with Blanca Francia, Jackson's former maid who had sold her story to hard copy for $20,000. On December 15, 1993, Francia told the tabloid show that she had witnessed Jackson showering with young boys and that she had also seen him act inappropriately with her own son. Francia repeated these statements in a sworn deposition for the Chandlers' civil lawsuit. While under deposition by one of Jackson's attorneys, however, Francia admitted that she had exaggerated details during her hard copy interview and that the producers had paid her for her story. In the mid-90s, Francia threatened to accuse Jackson of molesting her son unless she received money from the Jackson camp. To avoid the negative publicity that would have inevitably resulted from a second child abuse allegation, Jackson's associates advised him to quietly settle the case. After receiving $2 million from Jackson, Francia did not go forward with the civil lawsuit. While Francia seemed more than willing to make accusations against Jackson in exchange for financial compensation, she did not have anything incriminating to reveal when authorities questioned her during the criminal investigation in 1994. Contrary to what she had previously claimed, and to what she would claim in the future, Francia told investigators that her son had repeatedly denied being sexually abused by Jackson. Here is an excerpt from a USA Today article that was published on February 7, 1994.
Investigators from the county sheriff's office recently arranged for the 13-year-old son of Jackson's former maid to see a therapist. The boy was first interviewed by police after his mother told them he had spent time alone with Jackson. According to his mother, the child has repeatedly denied being abused in any way by the pop music star. The offer of a therapist was made after the woman, an immigrant from Central America, complained about meetings and phone conversations sheriff's deputies had with the boy while she was not present. It made her feel uncomfortable, she said in a deposition, that she didn't know what the deputies were talking about with the young boy. When she asked them who should I talk to about her concerns, they arranged for the woman and her son to see separate therapists at the county's expense, she said in the sworn statement.
In 1994, 2 grand juries were convened to hear evidence in the Jackson case, but no charges were ever brought. In fact, evidence was so scant that prosecutors did not even ask for an indictment. According to a report from CNN that aired on May 2, 1994, one jury member said no damaging evidence was heard. If the case against Jackson was so weak, why did District Attorney Tom Sneddon spend the next 10 years slandering Jackson's name in the press? How come the car broke down and why that close to rent-a-wreck? It seems too much of a coincidence. Probably an expensive car with outstanding maintenance. Schwartz had an alleged $5 million debt and Chandler was lobbying with a film script and had some financial issues after claims from patients. Because Michael clearly was framed, I think this was all part of the plan. Mike was supposed to meet the Chandlers and I think deals were made before the car broke down near rent-a-wreck. If Schwartz was part of the conspiracy, why did he tape the phone conversation with Chandler and played it to Pelicano? Probably Schwartz's life insurance policy. Or maybe it was to blackmail Chandler in case he would get cold feet. If Chandler would back out, they would have had nothing. Dave Schwartz actually has a link to District Attorney Tom Sneddon. Tell him, the PR firm working for Sneddon, also works for Dave Schwartz. Why did June eventually turn against Michael? Was she afraid to lose Jordy? Or did June have a hidden agenda? Rumor has it that June wanted to become Mrs. Jackson. Maybe she thought she could get close enough to Mike to get out of the deal and get rich by marrying him? Or she was supposed to get close to him. One other thing that bugs me was the drawing Jordy made of Mike's genitals, and while it wasn't a match, there seemed to have been strong similarities. Of course he could have guessed there was discoloration, but the risk was that there was none at all. I think that there is a chance that Michael and June had an affair, or maybe a one-night stand. Maybe June was the one who told Jordy what to draw? She was wrong about the fact that Michael was not circumcised, but hey, she might have not paid much attention. Having been married to a Jewish man might have led her assume that he was. Why did Chandler approve of the relationship between Mike and Jordy at first and did that change later on, while Jordy hadn't made any accusations against him and Chandler never had seen anything inappropriate with his own eyes? Mike didn't help him with his film script, so that could have pissed him off, but before accusations were made, Pelicano offered him a $350,000 film script deal which he turned down. He wanted more money, to be exact. $30 million was the first claim Feldman made. Now tell me, if your little boy would have been molested by anyone, it doesn't matter by who, would you ask for $30 million or would you want that person behind bars? Chandler turned to Rothman instead of the police, means that he didn't want justice for his son, because nothing ever happened and Chandler was in for the money. The thing is that if they would file criminal charges first, they would have to go through trial. But they only had Jordy with a story that popped up after Chandler gave him a controversial drug that can implant false memories. The defense would have kicked ass with that shit. Also, there was the taped conversation between Schwartz and Chandler which wouldn't have helped the prosecution at all. No one had seen anything, the drawing that Jordy made of Mike's genitals didn't match, so they had no case. They must have known that. That is why Chandler turned to a civil lawyer first, because once you have lost a trial, you can say bye-bye to the bucks. But turning to a civil lawyer doesn't change the fact that there was no case. Michael wanted to fight, wanted to go to court, and he would have won, I have no doubt about that. But then suddenly the settlement. Didn't he want to fight anymore? I don't believe that. He was strong enough to go through all the shit in 2005, why wouldn't he have been strong enough in 1993? The strange part is that Michael suddenly became weak. He didn't eat anymore, lost a lot of weight, his health was getting bad, and Fields even said he was barely able to function adequately on an intellectual level. The settlement was signed for allegedly around $15 to $20 million. That was the best case scenario for Snedden, of course, since he would never have won if he had filed criminal charges. That might have been Plan A, but for Plan B this was the best thing to happen. They had Michael look guilty by signing the settlement, so there was a base for new accusations. When criminal charges were filed in 2003, the media already had convicted Michael without knowing anything about the case. The fact that Michael went to rehab right after that gives me an uncomfortable feeling. As I have wrote about years ago in my blogs, I think Mike has been drugged and poisoned. If you then see he initially wants to fight, then his health gets bad, he was barely able to function and he didn't eat anymore, makes me wonder what they did to him to make him sign those papers. He didn't eat anymore, was he afraid to eat? Did they poison him through his food? Something is not right here. Same with the lost 30 minutes at the Mirage. What happened that made him so upset? Why did they never arrive at the Cirque du Soleil performance? Who else was there? I believe Mike is a mind control victim, and I think someone must have triggered him, drugged him or threatened him or the kid during those 30 minutes. Suddenly he insisted that Jordy slept in his bed, while on previous visits the Chandlers all slept at the guest houses. Something happened at the Mirage, something bad, I just can't figure out what. But the Mirage will come back later in this video because Michael also stayed at the Mirage when Neverland was raided again in 2003.
If you could describe the Michael Jackson trial in one sentence, what would it be?
A disgrace. The jury system prevailed in this case, but much of what else went on was just very disturbing to me.
For almost 5 months, Michael Jackson's child molestation trial dominated the headlines, and Mesereau dominated the prosecution. You said that you never doubted that you would win the case against Michael Jackson. Why were you so sure?
Because I thought the case was built on sand. It was a case built on falsehoods. It never should have been brought. And I really thought this jury had what it took to see that.
It was Mesereau's tough tactics and confident demeanor that helped convince the jury that Jackson was not guilty on all 14 counts of child molestation. What do you think would have happened had Jackson been found guilty?
I consider the Michael Jackson case to be a death penalty case. I did not think Michael Jackson would have survived prison.
Tell me about Michael Jackson. I mean, even during the trial, there were times when he was very odd. Did you talk to Michael about the business of children sharing his room?
The fact is, kids went into his room, their parents were there too. The parents were allowed to stay over with the children. And the way it was mischaracterized and mispresented to try and get a conviction was scandalous. It was wrong.
Well, it was our opinion, and I think we proved it, that this family began to come up with these allegations of molestation and conspiracy only when they realized that they were on the way out, that Michael Jackson was sick of them, didn't want to deal with them anymore, didn't want them on his property. They were calling him daddy. They appeared to want a future with Michael Jackson that he didn't want with them. So our theory was that as soon as they realized they were being eased out, they needed to do something else to stay involved in his life and get a big payday, and this is what they came up with. We only called witnesses we thought had something important to tell a jury, and that includes the celebrities we called. Now, Jay Leno was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department and secretly recorded by the sheriffs. He didn't know he was being recorded. And he told them words to the effect that this family had contacted him, that the 13-year-old accuser had tried repeatedly to get through to him, and that finally he had a conversation with him. He said that the 13-year-old sounded, overly rehearsed, sounded scripted. There seemed to be a woman in the background, directing what he said. And he got a bad feeling about what this young man was saying to him. And he thought they wanted money, although they didn't actually ask for it. And after that conversation, he told the staff not to let them put any calls through to him again. Now, just so you know, his lawyer didn't want him to testify. And when I first called his lawyer, His lawyer tried to say that he didn't remember what had happened, and I told his lawyer that we had a recording of the phone call, and his lawyer was shocked to hear that because he didn't know there had been a secret recording, nor had he heard it. And I said, maybe you'd like me to send it to you. And I sent it to him, and I said, look, we're going to subpoena him. He can get on the stand, and if he doesn't remember, we're going to refresh his recollection with this recording, and I don't think that's the way you want this to happen. Now, George Lopez was called by the prosecution. If they hadn't called him, we were going to talk about their efforts to get money from him, even going so far as to accuse him of stealing money from the child's wallet. Chris Tucker had interacted with this family on numerous occasions. He felt they took him for a ride. You know, I remember him telling me when I first met him that he was told this child had cancer. He wanted to help them out. He invited them to the set in Las Vegas of Rush Hour 1. He thought they would spend a day, and they ended up spending, I think it was 10 days or 2 weeks, and billing him for the entire amount. And he went to Michael Jackson in Florida and said, be careful, something's wrong. You know, Michael Jackson used to have a rule that every time he gave a concert around the world, he would visit a children's hospital to be as good to children and as kind to them as possible. He wanted to help this child overcome cancer, and he took great pride in the fact that he had had something to do with this child going into remission and beating cancer. He never saw the forces of darkness that were circling his life, and it's very sad.
With 2,200 media people present, this trial has probably been the biggest media circus in history. The media had convicted Michael beforehand, and the news coverage was extremely one-sided. Even if he would be acquitted, the media had already put him behind bars. Just like in the 1993 case, his image would be ruined, and a lot of people would always think he did it and got away with it. Luckily, one of the reporters who first thought he was guilty saw the light and decided to look further into the case. While investigating the case, she came to the conclusion that Michael was the victim, instead of Gavin Arvizo, the boy who claimed to be molested. Her name is Aphrodite Jones, and she wrote a book about the trial called Michael Jackson Conspiracy. If you have not read it yet, please take my advice and order it. She presents very accurate info about what happened inside the courtroom. I really never followed the case back then. I know he was accused again, he went to trial, and he was acquitted. That's about it. The book has many jaw-on-the-floor moments, and after reading it, even the biggest Michael Jackson hater should acknowledge that he is innocent. 2 thumbs up for Tom Messero, who handled the case brilliantly. He would often start his cross-examination with,
My name is Thomas Messero, and I speak for Mr. Jackson, okay? I'm on his side, alright? Not the government. I'm on Mr. Jackson's side, okay?
There is a timeline of the events from January 2003 until June 13, 2005, the day Mike was found not guilty on all counts. I have put the link in the description. This is a brief summary of the evidence that has been presented.
The molestation charges.
Michael Jackson is accused of molesting Gavin Arvizo at his Neverland ranch on several occasions in March 2003. Evidence. Testimony of Gavin Arvizo, the alleged victim. Testimony of Star Arvizo, who claims to have witnessed the alleged abuse on several occasions. Defense evidence. Gavin Arvizo initially told authorities that the alleged molestation occurred before he and his family made videotaped statements in Jackson's defense. This would also mean that the alleged abuse occurred before the boy defended Jackson to social workers in February. Gavin Arvizo now contends that the molestation took place after he repeatedly denied any wrongdoing on Jackson's part. While it is understandable that the boy cannot remember the exact dates on which he was allegedly molested, his original assertion that the abuse took place before the videotape was made cannot be attributed to confusion on the boy's part, because he also told investigators that the videotape was made to cover up the alleged molestation. See testimony of Sergeant Steve Robel. Based on what District Attorney Tom Sneddon said in his opening statement, it's possible that Michael Jackson was not even with the Arvizos at Neverland throughout the month of February. From pages 115-116 of Sneddon's opening statement.
I believe that the records from the ranch logs and the testimony from individuals involved here will show that from basically March the 2nd to March the 5th, that the defendant and the Arvizos were on the ranch together. That again, from March 9th until March 12th, when the Arvizos left for the last time, that the Jackson, Michael Jackson, the defendant in this case, was present.
It suffices to say that if investigators did discover that Mr. Jackson was not with the Arvizos throughout the month of February, as Snedden implied in his opening statement, they must have realized that Gavin Arvizo was lying when he claimed to have been molested sometime between February 7th and February 20th. Hence, the changing of the timeline from February 7th to March 10th, as stated in the original charges, to February 20th to March 12th, as stated in the current set of charges. According to an investigator, the boy originally claimed that he was molested between 5 and 7 times. Gavin Arvizo only testified to 2 incidences of alleged molestation. Gavin Arvizo's younger brother Star, who supposedly walked in on Jackson molesting his brother, said under cross-examination that there are 7 locks on Jackson's bedroom door and an alarm that goes off if anybody approaches. Yet somehow, Star Arvizo managed to walk into Jackson's room unnoticed on 2 separate occasions. In his grand jury testimony and in past police interviews, Star Arvizo claimed to have witnessed Jackson rubbing his penis against Gavin Arvizo's behind while the boy slept. While testifying at the trial, Star Arvizo denied ever having made such a statement. When Jackson's defense attorney pointed out that Star Arvizo's description of the second incident of alleged molestation differed from an earlier description that he had given of the same incident, Mr. Arvizo suddenly claimed to have actually witnessed 3 incidences of alleged abuse. Star Arvizo alleged that Jackson once appeared naked in front of him and his brother. During his testimony, Gavin Arvizo was asked whether or not he was aware of the fact that Jackson has a skin disorder called vitiligo that eats away at his pigment. Mr. Arvizo acknowledged that he was aware of Jackson's skin disease. Jackson's attorney then asked him whether or not he was aware of the fact that Jackson has brown patches on his body, to which Mr. Arvizo replied, "I didn't know about patches. I thought he was just all white." There are various pictures of Mr. Jackson on the internet where one can clearly see that his body is not white all over, as Gavin Arvizo claimed. In spring 2003, after the alleged abuse took place, Gavin Arvizo told his principal that Jackson had not sexually abused him. Mr. Arvizo claims that he said this because he didn't want the kids at school to make fun of him.
The alcohol allegations.
Jackson is accused of supplying Gavin Arvizo with liquor to seduce the boy. Evidence: testimony of Gavin Arvizo, testimony of Star Arvizo, testimony of Devlin Arvizo, testimony of Kiki Fournier, Jackson's former maid. During her 12 years working at Neverland, Fournier claimed to have seen several minors who might have been intoxicated. Defense evidence: Miss Fournier conceded that she had never witnessed Jackson serve alcohol to minors. The defense claims that the Arvizo children broke into Jackson's wine cellar and drank his alcohol when he was not at Neverland. In his testimony, Star Arvizo claimed that he and his brother got drunk with Jackson from the time they arrived at the Neverland from Miami, February 7th, to the time they left the ranch for the first time with house manager Jesus Salas, February 12th. As mentioned earlier, the district attorney said that Jackson was not at Neverland with the Arvizos during this time frame. Star Arvizo admitted that he knew the exact location of the key to Jackson's wine cellar. The accuser's older sister Devlin Arvizo claims that she walked into the wine cellar and witnessed Jackson serving alcohol to her younger brothers. Under cross-examination, it was revealed that she never made such a statement in her earlier interviews with police. Devlin Arvizo claims that Jackson served her alcohol in the wine cellar. Star Arvizo, however, testified that Jackson served Devlin Arvizo alcohol in the kitchen. When confronted with a conflicting statement that he had made regarding the alcohol allegations, Star Arvizo blamed the court reporter, claiming that she had misquoted him.
The pornography allegations.
Jackson is accused of showing pornography to Gavin and Star Arvizo. Evidence: testimony of Gavin Arvizo, testimony of Star Arvizo. The boys were able to tell investigators where Jackson kept his stash of pornography. The accuser's fingerprints were found on one of Jackson's porn magazines. Defense evidence: the porn magazine with the accuser's fingerprints was not tested for prints until after the boy handled the magazine at a grand jury proceedings in April 2004. The defense claims that the boys went into Jackson's room when he was not there and looked at the magazines on their own. In support of this theory, star Arvizo testified that he knew the code to get into Jackson's bedroom. Jackson's defense attorney revealed that the magazine that Jackson had supposedly shown star Arvizo and his brother, was actually released in August 2003, 5 months after the Arvizos had left the ranch for the last time. In his grand jury testimony in April 2004, star Arvizo testified that he and his brother had once surfed porn sites. When confronted with a transcript of this testimony, star Arvizo replied, "That's just a paragraph that somebody wrote."
The conspiracy charge.
Jackson is accused of holding Gavin Arvizo and his family hostage at Neverland and forcing them to participate in a videotaped rebuttal to the controversial Living with Michael Jackson documentary that aired in February 2003. Evidence: testimony of Devlin Arvizo, testimony of star Arvizo, testimony of Gavin Arvizo, testimony of Anne-Marie Kite, a former Jackson employee who confirmed that Living with Michael Jackson was a public relations disaster. Kite also testified that one of Jackson's associates wanted to paint Janet Arvizo, the mother of Jackson's accuser, as a crack whore, in the media. Testimony of Louise Palanker, a comedian who befriended the Arvizos. According to Palanker, she received a panicked call from Janet Arvizo who told her that Jackson's associates were evil. Defense evidence: Kite only worked for Jackson for 6 days and never met or even spoke to him or his accuser. Louise Palanker told police that she thought that Janet Arvizo was wacky and totally bipolar. Jackson's maid Kiki Fournier, who worked at the ranch during the time of the alleged conspiracy, testified that she did not believe the family were held against their will. All of the Arvizo children conceded that they had never asked for anybody's help even though they had numerous opportunities to do so. The prosecution contends that the Arvizos were forced to defend Jackson in February 2003. Gavin Arvizo, however, testified that he meant most of what he said in his videotaped defense of Jackson. When the boy was still claiming that the alleged abuse happened before the rebuttal film was made, the prosecution claimed that the tape was made to cover up the alleged molestation. Now that the boy is claiming that the alleged abuse happened after the rebuttal film was made, the prosecution is claiming that the tape was actually made as part of a conspiracy to improve Jackson's public image.
Past accusations.
Judge Rodney Melville ruled that past accusations of sexual misconduct on Jackson's part will be heard by the jury. Here is an excerpt of a column by John S. Bilber. The link to the column is in the description. Judge Melville said he would allow prosecutors to present to the jury testimony concerning 5 boys whom they allege Jackson molested when the boys were between the ages of 10 and 13. Notably, however, only one of the alleged victims reportedly will testify himself. The rest of the testimony will come from those who claim they witnessed the molestation. In effect, Monday's ruling allows prosecutors to shift the question in the jurors' minds from "Did Michael Jackson molest this accuser?" to "Is Michael Jackson a child molester?" As I will explain, it also allows prosecutors a sneaky way to evade the tough beyond a reasonable doubt standard that applies in criminal cases. In her column, she argues that the ruling was wrong, and unfair to Jackson. But she also argues that it's likely that evidence of these prior, uncharged acts may ultimately cast doubt on the prosecution's case and, ironically, help an already strong defense. During an important hearing on March 28, 2005, District Attorney Tom Sneddon said that, the son of Jackson's former maid Blanca Franja will testify that Jackson touched him inappropriately on several occasions. The Frenches received a $2 million settlement from Jackson in 1994. Witnesses will testify that they saw a pair of Jackson's underwear lying next to a pair of his original accuser Jordan Chandler's underwear on the floor beside a bed that the two shared. Chandler, however, is not scheduled to testify. Witnesses will testify that they saw Jackson act inappropriately with 4 teenage boys. 2 witnesses will testify that they heard Jackson encourage children to refer to him as Daddy. Former Jackson employee Bob Jones claimed that he saw Jackson lick the head of a child. In response, defense attorney Tom Messero argued that the other boys who have been named alleged victims by the prosecution all vehemently deny any wrongdoing on Jackson's part. One of the alleged victims is former child star Macaulay Culkin, who has publicly defended Jackson and is still good friends with him today. The other alleged victims, Wade Robson, Brett Barnes and Jimmy Safechuck, have also maintained that Jackson never did anything sexual to them. The mother of the boy who will testify about inappropriate touching originally sold her story to the tabloids but later recanted her statements while under deposition by a Jackson attorney. The former employees who claim to have witnessed inappropriate behavior on Jackson's part all sold their stories to tabloids. 5 of the former employees also tried to sue Jackson for wrongful termination in 1995. Jackson denied the allegations and countersued, alleging that 2 of them stole belongings from his home and sold the items to tabloids. The jury sided with Jackson, awarding him $60,000 from the ex-employees who robbed him. The ex-employees filed for bankruptcy as a result. In other developments, NBC's Mike Taibbi reported that Bob Jones has recanted his allegation about having witnessed Jackson lick a child's head.
Quotes from Mr. Messero regarding the admissibility of the prior bad acts.
Now, let's look at what they're trying to do. They have an alleged prior victim named Brett Barnes who tells us he never was touched improperly. They want to bring in 4 witnesses to talk about Brett Barnes. They don't want to bring him in, because the moment they bring him in, they're done. So they want to bring in allegedly 4 honest witnesses. I guess they're vouching for their credibility, to testify that Mr. Barnes was improperly touched. Who are their main witnesses? Their main witnesses sued Mr. Jackson in the mid-90s. At numerous times during that 6-month trial, the trial judge made findings that the plaintiffs were lying, not being candid, changing their stories, even leaving the bench on a couple of occasions. And when the dust settled, the jury returned the verdict for Mr. Jackson, awarded Mr. Jackson damages, because the plaintiffs had stolen from him. The judge then awarded not only costs, but legal fees, and in the end Mr. Jackson obtained a judgment for over $1 million against these lying plaintiffs. They want the court to allow these lying plaintiffs to come in now again and try and testify to improper acts, when there is no alleged victim they intend to call. That's just plain wrong. And if they suggest it wouldn't be time-consuming to litigate that issue, all the court has to do is look at the 6-month trial and its length to know that's not true, because they sold stories to tabloids, they were caught lying, and they had a big judgment against them. First of all, Your Honor, I would note that in their motion, they mentioned someone named Bob Jones. And in a very graphic manner they told the court that Mr. Jones had worked for Mr. Jackson for years, had traveled internationally with him, and would testify to all sorts of improprieties with children. We just were produced a police report by the prosecution where Mr. Jones flat out denies virtually everything they said in their motion. He has told the Santa Barbara sheriffs, with counsel, that he never saw anything inappropriate happen when Mr. Jackson was in the company of any of these children. Now, what happens if you allow third-party testimony about Mr. Chandler without allowing Mr. forcing them, or ordering them, or requiring them to have Mr. Chandler, the alleged victim, testify? You then have people come in to say what they saw without any victim to confirm it. And what happened back in those days? In summary, this is what happened. Chandler's parents had been divorced in 1986. The father had given up custody of the child. When these alleged events happened, the father jumped on the bandwagon and wanted to become a multimillionaire, and he fueled litigation. And all of a sudden, you had the parents suing Mr. Jackson, you had the mother's new husband then decided to sue Mr. Jackson for allegedly interfering with his business. He had an auto company, and he claimed that the publicity had interfered with his business. He wanted the millions. After the settlement, The father then filed a new lawsuit against Mr. Jackson wanting $30 million more. That was litigated and he lost. You have all sorts of collateral litigation, and eventually Mr. Chandler filed papers in Superior Court seeking legal emancipation from his parents. Where is the justice in this case of allowing parents to come in who collected lots of money because Mr. Jackson wanted to get this case behind him and pursue his music career? And indeed, all kinds of advisors were telling him to do that. You have parents playing each other off with the child and pursuing collateral litigation. All of that will obviously have to be explored, because the potential for financial interest, financial bias in a situation like that, is enormous. The motives for financial gain were enormous, and indeed, there was never any criminal prosecution despite Mr. Snedden's noble efforts to try and do one. Then we come to Macaulay Culkin, who has repeatedly made statements that he's a friend of Mr. Jackson and has never been molested. But they want to bring in evidence that he was molested. And they want to bring in witnesses who also were part of the gang that sued Mr. Jackson, and lost, with findings that they had lied and with enormous damages awarded against them. Now, the fourth alleged victim is Jason Francia. Jason Francia and his mother were interviewed by the sheriffs and a deposition of the mother was taken. Money was paid to settle that case, again because Mr. Jackson didn't want the press, didn't want his family going through it, and wanted to pursue his music career. There never was a criminal prosecution, even though the alleged victim was interviewed by the Los Angeles District Attorney and the Santa Barbara District Attorney together. And after their interview with Jason Francia, which was so wishy-washy about what happened, they never decided to pursue a criminal case, because there wasn't one. We have that taped interview. The mother, in a civil deposition in the Chandler litigation, began by saying she saw something and ended by saying she saw nothing. And indeed, stories were sold to tabloids, and money was paid to settle. He appears to be the only alleged victim they want to bring in. 5. Wade Robson, who tells us nothing ever happened to him. And they don't propose to bring him in as an alleged victim. They want to bring in the gang that basically has tried to accuse Mr. Jackson and get money from him for years, generally unsuccessfully, with the exception of Mr. Francia's mother, and I've just talked about the problems in her sworn statement in discovery. The deposition is clear. She begins by saying, "I think I saw something." She ends by saying, "I didn't see anything." 6. Jimmy Safechuck, who we are informed says nothing happened. They don't propose to call him as an alleged victim either, but they've got the same old gang again coming in to try and capitalize on the case, people who have been adjudged to be liars, and they are. People who asked for money from tabloids, who've asked for money from Mr. Jackson, etc. 7. Jonathan Spence, who we are informed says nothing happened and doesn't intend to come in to support them at all. What do they want to do? Bring in the same crew again. Third-party witnesses with an axe to grind, all of whom have wanted money in the past, none of whom can substantiate that anything happened because the alleged victim says nothing happened. The testimony that the prosecutor wants to introduce concerns 7 alleged victims with only one scheduled to testify. This testimony has been presented to 2 criminal grand juries in Los Angeles and Santa Barbara, neither of which ever returned an indictment, and it's been rejected by 1 civil jury in the longest civil trial in the history of this courthouse.
Pardon me? Oh, first case. Okay, you know, this is interesting because anyone who followed the case knew about the issue of 1108 evidence, which in California is called prior bad acts evidence. And what California allows, and few states do allow, is that in a case like this, you can bring in evidence of other alleged similar acts, even if they were never charged with a crime, and even if they're not the essence of the charge in this particular case. So what they said in their opening statement was, we have evidence that 5 young men were molested. And we're going to present all of that to you. And to make it even worse, it appeared, the judge did something I've never seen happen in a case like this. With respect to 3 of those alleged 5 victims, he allowed witnesses to come in and say they saw them molested, without the prosecution having to bring the actual alleged victims in. Okay? So they did that. They put on 3 guards who had worked at Neverland to say they saw these 3 people molested. One of them, Macaulay Culkin, okay, the actor. All right? Now, those 3 guards had sued Michael Jackson, claiming that he wrongfully terminated them. He had cross-complained, saying that they had stolen property from him. It was the longest civil trial in the history of Santa Maria. They lost their case. Jackson won his cross-complaint. He had a $1 million judgment against all of them. There were judicial findings of fraud against all of them. They had gone to the tabloids and sold stories, and the 3 people they say they saw molested, they were my first 3 witnesses. They came in and said they were never touched. So when that happens, I think we were able to effectively take all of us and say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you can't believe these prosecutors. You can't believe their case. You know, they'll say anything to try and win. Now, the one you're talking about never showed up. He's the one who got a settlement in the early 90s. Now, my understanding is the prosecutors tried to get him to show up, and he wouldn't. If he had, I had witnesses who were going to come in and say he told them it never happened, and that he would never talk to his parents again for what they made him say, and it turned out he had gone into court and gotten legal emancipation from his parents. His mother testified that she hadn't talked to him in 11 years. So, you know, there was a problem there as well. There was a 5th alleged victim who testified, who said that Michael Jackson had been playing with him and had gone too far and touched his testicles, and he needed 5 years of therapy after it. And during the first therapy session, the DA was present. And he also admitted he wanted money from him, and his mother wanted money from Jackson, and his mother went to a tabloid and sold the story as well. So you put all that together, and I submit that it helped us.
Next question.
February 28th, day 1 of the trial. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Jermaine. District Attorney Thomas Sneddon Jr. gives his opening statement, followed by Thomas Messero's. March 1st, day 2. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Jackie. Messero completes his opening statement. The prosecution opens his case by showing the Martin Batshit documentary to the jury before calling Batshit as the first witness. His testimony is followed by the one of Ann Gabriel.
In the time I'd known Michael Jackson, we'd touched on most aspects of his life, save for one, his relationship with children. For me, perhaps the most disturbing aspect of his life story. As he often does, he'd invited a group of disadvantaged children to Neverland. They couldn't believe their luck.
If you come down this way, you're going to see the game room is right there. See where that big machine is inside? That's where I play all my games. And that's the tennis court. Ooh, hold on. Tell them to hold on. Don't fall out. Oh my God, if you dance too, I'll dance with you guys. Because I'm kind of shy. You gotta dance with me.
Yeah, teach us how to do the moonwalk.
Oh, you know how to do the moonwalk. I learned it from you guys. Oh, don't stand up yet. Hold on. I'm pretty bad. Okay, don't stand up yet. It's gonna jerk. It's gonna jerk. It's gonna, one little jerk. Okay. Okay, now you can go. But don't run. Whatever you do, don't run.
He was evidently enjoying the company of the children, and they liked being there too.
How about a snow cone? Oh, I buy them from companies around the world. I'm getting a roller coaster next to go over there. And
roller coaster? Do you have a water park?
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna build a water park on the other side of this mountain.
You got a water No, we're going to. I built it. So you can come in your swimsuit.
Michael, can we go on any ride?
Yeah, sure.
What the children wanted, they got, and everything was free. And for a day, Jackson got to be one of them.
Can I have one too? She called it first and then you called it. Oh, me. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
The problem was, I, like everyone, knew that 10 years ago, children were being invited to sleep over at Neverland. One of them, a 13-year-old boy, accused Jackson of sexual abuse, a claim that cost him millions of dollars. I'd assumed that now he'd be more cautious. But to my utter astonishment, I discovered that children were still sleeping over, sometimes in his house, sometimes in his bedroom. And then I met 12-year-old Gavin and his brother and sister. Gavin met Jackson 2 years ago after he'd been told he was dying of cancer.
Your left, right, get on down. Your left.
What is it, Gavin, about Michael that makes him connect so well with children? What is it?
Because he's really a child at heart. He acts just like a child. He knows how a child is. He knows what a child thinks. See, because I think that you don't necessarily have to be a child just because society says 18 and up, you're adult. That doesn't really matter. You're an adult when you want to be one.
Isn't that great? Not sick at all. No more cancer. All gone. All gone.
He's taller than me now.
When they told him he was gonna die. Isn't that great?
They told my parents to plan for his funeral because there was no chance.
They told your parents to plan for his funeral.
They told he wasn't gonna grow. He wasn't gonna be able to have kids.
I got a growth spurt.
He had growth spurts during chemotherapy.
I went from 4'10" to 5'4".
See? Medicine don't know it all, do they?
According to Gavin, it was Michael's friendship and support that helped him beat the cancer. They've remained close friends ever since. When you stay here, do you stay in the house? Does Michael let you enjoy the whole premises?
There was one night I stood in there, I asked him if I could stay in his bedroom. And he let me stay in the bedroom. And I was like, Michael, you can sleep on the bed. And he was like, no, you sleep on the bed, sleep on the bed. We're like, no, you sleep on the bed. And then he finally said, okay, if you love me, you sleep on the bed. I was like, oh man. And so I finally slept on the bed. But it was fun that night.
I slept on the floor. Was it a sleeping bag?
No, he packed the whole bed of blankets off the floor.
But Michael, you're a 44-year-old man now. What do you get out of this? What do you get out of this?
He's 4.
Yeah, I'm 4. I love. I think what they get from me, I get from them. I've said it many times, my greatest inspiration comes from kids. Every song I write, every dance I do, all the poetry I write, is all inspired from that level of innocence, that consciousness of purity. And children have that. I see God in the face of children. And I just love being around that all the time. Are you guys still staying up late? Sometimes I call your house so late.
Oh yeah,
but you tell me to call. You tell me to call late.
We did. That was
when
one time.
People hear that children from other families have come and they've stayed in your house, they've stayed in your bedroom.
Well, very few.
But some have, and they say, "Is that really appropriate for a man, a grown man, to be doing that?" How do you respond to that?
I feel sorry for them because that's judging someone who wants to really help people. Why can't you share your bed? The most loving thing to do is to share your bed with someone. You know?
You really think that?
Yeah, of course.
You're taking the position that you use every single night that you go into. You sleep and you're sharing it with another.
He said, you can have my bed if you want. Sleep in it. I'll sleep on the floor. It's yours. Always give the best to the company, you know? Like to him, I said, because he was going to sleep on the floor. I said, no, you sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the floor.
But haven't you got a spare room or a spare house here where he could have stayed?
Yeah, but no, yes, we have guest units, but whenever kids come here, they always want to stay with me. They never want to stay in the guest. And I have never invited them in my room. They always just want to stay. They say, can I stay with you tonight? I go, if it's okay with your parents, yes, you can.
Were your parents happy that you were here with Michael?
Yeah, my mom was all very, very, very happy. And I know they're happy because I was happy.
Did they come with you?
Yeah, most of the time, but I wasn't really with my parents. I was mainly with Michael.
But they were happy that you were here?
Yeah.
I felt very uneasy after this conversation. I knew I had to confront Jackson about what I thought was an obsession with children. It just couldn't be avoided.
When you're talking about children, we met Gavin. Mm-hmm. And it was a great privilege to meet Gavin because he's had a lot of suffering in his life.
Yeah.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all?
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing?
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star. So him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed with all of them. When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin would sleep on this side, Macaulay Culkin's on this side, his sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed. Then we wake up like dawn and go in a hot air balloon. You know, we have the footage. I have all that footage.
But is that right, Michael?
It's very right. It's very loving. That's what the world needs now. More love, more.
The world needs a man who's 44 sleeping in a bed with children.
No, you're making it all wrong.
Well, tell me, help me.
Because what's wrong with sharing a love? You don't sleep with your kids or some other kid who needs love, who didn't have a good childhood?
No, I don't. I would never dream of sleeping.
I would.
I would never dream.
Because you've never been where I've been, mentally.
I think all of us were shocked and deeply saddened by the news today. I was actually out running in Central Park when I heard and came home, showered and came into the office. Many of us were excited about the prospect of him performing in London. Thousands of people had bought tickets from all over the world, and now to hear this news is very, very sad. I think it's worth remembering that he was probably singly the greatest dancer and musician the world has ever seen. Certainly when I made the documentary, there was a small part of that which contained a controversy concerning his relationship with other young people. But the truth is that he was never convicted of any crime. I never saw any wrongdoing myself. And whilst his lifestyle may have been a bit unorthodox, I don't believe it was criminal. And I think the world has now lost the greatest entertainer it's probably ever known.
March 2nd, Day 3. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Jackie. And Gabriel is cross-examined by the defense. March 3rd, Day 4. Michael goes to court with Jackie and Catherine. The prosecution shows a video of the Neverland search to the jury. Deputy Sheriff Albert Lafferty testifies, followed by Davlin Arvizo.
We're going to go on and clear, make sure, and we'll have other people that we find locate into there.
All of this here? Let's let Ross take the lead and we'll do it systematically because I have no idea where we're going. Let's stay together. Okay? Okay. All these are bedrooms up here. This is his area right in here. So this is the way we have to go right now. Okay, there's the code to get in. And that is.
let's let Chris go at least third.
And there's also, somebody said now he's moved upstairs rather than down here.
Yeah.
So we're also going to have to check that.
Let's just secure everything right now. Okay, I've got, you guys saw the one camera leading over his place? Right. That's clear here, Jeff. Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, that's the store room. It's baby's clothes, baby stuff. That's. Yeah, I don't have. It's Joe here.
Which way is that?
Wow, how'd we do that? So, no, we did that the first time.
Oh, good. She's searching up here. So. Yeah.
Video camera.
Is there any rooms here or anything?
There's another closet here.
There's another closet. Whose office is this?
That's his house.
Huh?
This is his house.
This is Michael's? Okay. Does he have anything else? Is a closet or anything?
Steve, should we put like some garbage can or paper so we can catch some of the shavings so it won't go on the hardwood floor? There's a garbage can in here.
We got one there.
Okay.
Released the valuable property to Mr. Joseph Marcus. I'm Sergeant St. John, President.
Deputy Jim Poole.
Violet Silva.
Brian Solfi. Joseph Marcus.
Okay.
First piece of items seems like a piece of luggage, black leather type of material, square, 10 by 10 by 12. back. Sheriff's Department.
It's kind of hard to hear, Ruben.
Okay,
Speak up a little bit.
this is a jewelry box. You can get a good look at it. Okay.
March 4th, Day 5. Michael goes to court with Catherine, LaToya and Jermaine. The prosecution shows the rebuttal interview of the Arvizo family made by Michael's team. Davlin Arvizo is cross-examined by Mesero.
My children and me know what rejection is. To be neglected, to be spit on, to be talked about, to be made an outsider, only because of our status in life or what we were going through. And Michael did not have that. He said, come to him, not just Gavin, but Star and Davlin and me, and called us his family. And Gavin was the one that asked him, could I call you Daddy? And Michael said, of course. And so, through him, it sparked Star and Davlin calling him Daddy Michael. Very innocent and beautiful relationship, which everyone has spun it out of control. It's a wish come true. For example, to see my children interact with an ideal role, a father role model. He plays with them, laughs with them. He lets them win.
He wrestles with them.
He makes jokes with them.
Go on the rides together.
He shows them.
Watch movies together.
He shows them the basic foundation of what life is, and that's a loving family. The stronger your foundation, the higher your building is.
My first impression was that he's a very loving, caring, humble man. He took us under his wing when nobody else would. He didn't turn us away like all the people were doing. And he gave my brother the extra little spark he needed in his mind, because my brother was to the point where he couldn't even move. He couldn't even talk. And he gave my little brother so much.
At the trial, the Arvizos claimed that they were forced to make this rebuttal video and to say complimentary things about Michael Jackson, and that it was all scripted for them. Many found this difficult to believe, especially after this segment was played.
Wait, you know how these Bashir, you know how Bashir zoomed in on him holding hands? Do that the same thing.
Because
because that's what a mother does with a son, or a father does with a son, you know? And they try to make it out to be something wrong and dirty. Put your back straight.
The hand holding.
Okay.
How did that make you feel?
Oh, we're on camera?
Yeah.
Oh.
We are?
Yeah, I was just rolling.
Oh, God! This is the outtakes of the outtakes.
After viewing it several times, we felt this isn't scripted.
Well, you know, the jury saw that tape, I believe, 5 times. So they had ample ability to decide whether she looked like she was being coerced and whether everything she said was memorized or scripted. And I think the verdict speaks for itself.
Jackson employees related at trial how the Arvizos also became rude to the staff and acted like they were entitled to Michael's wealth.
This family began to come up with these allegations of molestation and conspiracy only when they realized that they were on the way out, that Michael Jackson was sick of them, didn't want to deal with them anymore, didn't want them on his property.
Were the Arvizos skilled manipulators or honest everyday people? Here's one of the tapes where this question came up. This is the video where the sheriffs questioned Gavin about being molested by Michael Jackson.
You can sit right there, buddy. And we are going to try our best to make a case, okay, a criminal case. We're going to try our best. But you need to understand that we're going to need your cooperation. By coming here and talking to us, I want to re-emphasize to you that you guys are doing the right thing.
Was he, moving around a lot? Was he nervous? Was he anxious? and he didn't seem to come across that of anyone, someone that had been molested. He just looked like someone that was just having fun, like being at a video arcade or something. He didn't seem nervous at all, and we felt that the police were trying to get him to say things that they wanted him to say so they could have that recorded.
He said that you boys have to masturbate, because if we don't, like, we go crazy.
Just something to drink, okay, buddy? Where are those drinks at?
Trial witnesses testified that they found Gavin and his brother masturbating to porno when Michael wasn't on the premises. Also, records show that earlier, Gavin said that his grandmother told him the story that if you don't masturbate, you go crazy. But with the sheriffs, he seemed to substitute Michael for the author of the story.
Michael Jackson has done wrong. Michael Jackson has done wrong to you and to your mother, and his friends that work for him or his employees have done wrong.
After you've been through hell.
Exactly. And for him to be giving you alcohol, also knowing your condition. Did Michael Jackson know your condition? And did he know that he wasn't supposed to give you alcohol? Okay. Excellent job.
At the trial, it came out that the Arvizos were badgering a number of celebrities for money and attention.
Chris Tucker had interacted with this family on numerous occasions. He felt they took him for a ride. Jay Leno was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department and secretly recorded by the sheriffs. He didn't know he was being recorded. And he told them words to the effect that this family had contacted him, that the 13-year-old accuser had tried repeatedly to get through to him, and that finally he had a conversation with him. He said that the 13-year-old sounded, overly rehearsed, sounded scripted. There seemed to be a woman in the background, directing what he said. And he got a bad feeling about what this young man was saying to him. And he thought they wanted money, although they didn't actually ask for it. And after that conversation, he told the staff not to let them put any calls through to him again, that he didn't have a good feeling about.
We thought, here's another one. They're trying to lure him in and suck him in like they did Michael Jackson.
The Arvizos consulted Larry Feldman, the same attorney that won the reported $20 million settlement from Michael Jackson to young Jordy Chandler in 1993. The Arvizos met with the attorney Larry Feldman, who earns a percentage of whatever his clients make. He sent them to the same psychologist he used for the Jordy Chandler case, and shortly thereafter, the psychologist and Feldman reported to the Santa Barbara District Attorney's Office that Gavin Arvizo claimed Michael Jackson had molested him on multiple occasions. It just so happens that the Santa Barbara District Attorney, Thomas Snedden, had been hoping for years to find somebody to level child molestation charges against Michael Jackson. Here's Snedden at the Neverland Sheriff's raid.
I'll just stay here. I just want to find out these here.
Messero was asked if he thought Snedden had a vendetta against Jackson.
Do I personally think he had a vendetta against him? I absolutely do. Why else would you devote all that time and energy to trying to convict one person?
The jurors saw footage like this scene where sheriffs would round a corner ready to draw their guns. I guess on a potential child molester, or maybe they were expecting to find a cowering Michael Jackson.
Sheriff's Department.
I've never seen a case where 70-plus sheriffs show up to raid someone's home like this. I think they wanted to create the impression that Michael Jackson was a dangerous person. And everybody wanted to be part of the Michael Jackson investigation and ultimately the Michael Jackson case. They wanted to create the biggest case in the history of the world, and everybody was just mesmerized by being part of this unusual event, and it was very, very disturbing.
And I felt he was a very vindictive person.
Were the sheriffs looking for the truth, or as some said, were their investigations just one-sided? When the Arvizos believed they had some success with their stories, they became even more bold with their accusations. They claimed Michael Jackson held them captive at Neverland. However, during the time they were supposedly held captive, trial records show that Janet Arvizo took regular trips on Michael's tab to local beauty salons for full body waxes and other amenities.
What she should have probably done, let's call the police, and there's all these phones in the area. We could go have access to any phone we want and call somebody to come and get us, call the sheriff's department. But instead she goes to Solvang, gets her legs waxed, and the kids are running all over the place, wrecking the vehicles.
Where were they when I couldn't feed my children, when I had to share a box of cereal? Where were they when my children and I would weep? Where were they when my children and I were lonely? Where were they when I didn't have enough money to pay for my bus fare, to get my son to the doctors? Where were they when I had to walk about 3 hours to get to the doctors for my children? And now all of a sudden they're caring and concerned because Michael Jackson is involved, the very same man who cares about me and my 3 kids, to make sure that their past is erased and that all they can count is a future full of happiness, joy, and safety. Where are those people when I needed him, when I needed them? And now Michael is there for us, there for all 3 of them.
Every time she would bring up something like that or snap her fingers, she would look at me or the female Hispanic juror that was on there, and then she would say, you know how our culture is. Well, I'm thinking, no, that's not how our culture is, you know, so you're way off base, sweetheart.
And resources. Witnesses at the trial reported that they thought the family started conspiring to take advantage of Michael and his generosity. At first glance, the Arvizos seemed like well-intentioned, kind, fun people who had grown up in difficult circumstances in East LA and that they deserved the help they got. However, it came out at trial that the Arvizos were not as innocent as they first appeared. Trial testimony revealed that a couple years earlier, before his cancer diagnosis, Gavin was arrested for shoplifting at a J.C. Penney on an outing with his family. When a security guard confronted him in the parking lot, they got into an altercation, and Janet Arvizo was arrested. Some weeks later, Janet Arvizo sued J.C. Penney, claiming she was sexually molested by the J.C. Penney security guards. She said they twisted her nipple up to 25 times and beat her, and she offered these photos as proof. J.C. Penney settled out of court for $152,000.
During deliberations, some of the female jurors brought that up when we were talking about it. They said, now, as a female, if somebody pinched me on my breast, I don't think I'd remember that he pinched me 25 times, maybe 30 times, maybe 6 times. What's the difference? You know, if somebody was doing this to you, you wouldn't remember that. Your thoughts would be maybe to get out of there, get away from there.
Well, there's no question that 2 young boys lied under oath to support their mother's claim that she'd been sexually abused by J.C. Penney guards. But there are many other things that we brought forward. She was arrested, brought to the police station. We obtained the booking information where she said she didn't have any need for medical attention, didn't have any injuries. We also obtained the booking photos where you didn't see a bruise on her body or a hair out of place. Subsequently, her lawyer filed a lawsuit against J.C. Penney and with photographs showing bruises all over her body.
March 7th, Day 6. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jermaine. Mesero finishes Devlin Arvizo's cross-examination. The prosecution presents the audio interview of the Arvizo family to the jury before calling its next witness, Star Arvizo. March 8th, Day 7. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jermaine. Mesero cross-examines Star. March 9th, Day 8. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Jermaine and Tito. Mesero completes the cross-examination. The next witness is Gavin Arvizo. March 10th, Day 9. Michael arrives 1 hour late and dressed with pajamas with Catherine, Joe, Jermaine and Tito because a terrible backache took him to the emergency room of the hospital. Gavin's testimony resumes. March 11th, Day 10. Michael does not attend today's hearing, which is dedicated to motions. March 14th, Day 11. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Jackie and Tito. Mesero cross-examines Gavin. March 15th, Day 12. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Jackie and Tito. Mesero completes Gavin's cross-examinations. The following prosecution witnesses are Steve Robel and Jeff Klapakis. March 16th, Day 13. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. The prosecution shows to the jury the erotic material found during the Neverland search. March 17th, Day 14. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Kiki Fournier and Fritz Coleman. March 18th, Day 15. Special motions hearing without Michael and the jury. March 21st, Day 16. Michael is once again taken to the hospital because of back pain. He then goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jackie, where a doctor explains the health state of Michael to the judge, who agrees to let him go home. Testimonies of Detective Connecticut Table, Flight Attendant Lauren Wallace and Child Molestation Specialist Anthony Urquiza. March 22, Day 17. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimony of Louise Palanker. March 23, Day 18. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Robert Cooley, Craig Bonner and Dr. Antonio Cantu. March 24, Day 19. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Jackie and Marlon. Testimonies of Dr. Antonio Cantu and Lisa Herman. March 25, Day 20. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies about Michael and Gavin's DNA found on the same porno magazine. March 27th. Michael gives a radio interview to Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Good. But you know, Michael, in his life, you said some rain must fall, and you've had these seasons of just tailwinds, like pushing you forward. But life is of such, it's not a straight line. Some argue you're either in a storm, or you're just leaving a storm and going to a storm. And it's not difficult to handle these sunshine, bright skies, tailwind days, but then these headwinds come that kind of test what you really are made of. It kind of tests your mettle, your true grit. And so you've had these high points. What do you consider to be the low point?
Probably the low point, the lowest point emotionally and experience probably what I'm going through.
in the sense, what about it that's just kind of stung you?
What about it that what?
That stung you, so to speak.
Use the word again.
Stung. I mean, it's kind of hurt you. You said it's a low point.
Yeah, just the pain of what I'm going through, to be accused of something where I know in my heart and in my experiences in life I'm totally innocent. And it's just very painful. But this has been kind of a pattern among black luminaries in this country.
And so since you're going through this and you feel the pain and you think it's a kind of pattern, how are you handling it spiritually? Because you go from being held so high, and now your very character, your integrity is under attack. How are you handling it?
I'm handling it by using other people in the past who have gone through this sort of thing. Mandela's story has given me a lot of strength, what he's gone through. The Jack Johnson story, which was on PBS, is on DVD now. It's called Unforgivable Blackness. It's an amazing story about this man from 1910 who was the heavyweight champion of the world and thrust into a society that didn't want to accept his position and his lifestyle and what they put him through and how they changed laws to imprison the man, to put him away behind bars just to get him some kind of way. And Muhammad Ali's story, all these great, Jesse Owens' story, all these stories that I can go back in history and read about give me strength, Jesse. Your story gives me strength, what you went through. Because I came in at the tail end of the civil rights movement. I didn't get to really, I'm a 70s child, really. But I got at the tail end of the civil rights movement. I got to see it, you know?
And so you've had these hits. And people that you have embraced are now facing you in court on a daily basis. How does your spirit handle that?
I gain strength from God. I believe in Jehovah God very much, and I gain strength from the fact that I know I'm innocent. None of these stories are true. They're totally fabricated, and it's very sad, and it's very, very painful. And I pray a lot, and that's how I deal with it. And I'm a strong person. I'm a warrior, and I know what's inside of me. I'm a fighter. But it's very painful. At the end of the day, I'm still human. You know, I'm still a human being. So it does hurt very, very, very much. So it does hurt very, very, very much.
You know, I watched it last week. You and I were talking on the phone, and there was this rhythm of the trial, which we will not get into it all today. But then they shifted from the focus of the trial to saying you are broke. And last week, people calling in all around the nation saying, "Is Michael broke? Michael, are you broke?"
That's not true at all. It's just one of their many schemes to embarrass me and to just drag me through mud. And it's the same pattern like I told you with these other people in the past. It's the same pattern. So don't believe any of this, this is tabloid, sensationalized kind of gossip.
Well, how did the money issue get in the first place? A number of people called saying they thought it was about the Sony catalog. What's in that catalog?
In my Sony catalog is all the Beatles music, all of, Little Richard's music. I own Sly and the Family Stone. I own such a volume of I own Elvis, so many Elvis songs, and it's a huge catalog. It's very valuable. It's worth a lot of money, and there is a big fight going on right now as we speak about that. Now, I can't say whether or not. I can't comment on it. There's a lot of conspiracy. I'll say there's a lot of conspiracy going on as we speak.
Well, it was suggested by a number of your friends and family members that this fight really is more about this catalog issue than it is anything else. Do you believe that?
Well, I don't want to comment. I don't want to make a comment, Jesse. It's a real delicate issue, and I'll let you make the comment on that one.
Well, let me shift this to the extent. Since so many people are listening and there have been so many opinions, I was in London a couple of weeks ago, and 24/7 was Michael Jackson all day and all night long. And the day that you came to the hospital late, and you said you were injured, what happened that day?
I was coming out of the shower, and I fell, and all my body weight, I'm pretty fragile, all my body weight fell against my rib cage, and I pretty much, I bruised my lung very badly. My lung on the right is very much I'm in pain as we speak, and I've been going to court every day in immense pain, in agonizing pain, and I sit there and I'm strong. I try to be as strong as I can, so I can, but what we're looking for is the coughing of blood now, because the doctor said it could be he said it's still very dangerous as we speak, and if I cough the blood, he said it's a very dangerous thing, so we're still watching it very closely.
The cynics said you were faking, and it seemed that the judge at first was not willing even to believe you, even though you had just left the hospital.
Yeah, no, there's no faking with this at all. I mean, there was a scan done, and you could see the swelling on my whole rib cage. I mean, it was, you could see it, and it was bright red, and how it busted my chin, and it put a huge gash over my forehead. The blood, it was very bad, actually. And, we're treating it, actually. We're treating it. I do have medicine for it, but we're watching it very closely.
As I'm listening, you talk about this whole ordeal you've gone through and how you've stood strong, sometimes amazingly so. At some point last week, you cried. What touched you? What made you break down, as it were?
You mean at court?
Yeah.
I was in pain. I was sitting there hurting. And the pain was so immense, all I could do was just sit there and cry, because it was so intense at that moment. I just couldn't handle it, so I just grabbed tissue and just put it, to my face.
It was more about your personal pain than the challenges from the stand.
No, it had nothing to do with what was going on inside. It was total with personal pain, physical pain.
Michael, since so many people are listening, I'm trying to glean from some of our calls on the phone today and from last week. As people listen to you, and what do you want people to know? Those who listen to you today on the phones, hear calls from Philadelphia and from Holland and from Britain and New York and Mississippi and Florida, California. What do you want people to know? About you, about where you are now in the head, how you're feeling?
Well, pretty much to be strong for me, to pray for my children and my family and myself. This is a very difficult time, and to not believe what they hear and see and read just because it's in print does not make it. Just because it's in print does not make it the gospel. And because they're sensationalizing this thing to an immense degree. It's a feeding frenzy. It's because because of my celebrity. The bigger the celebrity, the bigger the target, and they have to remember that. So they turn this into money. It's like who gets the biggest rating, who gets the, it's terrible what's happened with it. But it's part of what I have to suffer as a celebrity. It's part of what I have to go through. And it's just know in the end I'll be vindicated. I pray because I know the truth. I'm an innocent person, and I believe in God and love God, and just continue to pray for us.
You know that given your faith in God and in yourself and your declaration of innocence and while you're going through the storm, presuming that you win this has been a close battle, a very tense battle, because the battle is not over. The appearance, given your relationship, has called for lots of consternation. Is there anything that you will do differently when this season is over?
Is there anything that I would do
differently when this season is over?
My level of trust will change, and because there's a lot of conspiracy going on. I'll say that much. A lot of it.
Do you think
all around me?
Is the conspiracy connected to the celebrity, or to the trial, or to the catalog? What do you think the source of it is?
I can't comment, Jesse. I don't want to, because I'm under gag order, and it's a very, very serious thing. I don't want to say the wrong thing with the wrong flavor. It's a very delicate area. That's a very delicate where we are now.
March 28th, Day 21. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimony of George Lopez. March 29th, Day 22. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Jamie Masada and Cynthia Ann Bell. March 30th, Day 23. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Cynthia Ann Bell is cross-examined. The next prosecution witnesses are Stanley Katz and William Dickerman. April 1st, Day 24. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Jeff Klapakis, Jack Green, Larry Feldman and Jesus Salas. April 3rd. Michael celebrates his daughter Paris' 7th birthday at Neverland. April 4th. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Jesus Salas is cross-examined. The next witness is Jason Franja. Back at Neverland, Michael is welcomed by many fans who, led by Karen Faye, have decorated the ranch gates with rose petals. To thank them, he invites them to his home where they meet Prince, Paris and Blanket, plus get each a signed box set of Michael's Ultimate Collection. April 5th, Day 26. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Jason Franja is cross-examined. Then his lawyer Chris Coleman and his mother Blanca Franja testify. April 6th. Michael attends the funerals of his old criminal lawyer Johnny Cochran. April 7th, Day 27. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Tito. Testimonies of Ralph Chuckin and Adrian McManus. April 8th, Day 28. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Tito. Adrian McManus is cross-examined. Testimony of Philip Lamarck. April 11th, Day 29. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Tito and Jackie. Testimonies of Bob Jones and Stacy Brown, who are reading a book on Michael, followed by Dwayne Swingler and June Chandler, Jordy's mother. April 12th, Day 30. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Jackie. Testimony of Jay Jackson, Gavin's stepfather. April 13th, Day 31. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Jay Jackson is cross-examined. He is followed by his wife Janet Arvizo Jackson, who pleads the Fifth Amendment to avoid questions about her welfare fraud. April 14th, Day 32. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Janet Arvizo Jackson's testimony goes on. April 15th, Day 33. Michael goes to court with Catherine. The prosecution shows the jury surveillance videos of the Arvizo family by Brad Miller. Messero then begins the cross-examination of Janet Arvizo Jackson. April 16th, Day 34. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Messero finishes Janet's cross-examination. The next witnesses are her mother Maria Ventura, Michael Davey and Janet Williams. April 20th, day 35. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Testimony of Brian Barron. April 21st, day 37. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Cross-examination of Brian Barron. Then Judge Melville hears several motions without Michael and the jury. April 25th, day 38. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimony of Casey Mabdul. Brian Oxman is fired by Messero. April 26th, day 39. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Cynthia Montgomery and Hamid Musleh. April 27th, day 40. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jackie. Testimony of Debbie Rowe Jackson. April 28th, day 41. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jackie. Cross-examination of Debbie and then testimony of her lawyer Iris Fenslover. April 29th, day 42. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jackie. Testimony of Ehan Drew. The prosecution shows the jury a book on children found at Neverland. In 1993. May 2nd, day 43. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Detective Craig Bonner and Beverly Vaughnor. May 3rd, day 44. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Steve Roble, John Duras and Rudy Provencio. May 4th, day 45. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. The prosecution rests its case after Rudy Provencio's cross-examination. May 5th, day 46. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jermaine. The defense opens his case with the testimonies of Wade Robson and Brett Barnes. May 6th, day 47. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Joy and Chantal Robson plus Marie and Carly Barnes. May 9th, day 48. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Jermaine. Testimonies of Francine Contreras, Gail Goforth, Violet Silva, Ramon Velasco and Joe Marcus. May 10th, day 49. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Cross-examination of Joe Marcus. May 11th, day 50. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimony of Macaulay Culkin. The defense then shows the jury the outtakes of the batshit interviews.
Do you think that your success has actually made people turn against you?
The bigger the star, the bigger the target. And the more popular I became, the more rumors that were created, none of which were true. I mean, the moment I started breaking the all-time records of the biggest selling albums of all time, they called me weird overnight, strange, wacko. They said I'm a girl, homosexual. He wants to buy the Elephant Man bones. He sleeps in a hyperbaric chamber. None of that stuff is true. All completely made up.
I've seen where you
all
sleep.
A lie.
I've seen where you sleep, exactly. And it's not a hyperbaric chamber.
I sleep in a bed. I mean, people would be so surprised how normal and simple the way I live.
Most people would have a very hard time thinking Michael Jackson's life was normal or simple. Maybe it's that ranch north of Santa Barbara, California, the 3,000 acres he calls Neverland.
Neverland is an extraordinary, a breathtaking, a stupendous, an exhilarating, an amazing place. I can't gather together words to describe Neverland. What inspired you to make a home like this?
What inspired me? It was so easy because it was me being myself, creating things that I love. And what I love, kids happen to love, or the child that lives inside the adult happens to love. It is so easy because I'm just putting behind the gates everything I never got to do when I was a kid. When I was really little, 11 or 12, I was under contract with Motown, and I would have to go to the recording studio. I had to go and make these albums because the summer tour was right around the corner. And right across the street from the recording studio was a ballpark. And I could hear the kids, the roar of the crowd and playing and catching ball and having fun and playing tennis. And some of those times I so
passionately wanted to just go over there and just play a little bit. And people say, why is he always with children? Well, I was raised in a world with adults. When kids were playing in bed sleep at night, I was up doing clubs. I was doing club dates, 3 in the morning. The striptease would come on after us. You know, we were performing. And we didn't have friends. My brothers were like my friends, but we worked. There was no Christmas, there was no birthdays, and we were very strict Jehovah's Witnesses. So I'm compensating. Nature makes sure that I compensated for the lost. So when you come behind my gate, you'll see amusement park, you'll see animals, you'll see everything I never got to do. There's candy everywhere. It's fun.
Listen, kids.
So, want to come over here and see the elders? I feel totally at home with them. I can talk to them one-on-one because they don't judge you. You know, they're not looking for anything. They just want to have some fun, you know. And that's the same with myself. And I can connect to that, you know. I can understand that. And the fact that I missed out on so much as a child. As soon as they come in the room, for me, the room lights up.
I like the sound it makes. That's great. That's great.
They're really funny. Oh my God, they're funny.
Didn't one of them say something funny to you yesterday about...
Yeah, one of the boys said to me, he said, he saw all the rides and all the amusements, and he said, Michael Jackson, you own all of this? I go, yeah. He said, you paid for all of this? I said, yeah, I did. And you still have money left over? That's exactly what he said to me. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. He goes, I can't believe it. He said, I can't believe it. That's exactly what he said. He was amazed that I still had money afterwards.
We're Make-A-Wish staff members, and we are escorting all the Wish families that came to meet Michael. It's just great to be a part of it and see how happy they are.
Everything is free. Theater, amusement park, whatever they want to do, they can do it.
But it's not free to you. It's cost you millions of
Millions
dollars.
a year, yeah, millions. But you know, I get it all back when I see them smile.
Sugar attack right now.
Peter Pan. I've been in the house. I've seen the statues outside the house. Why is Peter Pan a figure of such interest and inspiration to you?
Because Peter Pan, to me, represents something that's very special in my heart. You know, he represents youth, childhood, never growing up, magic, flying, everything I think that children and wonderment and magic, what it's all about. And to me, I just have never, ever grown out of loving that or thinking that is very special.
You don't want to grow up?
No, I am Peter Pan.
Are you like a Michael Jackson?
I'm Peter Pan in my heart.
Do you think it would be true to say that you found friendship and inspiration in children that you haven't been able to find in adults?
That's absolutely the truth.
Really?
Yes. Yes. I haven't been betrayed or deceived by children. Adults have let me down. Adults have let the world down.
The problem is, you see, nobody actually comes
Make
here and
lighter.
sees it. But I was here yesterday, and I saw it. And it's
Run off the
nothing
main,
short
but,
of a spiritually
heavy.
kind thing.
He does it all the time.
I know,
And
but I've told him. I know.
A lot of people see it, but
They never talk
say
about it, and I've said this to him, and what I wanted to convey is those two things. And what we've had the privilege of doing this week is not only talking about the musical genius, but about what we saw yesterday, which was incredible.
The woman you see has been Michael's makeup artist for over 20 years. After listening to the glowing praise Bashir had for Michael in this interview, she had a very hard time believing he could call Neverland a dangerous place for children.
I've never read about that. I didn't even... It's getting worse.
And he does, I mean, I can't tell you, I know with him, you never see anybody talk about that stuff.
That pepper around a bit, so a bit. But when Michael's talking, but when he's talking about the things that he's passionate about, it's obvious that it's in his eyes. This is what's in his heart.
People usually don't ask these questions.
That's it.
And if they do, they don't make it in the papers. They don't make it on the interviews. It's all the negative stuff.
Stupid rumor.
And they cut questions out, and they just make it. That's why he doesn't even do interviews anymore. They twist everything. From the moment I met him, I mean, I remember. How can people be so cruel? That I read an article and I was crying, and he goes,
"It's disgusting." Well, we ain't doing that here.
What's happened in the past is things have been taken out of context, twisted around. If I can help straighten it out, as much as I do not speak about my family, I will. Right now.
When I was talking to Prince one day, he said to me that he didn't have a mother.
You said you didn't have a mother?
Yeah, I said, Prince, where's your mummy? And he said, I haven't got a mother.
That's right.
Did you tell him to say that? What do you think he means when he says, I haven't got a mother?
My kids didn't have a mother.
My kids don't call me mom because I don't want them to. They're Michael's children. It's not that they're not my children, but I had them because I wanted him to be a father. I believe that there are people who should be parents, and he's one of them. And he is such a fabulous man and such a good friend, and he's always been there for me, always, from the day I met him. I could do something for him, and this is what I wanted to do.
She's a wonderful person, too.
She knew that Michael Jackson loves children.
Yeah.
And she knew that Michael Jackson wanted children.
That's why.
And she
you
was...
need to be a daddy.
Right. She said you needed to be a daddy. More than she needed to be a mother.
Yeah. She wanted to do that for me as a present. The first two, Kristen Paris from Debbie, which was natural conception.
You had sex with Debbie.
Yes.
I know that's difficult for me to say because you're so embarrassed. But you actually had sex with her. You can see those children.
Yes.
So this mother carries both children for 9 months in her body, and she gives birth to them, and she prefers that they have nothing to do with her.
But it's hard when you're an entertainer, you know. It's hard to have a marriage, and I mean, one day I'll be married again, but it's too soon. I went through 2 tough divorces. So I'm married to my fans. I'm married to God. I'm married to my children. I'm married to life. I don't want people seeing me. Because the press, they can be very mean. I don't want them to grow up psychologically crazy because of the evil things they could say to them. I want them to be normal. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right?
It does. It does. Take, for example, what happened in Germany where there was a huge outcry.
Yeah.
And you suffered a great deal of negative comment in the press.
Yeah.
Was there no one in your group who said, Michael, even though you're not going to damage your child, and you would never harm your child, but Michael, if you dangle blanket over a balcony, you are going to be severely criticised?
No, because...
Was there no one in the room who would say, Michael, don't do it?
My governesses were up there.
And they didn't say no?
No, because I was holding that baby strong, hard, tight.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, though.
And I know better. And I've seen...
You know better.
People that flip their kids up in the air, do somersaults and catch them. And, you know, I get caught up in the moment, holding on tight. Just let them give a wave. And, but, this is, and it happens for like 2 seconds. But when it gets on the news, they slow it down. They don't show the crowd. They make me look like I'm this eccentric idiot dangling his baby over a balcony like a nut.
One of the things that I noticed about you over the last year is your relationship with your children. And I have to say to you, and I didn't know you before, and you haven't put on a front, Your relationship with your children is spectacular.
I love them.
And in fact, it almost makes me weep when I see you with them, because your interaction with them is just so natural, so loving, so caring.
Thank you so much.
And everybody who ever comes into contact with you knows that.
I'm crazy. I would die for them. I mean, I'm crazy about them. And I tell them. I look into their eyes every day. I make sure I do it. I say, look at me. I say, I love you very much. In the eyes.
What they actually say to you is they love you and you say, I love you more. That's what you say every single time.
Say that, right?
That's your phrase, and I've heard it. I've heard it once, I've heard it a million times.
Yeah, and they say such sweet things sometimes. And I didn't tell them to say it. They say it all the time. Like Prince will come to me and say, Daddy, thank you for giving me a brother. All the time. You know, parents will say that too. Thank you for giving us a brother. You know what I mean? And I would like to have more children.
Where is Bubbles now?
Bubbles is, he's with a caretaker with like 40 to 50 other chimps. Because chimps, they get to an age like teenage kids do, where they want to challenge their parents. Like if your father tells you to do something, you go, why? Why do I have to do it, Dad? And chimps are very much like that too. They'll challenge you. And it can become dangerous in a way. You know, and if they get angry with you and decide to take you on, it's no match. I mean, they're very, very strong. They can take your finger off. They're very powerful.
But while Bubbles was living at Neverland, Bubbles, the other animals, and Michael were virtually inseparable.
Many people made fun of me with my animals, you know. If I come home from a hard day at the studio and I come home to my deer or my chimps, and I can hug them and they don't ask you anything, they don't complain, you know, they don't gossip. They just want a hug and some love and get on with it. You know, where's the pizza? Whip out the ice cream. Because the chimps, they love snacks. And, you know, they run around and they help me clean the room and they help me fix up things, you know, and their DNA is literally identical to ours if you look in the microscope. And they're amazing.
Chimps would help you clean the house.
Yeah, they help me clean up my room. They help me dust. They do windows. They flush the toilet after they use the bathroom. And
you let the chimps use your own bathroom?
Sure, yeah, of course. Bubbles would go himself. And he'd sit at the table and he picks up his spoon and his fork and he eats and he's very polite and very intelligent.
You've been so successful and you've amassed so much wealth. You never need to work again. And yet you don't seem to be able to enjoy it. It seems that you're restricted somehow.
I enjoy it through my children. I enjoy it.
But I'm talking about you. You just don't seem to enjoy it.
Enjoy what?
Enjoy your success. Enjoy your wealth.
It's hard to... I can enjoy it behind my gates. But I can't go out and enjoy it because it becomes work all over again.
You often seem very lonely. Is that true?
I used to be very lonely. Painful lonely. You have no idea. I used to walk the streets looking for people to talk to.
I hear Michael saying that he's lonely, but back in those days, Michael had his brothers. He had all his brothers to play with.
Yeah, all of us.
Oh, and so, you know, and the kids that he bought all the candy around, he buy so much candy, and kids would be in a circle, standing around in a circle, and they all be eating candy off the allowance I had given him. But one thing he enjoyed to see those kids eating that candy, he'd be laughing.
Weren't you surrounded by your family, by musicians, by people wanting to be your friend? You were an international superstar. How can you say you had no friends?
Because those people spoke to me on a language on another level that was musical, that was entertainment. But to get away from that, to separate oneself from that, and to try to discover the fun things about life.
When do you feel lonely?
When do I feel lonely? I mean, I can be, you know, usually in hotels when there's thousands of fans chanting, you're out in the street, they're using sleeping bags and they're chanting how much they love you and everything, and you can't get out, you feel trapped inside, and you just cry, you feel lonely, you know? And there's all that love out there, but still you really do feel trapped and lonely, that you can't get out. And if you go to a bookstore, if you go out, if you go to a club, which I don't like clubs, you know, every book you buy, they want to know, why are you buying this? Why is Michael Jackson buying this? Why is he reading this? Or you go to the club, as soon as you go in there, every song is my song, as if I want to hear my music. And everybody starts chanting for me to dance. So it becomes a show all over again. So you can't go anywhere. So wherever you go, you know.
That's not much of a life, is it?
I know, it's difficult. And I don't want to complain like I'm complaining, because it comes with the territory, but I don't think people understand the other side that comes with it. So they're so quick to call you strange and weird, but it's almost as if you're forced to be different, because it's not normal life, you know?
I can do the normal things, go to the store and buy a piece of bread, a piece of candy or something. He can't do that. So that would cause you to become a recluse or to sort of be withdrawn.
Do you not sometimes wish that you could go to the local store and
of course
buy yourself some food and come back, or go to a bar?
Of course, I want to go to the market, like one of those markets, and take one of those carts and throw some food in there and go down the aisle. I would love to do that.
Can you do that?
No, of course not. Of course not. I tried, and the whole place stops, you know, and everybody's chanting and getting your autograph, and it's hard. It doesn't work. I like going inside, and that's the same thing as performance. You can tell right away when an artist, you can read it on her face when she's dancing. She's counting 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, and you can see it. But that's the wrong concept for dance. Dancing is about feeling, not about thinking. So when they count, they're thinking. You feel, become the bass, become the drums, become the guitar, the strings. You just become a oneness, you know? I love performing.
But that's not...
I wish I could sleep on stage.
But that's not Michael Jackson the person. I didn't really know how you behave with the people who come to the ranch and come to your home. I hadn't seen it. And you were the most generous person. But I looked around here yesterday, and some of the people really appreciated it. But others were greedy. Others couldn't help themselves. Do you sometimes despair of human nature?
Yes.
Having surgery or changes or whatever, cosmetic surgery or anything like that. People have that sort of thing in this country all the time.
All the time.
People go on a weekly basis to have
all
things changed.
And most celebrities, most movie stars, you know.
So why is it such an issue that you do that?
But the fact that they said I had, like I'm overly obsessed with it, it's not true. That's not, the things they've said that I've done are not true. I haven't had my eyes done. I haven't had my cheekbones done. I haven't had my lips done. I haven't had my chin done. That's a lie. They just go too far.
In the final interview 8 months later, Martin Bashir is still doggedly pursuing rumors of Michael's plastic surgery.
I look fine. You look fine. I'm one of the stinky.
That's a nice. But you don't look stinky.
An area of his life Bashir said he felt Michael had been less than honest about.
You know, you've physically changed, haven't you? The photographs of you, if I look at them.
No, it's called adolescence. It's called growing and changing.
Yeah, but even the shape of your face has changed.
No, it has not. I've had no plastic surgery on my face, just my nose. It helped me breathe better so I can hit higher notes and have clearer. The press is like to add on all this stuff. Nothing slipped under my eyes, cheekbones, chins, lips, nothing. They made all of it.
Do you think that people do go too far with plastic surgery, generally? Do you think it's become... So why are you so defensive when people say, Mick Jagger's had one, Paul McCartney may have had one, Michael Jackson's had one?
They don't do it that way.
What do they do?
They just pick on me like I'm the only one that does it. That's why.
So if people said, well, actually, Michael's the same as everyone else, then it wouldn't upset you so much.
It wouldn't upset me so much.
You know, if you want to have a facelift, you have a facelift.
Yeah. If it makes you happy, which was a rumor. They said I was putting on cream to make myself lighter. That's not true. I have vitiligo.
You have a condition.
Vitiligo is a medical condition that Jackson claims has afflicted him for more than 20 years. This disfiguring skin disease affects nearly 2% of the world's population and strips all pigmentation from the skin. The result is not just pale, but porcelain white.
You talked about how when you went through adolescence, you had a terrible time.
Yeah.
And in fact, I had a look at some pictures of you during that period. And you did have a lot of spots.
Yeah. Yeah. And being shy as I am and was, then even worse then. Terrible. It was like a disease.
I mean, can you ever do anything that's right?
No. No matter what you do, there's always somebody that will say something about it. They're opinionated, you know? No matter what you do. No matter how good your intentions are, there's always some jerk, some mean-spirited person to try to bring you down. And all you wanted to do is bring some love and some joy, and, you know.
May 12th, Day 51. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Carlos Velasco and David Legrand. May 13th, Day 52. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Randy. Testimony of Mark Geragos. May 16th, Day 53. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Randy. Testimonies of Dr. Jean Seamount, Tiffany Haynes, Carol McCoy, Catherine Bernard, Maria Gomez, Shane Meredith, Brian Sales, Russ Burcham and Angel Vivenco. May 17th, Day 54. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Randy. Cross-examination of Angel Vivenco followed by the testimonies of Irene Peters, Karen Walker and Simone Jackson, Michael's cousin. May 18th, Day 55. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Randy. Cross-examination of Simone Jackson followed by the testimonies of her brother Ry Joe, their mother Michelle Jackson, Michael's aunt, Christian Robinson and Vernie Watson Johnson. May 19th, Day 56. Michael goes to court with Catherine. The judge refuses to allow the testimonies of Larry King and Michael Viner because they are hearsay. The next witness is Chris Tucker, girlfriend as Jipuar. The defense then proceed by showing to the jury a video presentation of Neverland. May 20th, Day 57. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Randy. Mark Geragos completes his testimony. May 23rd, Day 58. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Testimonies of Mercy Manriquez, Michael Radikovich, Marian Arvizo and Connie Keenan. May 24th, Day 59. Michael goes to court with Catherine. Testimonies of Jay Leno, Sully McCulloch, Monica de los Santos, Mary Holzer, Anthony Ranieri, Karen Brando, Prudence Brando, Dr. Philip Esplin, Julio Avila, Leslie Rags, Arlene Kennedy and Chris Tucker. May 25th, Day 60. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. The defense rests its case after Chris Tucker's cross-examination. The prosecution then opens its rebuttal with the testimonies of Timothy Rooney and Jesus Salars. May 26th, Day 61. Michael goes to court with Catherine and Joe. Testimonies of Christine Klausnor, Geir Jerwin and William Dickerman. May 27th, Day 62. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Randy. Testimonies of Steve Roble and Craig Bonner. The prosecution rests its rebuttal by showing the jury a video of Gavin's police deposition in July 2003. The defense declines to make a rebuttal, so Judge Melville declares the testimonies over.
Were the Arvizos skilled manipulators or honest everyday people? Here's one of the tapes where this question came up. This is the video where the sheriffs questioned Gavin about being molested by Michael Jackson.
You can sit right there, buddy. And we are going to try our best to make a case, okay, a criminal case, we're going to try our best. But you need to understand that we're going to need your cooperation. Gavin, can you tell us what your conversations, what you guys talked about?
Talked about like video games and people he knew and like famous people. He talked about Neverland, and cartoons and Simpsons and stuff. He said that he has something that can relax me, and because he says that I know you're stressed out about all the stuff that's going on, so I have something that can relax you. He went to the room and emptied out a Coke can, and I think it was Diet Coke, I don't know, but he got a bottle of wine and he put it in there, and then he took it to me and I asked him, well, he said drink it, and I said what's that? And he said it's drinking, so I drank it. I didn't like the taste, and I asked him, man, what is it? And he said it's wine, it'll help you. Just keep drinking it. I kept on drinking it. And my head started hurting and stuff. I felt.
Okay. It wasn't right, was it? No, especially with your condition.
Yeah.
When I saw this for the first time, I thought, if Gavin is lying, he's really doing a good job. But that was before I heard he and his siblings were studying acting and had lied in the earlier JCPenney's sexual molestation lawsuit.
Their personal wish, humongous wish, is to be in movies.
Apparently, the jury wasn't convinced by Gavin's performance in the sheriff's interview.
Actually, that tape became very important. Most of us felt the same way, that we were looking for his demeanor. How was his body? Was he, moving around a lot? Was he nervous? Was he anxious? And he didn't seem to come across that of anyone, someone that had been molested. He just looked like someone that was just having fun, like being at a video arcade or something. He didn't seem nervous at all. And we felt that the police were trying to get him to say things that they wanted him to say so they could have that recorded.
He said that boys have to masturbate, because if we don't, we could go crazy. He told me a story about this one boy that he went and got a dog and he started having sex with the dog. He said that he wanted to show me how to masturbate.
He wanted to show you how to masturbate? Okay.
And I said no. And then he said he'd do it for me.
Okay. And did he do it for you? Go ahead, Kevin, it's fine.
He put his hand in my pants.
Did he put it on the outside?
Inside.
Inside? And what did he do next?
He started masturbating me.
Okay.
Then after a while, I told him I didn't want to do that.
Did he stop?
I told him he kept on doing it. I told him he kept on saying that he wants to teach me, and I told him no.
And what, did he finally stop?
Yeah, after like a long time.
Did you, do you know what ejaculation is? You know what that means?
I have no idea, but I don't really know.
Did any white stuff come out that you remember?
I don't know.
You want something to drink? You're doing a very good job. Let me get you something to drink, okay, buddy? Where are those drinks at?
Trial witnesses testified that they found Gavin and his brother masturbating to porno when Michael wasn't on the premises. Also, records show that earlier, Gavin said that his grandmother told him the story that if you don't masturbate, you go crazy. But with the sheriffs, he seemed to substitute Michael for the author of the story.
Michael Jackson has done wrong. Michael Jackson has done wrong to you and to your mother, and his friends that work for him, or his employees, have done wrong.
After you've been through hell.
Exactly. And for him to be giving you alcohol, also knowing your condition. Did Michael Jackson know your condition? And did he know that he was supposed to give you alcohol? Okay. Excellent job.
May 31st, day 63. Special hearing where the judge and the lawyers determine the rules of jury deliberations. Neither Michael nor the jury attend court. June 1st, day 64. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe and Randy where Judge Melville gives the jury the rules of jury deliberations. June 2nd, day 66. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Randy, Jermaine and Tito. Ron Zonin gives his closing statement followed by Tom Messero who doesn't have time to finish. June 3rd, day 67. Michael goes to court with Catherine, Joe, Janet and LaToya. Tom Messero completes his closing arguments. June 3rd to 13th. While jury deliberations take place, the whole Jackson family waits for the verdict at Neverland. Frank Tyson speaks for the first time to defend Michael in an interview to Primetime Live on ABC.
It's Frank Tyson's attorney Joe Tacopina. Thank you both for being here very much. Let's start with your meeting the accuser, what you know about John Doe. When did you meet him?
Several years ago, about maybe 4 years ago I met him.
Okay.
And one thing I'm very upset about is this one person has an alias named John Doe. Why don't they say his name? Why is it always Michael Jackson's name in the media having to get distorted?
I mean, that's a big debate. The Kobe Bryant case, you're talking about the female accuser. There have actually been some newspapers in places that print the names. So the name has been out there on occasion. But you're right. It's a bit of a double standard.
It's a problem because subconsciously you watch the media day in and day out. You're hearing Michael Jackson this, Michael Jackson that. What about this family? Who they're really the problem.
Okay, given that, let's go forward on that because certainly that's the defense in this case. And they have been portrayed very effectively, some might say, by Tom Messero as grifters. That this is a con job, they're in there to get Michael, they want money. What is it about the accuser that leads you to believe he could pull that off?
The accuser?
Yeah.
It's more the accuser's mother.
Of course, he's got to testify. You know, he's got to keep up the sham if it is one.
But they have a constant history of manipulating the truth. It is a proven fact. It's nothing. The kid even admitted it, that the mother told the kids what to say and what not to say. It's a proven fact.
Talking about the JCPenney's case.
The JCPenney's case.
And if I could just jump in, from a legal standpoint, I was in the courtroom the day the paralegal testified from the law firm that represented the accuser's family, and in that JCPenney litigation, and that was a witness who didn't come to the courtroom with an axe to grind, didn't come with a cross to bear, didn't know Michael Jackson, didn't know the accuser, didn't know wasn't really with a bias or a motive, didn't have a lawsuit, came there and said three things that were so poignant and telling, and really I think summed up the defense. One, the mother admitted to her that she had perjured herself under oath and had a propensity to do so in litigation. Two, she fabricated evidence in that JCPenney litigation, the pictures and the photographs and so on and so forth. And three, and most importantly, and this was the part that I think is relevant to the question you asked Frank, she admitted that she coached her children to lie under oath to get the story straight. According to the paralegal, who quite frankly was unimpeached, which is not impeached because she didn't have a bias. She didn't have a reason to make that up. And if that's believed by this jury, it's going to be a tough one for them to overcome, I think, the prosecution.
All right, let me get back to the question because the mother, even the state gets up and argues she couldn't string two sentences together. She was off in various fields of play. But the kid, if they believe the kid, he's going to get convicted of molestation.
The kid is lying.
But what is it about the kid that convinces you he's lying?
What about it? Yeah. I know him. I know his family. I know the whole situation. I was there, hands-on. I saw this as a mother who had very much control over her kids. And let me tell you something about this kid in particular. This is not a kid who you can push around, manipulate. He's a tough kid. He is absolutely a kid from the street. And I've always said this. Anyone pushes him, touches him, in any inappropriate way especially, he's be the first one to knock the person out or to separate himself from the situation because he is not like that, this kid.
Okay, then why do you think he'd be sleeping in bed with Michael?
Why?
Yeah. I mean, tough kids don't want to be looked at as homosexual. They don't.
Let me tell you something. I was there. This family, Michael, has never, ever invited anybody into his room to sleep. Never. He never said, hey, come in my room tonight, sleep with me. He's not like that. He's never said that.
But if they ask, he's okay.
Now,
Is that it?
In this situation, they asked, can we stay with you? Can we stay with you? The first night they wanted to stay, Michael pulls me aside and says, Frank, I don't trust this mother. If they're staying in this room, you have to stay in this room with me. And like I said, they slept in the bed. Michael slept on the floor here, and I slept on the floor here.
What about the other nights?
The other nights?
Mm-hmm.
What other nights?
The other nights the kids testified that they actually slept in the room.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if they slept in the room, there was always somebody there with them. He was never allowed to stay in that room alone because of the worry about the mother.
And remember how that video was spliced in the Bashir documentary? I mean, they cut out the part initially where Michael says nothing wrong with sharing the bed. And the next sentence was, he would sleep in the bed and I would sleep on the floor. I mean, I think that's been consistent.
Yeah, but wait, we can debate that, but hold on, let me throw this out there. We know that he slept in the bed with Joey Chandler. We know that he shared a bed with Brent Barnes, according to Brent's sister, 365 days in a row. Mm-hmm. So this is not, one time, somebody on the floor and somebody in the bed.
Can I say something? Sure. Now, I understand, and I really do understand this, from the perception of the media, from the perception of the outside society looking in at this. You know what? Absolutely, red flags are all over the place. I'm going to be the first one to say that. But you know what? I know this man. I've known him for over 20 years. Whether his way of life is different from everyday societies, which it is, because of the experiences that he's experienced throughout his life, being protected and sheltered and being babied, I have to say, being babied all through his life. You know, he has a lot of faults, this man. And I'll say that he has a lot of faults, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with him on. But I wouldn't be on Core TV at 24 years old putting my reputation on the line if I had an iota of doubt that this man was a pedophile.
Let me ask you why then, because you, as I understand it, you met him at age 5. He began calling your dad. Next thing, you're visiting Neverland, doing sleepovers with Michael.
Well, you say sleepovers, that's what the automatic reaction is. It's not like every time I was at Neverland I'm staying in his bed or room. No. I mean, that's what you're saying, and that's what the media is trying to portray.
Did you ask to stay with him, or did he ask that you stay with him?
At the time, no.
At age 5, you wanted to sleep with him?
No, I never slept in his room at age 5. That's what you guys are saying. No, I never slept in his bed or in his room at age 5. When I slept in his room, it was like 16 or whatever. But it's not like that. It's not like, okay, I'm going in his room and I had to worry about anything. No, it's like sleeping with your college roommate. It's like sleeping with your friend. And you know, it's very difficult, and which I understand from the outside looking in to understand that. Because they're not there. They don't know this man. And I think it's wrong that the media and everyone is portraying him just because his thoughts and the way he acts. And like I said, a lot of it he brings upon himself. But he is not a pedophile.
Okay, well, do you ever ask yourself, and you said, you know, he's got flaws with it, do you ever ask yourself why someone, you were 5, he was 27, and now we're talking about 12-year-old when he was...
Excuse me. 27?
He was 27 at the time.
But you're saying I'm sleeping in his bed?
No. I'm talking about age difference. I'm talking about age difference. The friends that he seems to be closest to, the people that he develops relationships with, are boys very young. By the time 12, 13, kind of moved on, he's moving on to other relationships. What is it that has, I'm going to suggest, retarded his development then? If the people he's closest to and that he wants to spend that kind of time with are boys of that age. Why?
No,
you tell me.
Not necessarily. Yes, a lot of them are. Yeah. But you're stereotyping this man.
No, I asked you a question. I'm not asking why do you think that is? Why do you think?
Why do I think? And it's very difficult for anyone to answer that question.
Give me your best shot.
My best shot is this man, since the age of 5, experienced a life that I don't think not one person in this entire world can relate to. Not one person. And from all the different experiences that he's had, which I can't say, you can't say, the world cannot.
So you really don't have any explanation other than, gee, he had this very, very different life, and so he's a very, very different guy, and therefore he spends a lot of time with young boys.
And Captain, wait, look at the evidence introduced in trial by the prosecution. There were some books that they recovered, right? Some of these books that Diane showed us a few weeks back. There was some writings inside, by Michael in the beginning that I think were terrific for the defense, because it was stuff that was so out there, but at least explained the content, I think, of his mindset when he's interacting with these kids. He talks about the innocence of children and his love for the innocence and the purity and so on and so forth. But, you know, here's something that when, you know, he's doing that kind of stuff, Catherine, and none of us, none of us could, none of us could, you know, sit there, and I don't know if that's one of the books, but there was a description on the front, you know, Catherine, that had that sort of writing in it, and quite frankly, you know, if he's someone who relates to the innocence of children and boys and wants to regroup his childhood, so be it.
You know, there are pictures. There are pictures. I cannot.
We're going to go through.
No. I'm not going to show these because I'm going to ask you a question. These are innocent, wonderful pictures that you're of a guy who loves. This is not being shown on camera. That loves.
What this is.
These are the books that were introduced.
Right now, what these are books that I certainly want to read. Frank probably want to read. You want to read. This is illegal. Wait a minute. This is not illegal. Of course it's not. Oh, well, of course it's not illegal, and someone reads a book that's not illegal, even if it's not your case, Catherine.
You've got 4 kids.
Oh, no, I have 5, first of all.
You're making a great argument. I don't believe it.
It doesn't matter if you believe me. If this book is not illegal, then what is the problem? Is he going to be convicted? Are we in this country now looking to convict someone, Catherine, on things that aren't illegal because we as a society don't think it's normal?
The issue is not whether
how about proving his guilt in this case?
The issue is not whether these books are legal or not. The issue is whether or not he was getting sexual gratification from the association with young boys, and this is something that the judge has allowed the jury to consider regarding that fact.
I understand, but this is not a sexual book. There is no sexual...
Do you want me to start showing pictures on camera? For God's sake?
Be my guest. Be my guest. Why don't you show you... Let's go. Want to take the book? We can start showing it to your viewers, and let's see if these books are sexual. Pull them all out. Pull them all out.
Guys, I don't want to get in trouble.
Well, go ahead.
Let's do this.
That's been shown.
Yeah.
That's been shown. That is, I mean, that's not my style. That's not sexual.
You and I can argue all you want. I want to go back to that.
Prove the case. Right. He's charged with a sex crime, not with having books that 99.9% of the population think are icky. Yeah. These are legal.
Frank,
they're not my style.
You have said this guy likes girls. When we know he's married before and all that sort of thing, and he's got 3 kids, that he likes girls, that this whole porn thing is out of whack. He looks at girls. Well, is this the sort of thing that you would look at to get turned on about girls?
No, I mean, I would not look at these books, but you have to understand Michael is an artist in more than one way. Now, you know, okay, now listen.
I'm listening.
I know a lot of photographers who are completely straight. A lot of artists who are completely straight. And you know what, for reference, for photography, they do have books to this caliber. I've seen it. Does that make them a pedophile? No.
Mm-hmm. No, but most of them probably haven't spent 365 days sleeping with the same little boy, haven't settled a $20 million plus $1 million suit with Dory Chandler.
That's what the prosecution wants to do here. Why don't you say something relevant to the... No, it's admissible, not to prove the guilt in this case, though. Yeah. Why don't you say something regarding the evidence of what he's charged with in this case? So far you've done what, quite frankly, is the prosecution's strongest argument in this case.
I'm playing a devil's advocate.
I know you are. I'm good with that. I love that sort of thing. But let me just tell you, you're falling into the trap, and this is what the prosecution wants the jury to do. They want the jury to look at these books that are not illegal, are not sexual in nature.
I disagree with that.
Okay, they're certainly not illegal, and quite frankly, if they were photographs of minors in sexual poses, they would be illegal.
They are very erotic. They're very erotic.
But they're not illegal, and they're not sexual.
I agree they're not illegal.
Okay, so they're not illegal. He possesses them. Okay. That coupled with some allegations of 5 incidents that 3 of the boys came in and said it never happened. And by the way, the prosecution never even asked me if it happened. 1, the boy didn't even show up into court. And the other one, he came in and told sort of a different story. That's how we convict him of what he's charged with here. That's the problem with the way the evidence went in. That's why I think Michael, God forbid he gets convicted, will have an appeal. But the bottom line is prove the case here. You haven't said a word about the accuser's allegations here. How about this one?
Oh, no, I did say the credibility of the case rests on the credibility of the accuser.
But this is the defense's main problem. It's not the evidence in this case or the allegations charged with. It's the other stuff.
What was your reaction? What was your reaction to the rebuttal video? Because to me, they did save their biggest punch for last. The 12-year-old with the cops, hesitant, head down, mumbling, stammering, please don't tell my mother. That's pretty powerful stuff.
It is, but, if that were a normal 12-year-old, I'd say end of the case. I'd say end of the case. Hey, listen, all I know is there's a boy who made that video who has told at least a couple different stories. In the grand jury, if you read that grand jury testimony, he was like doing a stand-up comedy routine a little bit with the prosecutor. I mean, most kids who are young boys who have been molested don't.
When Ranch, Frank Tyson did telephone Jane Doe, urged her to return with her children, and did say, quote, I know Michael would love for you to come back to the ranch for the safety of all concerned, and now is not the right time to be out there alone. Never turn your back on Michael, and Michael wants to see you and the family, and you need to go back to the ranch and see Michael because he's very concerned, and even staying another night alone is not safe. Frank Tyson did tell Jane Doe that, quote, we would love for you to go on tape and just say something beautiful about Michael, end quote. And that's just...
Well,
just right out of the jury instructions. The jury says.
But you know what? I love that tape. And you know what? I wish, first of all, you could actually, we had the time to play that tape because it was played in court. And I heard that tape. Yeah. It's a terrific conversation for Frank. I mean, it's a terrific conversation for Michael, too, for the conspiracy count. But particularly Frank, what you don't have in there is her responses. You know, on the tape, she's heaping praise on this kid. She is saying...
She didn't like the Germans. She's afraid of the Germans. They're the ones who've been praised.
She said, let me finish, would you please?
And then would you let him return?
No, she's saying, Frank, I love you. You're like a brother to my children. Right. You're like family to us. You've always been good to me. Thank you for caring for me. I'm scared. There are reporters camped outside my house. Now, you don't have that in there. It makes it look like Frank's just inventing this reason for her to come back and feel safe at the ranch. Listen. She is saying, I am concerned. Yes, is Frank want to protect Michael? Does Frank want to protect Michael's reputation?
Okay.
Does Frank want him back on the tape?
Hold on. There was testimony about the killers out there. We're not talking about the guys with cameras. No, I understand. But the conversations about being safe, there were allegedly people out there threatening because of the Bashir tape. So why was it, who's telling you, why was it you need to get her back on the place?
I got to interrupt. Let me answer. Okay. I heard the tape. He didn't listen to that tape. Okay. I was ready for litigation. I was ready for trial. I heard the answer. The answer is, she is saying, I don't feel safe on that conversation played in court. She's saying there are reporters camped outside my house. Okay. I'm scared. I don't... And yes, then you can answer, but that's the bottom line. He's responding to her concerns. That's why she's heaping praise on him. He's not overbearing. He's not threatening her. He's not making demands.
Okay, I mean, even saying another night alone is not safe.
Based on her concern.
This is your interpretation. But your answer to that, these people are leaving, and you're saying, come back, be safe here. You didn't tell Michael you were going to leave. He's very concerned. You need to come back. Why?
Why? Because this is a family. Like Joe said, you were only saying one part of it. I'm glad Joe was there to say the other part. Who was scared? Who came to me, Frank, and said, Frank, I'm getting threats. There's reporters coming to me. There's reporters.
The reporters aren't threatening her.
No.
She said she was getting threats on the tape.
Yeah, okay.
She said that. We don't know from who, but she said that she was. So you know what? Due to the responsibility, to an extent, from watching the Bashir interview, this is really what caused it. The Bashir interview. And after that, she's been getting problems from the schools that her kids were in. She's been getting problems from the kids every single day. She's been getting calls from reporters asking her to write a story. Manipulate a story, but they wanted a bad story from her. She happened to say, Frank, these people everywhere, I don't know what to do. And you have to understand, this is a family who has nothing. And you know what? What are they supposed to do? Are we supposed to abandon them at that point when indirectly it's kind of our responsibility that they're in this mess?
Well, on that tape, she tells you over and over again that the Germans have intimidated her. She's worried about the Germans, very uncomfortable about the Germans. And you tell her, they're gone. Come home, they're gone. First thing she sees when she comes back, on your assurance, they're there. Why'd you lie to her?
I never lied to her. I never lied to her.
You told her the Germans were gone?
No, I told her.
Lies an intentional misstatement like that. I mean,
all right, let's make a mistake.
Why did you say that, and why did they hear?
Why did you say it?
They were not supposed to have, and they never did after that. They didn't have to deal with the Germans, or so you call them.
I'm using her terms.
I'm just excuse me. So she calls them, and I told them you don't have to deal. She trusted me. She wanted me to help her, and you know what? I really didn't want to have anything to do with this, and you know what? I did, because I was the only one at that point that she trusted, and I did. And I tried to help the best I
could. There was some testimony about one thing, but before I get that, your family got to know him. You've had Thanksgivings, Christmases. I think there's something about calling your grandmother, Grandma. Michael does, very, very close. I understand he's bought the family cars, given gifts.
How would
True or not? No, you tell me.
Show me what car.
This is what's been reported. So I'm giving you a chance to
Just
tell
like any human relationship with any family, Christmas time or whenever you do exchange presents. There's no cars or buying things to buying us up. No.
Didn't give your father a big multi-$100,000 loan or gift?
No.
No?
Never.
No money?
Never.
Ever to your father?
Never.
Okay. Now again, these are things that have been reported. I'm giving you an opportunity to address it.
No. And by the way, so, I mean,
No,
so,
I understand.
I'm not letting you press that question. It's how
a prosecutor is
far
from
the alleged accusers actually come. Michael,
we're talking about
12 years ago, when
We're talking about the conspiracy now. And in fact,
so
if a
12
prosecutor...
years ago, if a gift was given to Frank's father that was getting ready for 12 years down the road, his son to become a co-conspirator so he could swirl these people who probably weren't even born
No, and I didn't
yet?
say 12 years ago. It could have been yesterday as far as I know. But in fact, if there's a pecuniary interest, it does make an arguable point as to why somebody would say the things they said.
Yeah.
And to follow that up, there was that check they talked about, $1 million given over to you from the Neverland Valley, but made out to cash. A lot of people have said, whoa, that's why he's being so nice to Michael.
Whoa, I wish I had the money, to be honest with you. But I don't.
Kind of nice.
It would be very nice, especially at this point. I would love to have this type of money.
Me too.
You too?
Look to you.
You pay bills, right?
I'm talking paying.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But you say you don't, and people go, okay, well, there's plenty of offshore accounts. How do we know you don't have the money? It was cash, for God's sake.
How do I know?
No. I'm asking you, because that certainly argued, that was sort of suggested that you were paid off in the course of the trial.
Excuse me.
What happened?
No.
Give me the answer. What happened with money, sir?
The whole thing with the money really comes down to, and it's very hard, like I said, for the outside society to understand. Yeah, $1 million cash, but we're talking on a whole nother level.
But we're talking about a guy who's supposed to be going bankrupt.
No, but we're talking on a whole nother level here. We're not talking about the everyday person on the street. So yes, it's very difficult maybe from the outside looking in to fathom, wow, $1 million in cash. But
what happened to the money?
It wasn't his money.
June 13th. The jury reaches a verdict. Michael and the Jackson family go to court where he is acquitted on all counts.
No, I'm going to put it my way. I've had it before. I don't want to.
The people of the state of California, plaintiff versus Michael Joe Jackson, defendant, case number 1133603, count 1, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy as charged in count 1 of the indictment. Count 2, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of a lewd act upon a minor child as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Count 3, verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant not guilty of a lewd act upon a minor child as charged in count 3 of the indictment.
For those interested, I put a link to all the court transcripts in the description. Court transcript cross-examination Martin Batshit, partially.
Questions by Tom Messero, answers by Martin Batshit.
Mr. Bashir, in the show you prepared, which we've just seen, Mr. Jackson made statements to the effect that nothing sexual was going on in his bed, correct?
Correct.
To obtain the interview you had with Mr. Jackson when he made that statement, you told him that he was underappreciated, true?
Mr. Bootroos.
Objection, Your Honor, on the Shield Law grounds and First Amendment grounds, unpublished information and the tape that the jury has seen speaks for itself.
The court.
All right. The objection is overruled. Do you wish to answer that question?
I'm standing on the broadest privilege in the Shield Law, Your Honor.
Objection noted, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bashir. In the show about Michael Jackson, Mr. Jackson says that nothing sexual went on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement, you told Mr. Jackson that your romantic development was partially shaped by his records, true?
Objection, Your Honor. Same grounds. First Amendment, Shield Law.
Do you wish to answer that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The objection is noted.
Mr. Bashir, on the show we just saw in this courtroom, Mr. Jackson says that nothing sexual goes on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement from Mr. Jackson, you told him that when you looked at his relationship with children, it almost made you weep, correct?
Same objections, Your Honor. California Shield Law and the First Amendment. And I object to that question as being ambiguous as well, the first phrase, to obtain that statement. Object to that.
The objection is overruled. Do you wish to answer that?
I don't, Your Honor.
Objection noted, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Bashir, on your show, Mr. Jackson says that nothing sexual ever went on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement from him, you told him that you believe in his vision of an international children's holiday, correct?
Same objections, Your Honor. The Shield Law and the First Amendment.
Overruled. Do you wish to answer that question?
I don't, Your Honor.
Objection noted, Your Honor.
Noted.
Mr. Bashir, in this interview you did of Michael Jackson, he says that nothing sexual went on in his bedroom. To obtain that statement, you told him, Neverland is an extraordinary, a breathtaking, a stupendous, an exhilarating and amazing place. I can't put together words to describe Neverland. True?
Same objections, Your Honor. First Amendment and the California Shield Law.
Do you wish to answer that question?
I don't, Your Honor.
Noted. Objection noted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this goes on and on. The objections of Batshit's attorney Theodore Boutrous were sustained on the grounds that Batshit was protected by the California Shield Law, which states that reporters cannot be forced to testify about things they learn while working on a story. Batshit didn't want to answer any questions regarding the promises he made to Mike in order to get him cooperate with the documentary without pay. This woman, the ex-girlfriend of one of Mike's attorneys, David LeGrand, was brought in by the prosecution to support the DA's charge that Michael Jackson and his associates had conspired to keep the Arvizos under tight control at Neverland, alleging that the Arvizos were being held captive by Mike and his people, Mark Scheffel, Ron Konitzer and Dieter Weissner. Kite was hired on February 9, 2003 to resuscitate Mike's career after the airing of the Batshit tapes. She had been terminated from her job within 6 days. She had never even spoken with Mike. Court transcript cross-examination Anne Gabriel, Drew name Anne-Marie Kite, partially.
Questions by Tom Mesereau. Answers by Anne-Marie Kite.
When you had your interview with Santa Barbara sheriffs, you were asked by Detective Zealous if you knew if Michael Jackson was aware of what his team was doing. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you told Detective Zealous you had no idea whether Michael Jackson knew what his team was doing. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because I never spoke with Mr. Jackson.
Davlin talked about the Laugh Factory and Jamie Masada. She told the jury that they met Jamie Masada in the summer of 1999 when she and her brothers were in a comedy camp. Davlin testifies about her brother, Gavin, being diagnosed with cancer. She tells about Gavin's wishes to meet Chris Tucker, Adam Sandler, and Michael Jackson, and that he had met 2 of them, Mike and Chris Tucker, who both reached out to him. She then is asked by Snedden about the first visit to Neverland, and then something interesting comes up, the abusive father.
Questions by Tom Snedden. Answers by Davlin Arvizo.
What happened?
My parents were arguing back and forth, and my dad threw a soda can at my mom.
And what happened after he threw the can at her?
He ran, walked, stormed out of the room.
And what was your mother's reaction?
She just started crying.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The answer is, she started crying.
Now, during the time that you were living with your father and your mother and your brothers at the Soho Street residence, did you ever see your father strike your mother?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Too many to count. So many.
Did he ever strike you?
Yes.
How about your brothers?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Lots.
She also talked about a benefit for Gavin, to pay for medical expenses. Later on we will learn that all the expenses were covered by the medical insurance of Gavin's father. Something else that rang a bell is when Snedden showed her pictures of her parents. Just like Mike doesn't say dad to Joe and had to call him Joseph, Davlin refers to her father as David, while Janet is referred to as Mommy.
And I want to direct your attention to the exhibit marked as 31 in evidence. No, not that one. I'm sorry, my fault. There. 31. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's my mommy.
It's your who?
Mommy.
You say she doesn't look like that now, because her hair, what's different?
Her hair is darker and shorter.
Other than that, it looks like your mom.
Yes.
All right. The next one, let's go to 35. All right. Who's that?
That's David.
David who?
My father.
It is only after they are brought to Miami by Chris Tucker to meet Mike, that she talks about a conspiracy. She states that they felt captive in Mike's hotel room in Florida while Mike would take Gavin separate in the bedroom a few times to talk, and that they were prevented from watching the US airing of the batshit tapes. Also, after they returned to Neverland, she said they felt uncomfortable being around Mike's associates, that were claiming that the Arvizos were the subject to death threats. Later on we will learn that they went off the property many times without complaining to anyone, and that there were many ways to escape if they thought it was necessary, because the fences around Neverland are that low that you can just jump over it. She also stated that she had never tasted alcohol until she was handed an alcoholic drink by Mike. Cross-examination. Devlin Arvizo, what stands out? Devlin calls her father David, not Dad. Regarding the rebuttal video, Messero asks Devlin if she met with any member of the prosecution team, any member of the sheriff's department or her attorney the night before she testified. The answer is no. Next, she testified that she called Steve Robel, a Santa Barbara sheriff, the night before she testified. Steve Robel brought her the CD the very same night. A couple of days before she testified, Steve Robel's wife picked her up for a meeting with Sneddon.
Questions by Tom Messero, answers by Devlin Arvizo.
How long did that meeting with Mr. Sneddon take place?
Like 15 minutes.
Only 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Did you discuss what you were going to be asked in court?
No. He just helped me refresh my memory.
Now, how did he help you refresh your memory?
They just gave me what I said.
Do you mean police reports?
No.
Would it be transcripts?
Yes.
Did he tell what you transcripts he was giving you to read?
Just of the grand jury, and that's all I remember. That's the only one.
The following occurs several times during cross-examination. When Messero asks Devlin if she discussed her testimony with her family members, she answers as you will hear hereafter. The same type of answers she also gives when Messero asks her if she discussed the batshit documentary, the rebuttal video, shows on television that talked about her mother's testimony, or the J.C. Penney case. I find it hard to believe that she would not talk to her family members about any of these issues at all.
Have you discussed what you were going to say today with Jay Jackson?
No.
At any time?
No.
Have you ever discussed this case with Jay Jackson?
No.
Ever discussed this case with your mother?
No.
Ever discussed this case with Gavin?
No.
Ever discussed this case with Star?
No.
Janet Arvizo remarried before the trial. After she divorced her abusive husband David, she married a United States Army officer. The CIA is known for recruiting people for their MK Ultra program in the Army. Mind that Devlin called her father David, not Dad.
Now, your mother and Jay Jackson are married now, right?
Yes, he's my stepfather.
He's still in the United States Army, right?
Yes, he is.
As a reserve?
No, he's active now.
He is active now?
Yes, he is. He's been since my mom and them have been dating. He's been in active duty.
He was in the reserve at one point, wasn't he?
They turned him back in because of the war.
About abuse.
Okay. You told Carol Lamere stories about your mother, didn't you?
No.
You told her your mother would awaken you at 2 o'clock in the morning, correct?
No.
You told her your mother would beat your father, didn't you?
No. I told her I tried telling her that my father would beat my mother.
You told Carol Lamere that your mother was telling you to attack your father, when, in reality, your mother was beating your father, right?
No.
You never said anything like that to Carol Lamere.
No.
You constantly told Carol about Janet hitting you and your brothers, true?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell Carol Lamere that Janet would take her children places and intentionally not feed them or bring food?
No.
Did you ever tell Carol Lamere that it was Janet's intent that the children be fed by whoever they were visiting?
No.
Never said anything like that.
No.
Are you saying you never complained about your mother at all to Carol Lamere?
No. My mom's a very, very, very good mother to me.
And you never complained about her one bit?
No.
Never complained about her to Carol?
No.
Okay. You told the police that you were being abused 5 times a week. 5 times a week, right?
We were abused every day, more than once, by my father. At that point, I still liked Mr. Jackson. And that was the point that David had left, and, I don't know, I was just latching onto something, because I don't know what a description of a father is. I had 16 years of just abuse. I don't know what it is. I just latched onto something.
The Arvizos had friends among the LAPD. See Janet Arvizo's testimony also.
Okay. Do you ever remember police officers in Los Angeles having a fundraiser to raise money for Gavin's medical bills?
They didn't have a fundraiser for us. What the Los Angeles Police Department did was, Officer Lisk brought his old Christmas tree for us. And that's all I remember them doing.
Do you know who spoke to them about Gavin's health?
Officers.
Yes.
Officer Lisk spoke to the police department about it.
Who is Officer Lisk?
I met him through my LAPD explorers.
He was a friend of your mom, right?
He was a friend of the family, yes.
Do you know if your mother was in contact with Andrew Lisk during 2003?
I know he would come and visit us once in a while, but I don't know.
Do you know about your mother approaching Andrew Lisk about raising money to pay for Gavin's medical expenses?
She never approached him that way.
Now, how do you know that?
Because that never happened.
It never happened.
No.
And you're not aware of any LAPD police officers trying to raise, funds to pay Gavin's medical expenses?
No, not that I remember. Not that I know of. That was after. I didn't join the LAPD Explorers until 2001, I think.
Admitting that she and family members lied.
Are you saying that, after that, your mother never left her cottage?
My mom didn't leave her cottage.
Were her meals served at the cottage, to your knowledge?
Yes, they were brought to her.
3 times a day?
I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Do you remember, your mother told the 3 social workers from the Los Angeles Department of Children and Family Services that she's always at the main residence? Remember, she told those workers that she's there all times of day.
Yeah.
Do you think your mother was lying?
Yes.
Do you think your mother lied throughout that interview?
Somewhat. I don't know. But I know those comments can be true.
And that was the day you lied about bringing girlfriends to Neverland.
Right.
In regards to the alarms at Neverland, Star tells Sneddon that Mike had given him the code of the alarm of the door that gives access to his bedroom. Besides this code, there was another code, the master code to all the doors. Star also knew that code.
Questions by Tom Sneddon, answers by Star Arvizo.
Now, were there another set of numbers?
Yes, it was another code that was 1849 that got you in every door.
And where did you get that code from?
I got it from the security guard.
Do you remember the security guard's name?
No.
Do you remember what he looks like?
He was white, but I don't exactly remember his face.
I couldn't hear what you said.
I don't remember his face.
Okay. And do you remember when it was that you got that code from the security? Let me ask it this way. At some point in time you went to Miami, correct?
Yes.
And then after Miami, you came back to the ranch?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the code number that Mr. Jackson gave you, all right.
Yeah.
When did you get that code number from him? Before or after you went to Miami?
After.
And with regard to the code number that you got from the security guard, was it before or after you went to Miami?
After.
I'm sorry.
After.
So on the first occasion that you went to Mr. Jackson's room, You did not have a code number.
No.
The Arvizo kids were involved with military programs.
What was going on at the time that you were introduced by Mr. Bashir, who introduced you?
Michael.
Now, did you have an understanding? Did you personally have an understanding that you were going to appear on film that day?
No.
Did you eventually appear on film that day?
Yes.
And what were you doing on film?
We were showing Michael one of our military cadences that we learned from a program, military program.
What military program?
At that time we were in the NLCC. Stood for Naval League Cadet Corps. That's what it was a Navy program.
And do you remember when you joined that program?
I was 11.
Before the Bashir. I mean in relation to the Bashir.
It was before.
Are you still in that program?
No.
Are you in another program?
Yes.
What's that?
It's Infantry Explorers.
And what service is that connected with?
Army.
And how long have you been in that program?
It's going on 4 months. We barely joined.
I'm sorry.
We barely joined 4 months ago.
Were you ever in a Navy program?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the Naval Sea Cadets. It was an older program. It's for older kids. It's from 13 to 17.
And how long were you in that?
About a year.
The following occurs several times during cross-examination. The exact same things happened when Star's sister Devlin was cross-examined. I find it hard to believe that Star would not talk to any of his family members about anything regarding the trial in the JCPenney case.
Questions by Tom Messero. Answers by Star Arvizo.
Did you discuss yesterday's testimony with anyone last night?
No.
Talk to your mom about it.
No.
Talk to your dad about it.
No.
Talk to your sister about it.
No.
Talk to Gavin about it.
No.
Talk to the DA about it.
No.
Okay. Before you testified yesterday, had you ever discussed what you were going to say with your mom?
No.
Before you testified yesterday, had you ever discussed with Gavin what you were going to say?
No.
Before you testified yesterday, had you ever discussed with your sister Devlin what you were going to say?
No.
Have you ever discussed this case with your mom?
No.
Ever discussed this case with Gavin?
No.
Have you ever discussed this case with Devlin?
No.
The following stood out to me. During cross-examination, Starr refers to D.A. Snedden as Tom, D.A. Auchincloss as Gordon, and D.A. Zonin as Ron. In my opinion, that is highly unusual and impolite for a 14-year-old boy to call the DAs by their first names, unless they knew each other quite well.
Have you ever discussed this case with an attorney?
Yes.
Who?
Tom, Gordon, and Ron.
Excuse me.
Tom, Gordon, and Ron.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing the name.
Tom, Gordon, and Ron.
Tom, Gordon, and Ron.
About the diagram about the inside of the plane?
And what prosecutor did you go over that diagram with before you testified?
Let me remember. It was Tom.
Is that Tom Snedden?
Yes. No. I knew it was a diagram. I was the one that drew it up for Tom.
So you drew the whole diagram up for Prosecutor Snedden?
No, I just drew a picture and I gave it to Tom.
Did you then discuss that transcript with anybody?
No.
Never.
No. Tom told us not to.
Did someone tell you to read them?
Yes.
Who?
Tom.
Prosecutor Snedden?
Yes.
Caught in lies.
Well, when you met with psychologist Stanley Katz, you also described what you claim happened in Michael Jackson's bedroom, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that you've given different descriptions almost every time that you have described it?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Well, you've given different descriptions about what Michael Jackson was wearing, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You've given different descriptions of what Gavin was supposed to be wearing, right?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You've given different descriptions about what you claim Michael Jackson did in the bedroom, right?
No.
Well, there were times you said that Michael Jackson put his hand on top of your brother's underwear, right?
I don't remember saying that.
And there are other times you said he put his hand inside his underwear, right?
Yes.
And there are times you've said your brother was wearing pajamas, right?
Yes.
There are times you said he was wearing underwear, right?
I don't remember.
And there are times you said that Michael Jackson touched his butt and not his crotch, right?
When was this?
When you did some interviews, right?
About what?
About what Michael Jackson, you claim, was doing in his bedroom, right?
I never said he touched his butt.
Did you ever tell anyone that when you saw Michael Jackson in bed with your brother, he was rubbing his butt?
No.
Never said that at any time to anybody.
No.
Never said it to Mr. Katz, right?
No.
Never said it to the sheriffs, right?
No.
And never said it to a grand jury, right?
No.
When you stated under oath in the JCPenney deposition in the year 2000 that your mom and dad never fight, were you telling the truth?
No.
Did someone tell you to lie in that deposition?
I don't remember.
You don't remember at all.
No. It happened a long time ago.
You also said in that deposition under oath that your dad never hit you. Do you remember that?
Not really.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you the page?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at that page of your deposition?
Yes.
And does it refresh your recollection about what you said that day?
Yes.
You were asked if your dad had ever hit you, and you said, never, right?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No.
Did someone ever tell you to lie about that under oath in your deposition in the JCPenney case?
I really don't remember.
Don't remember at all?
No. I don't remember nothing from there.
Have your, excuse me, did your father ever coach you about what to say in the JCPenney deposition?
No.
Did your mother ever coach you about what to say in the JCPenney deposition? Please tell the jury why you lied under oath.
I don't remember. It was, like, 5 years ago. I don't remember nothing.
The first part of Gavin's testimony is missing, so unfortunately there is nothing included from that. Why did Gavin give a $75,000 watch to Larry Feldman?
Questions by Tom Sneddon. Answers by Gavin Arvizo.
This is the watch that Michael gave me right before the plane took off.
Move that it be admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Yeah, why don't you?
Give it to you.
No, just stand up and show it to them. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a question about the watch. With regard to that particular watch, did Mr. Jackson make any statements to you about the value of the watch when he gave it to you?
He told me that it was $75,000.
Now, did you keep that watch? At some point, did you give that watch to somebody?
Yeah. I think I gave it to Tom.
To me.
I mean, no, Larry.
Larry.
Yes.
Do you know who Larry is?
Larry Feldman, I think.
And do you remember when it was? Had you left Neverland for the last time?
Yes.
And after that, you gave the watch to him?
Yes.
Like Starr and Davlin, Gavin also said when he was cross-examined that he didn't talk about the JCPenney case with his mother, and he can't remember when he talked to his mother for the last time about the Batshit documentary. That's hard to believe.
Questions by Tom Mesereau. Answers by Gavin Arvizo.
Did you and your mom talk about the facts of that case before your deposition was taken?
No, I don't think we were allowed to.
So you never discussed it with your mom before the deposition was taken?
No.
Have you ever talked about the facts of this case with your mother?
No. I don't think we're allowed to either.
So you've never discussed the facts of this case with your mother?
No.
Have you ever discussed the Bashir documentary with your mother?
Yeah.
When?
We had talked about it with her sometimes, like how I felt about what I said on there.
And when did you last discuss the Bashir documentary with your mother?
I do not remember.
Pardon me.
I don't remember.
Okay.
The same thing that stood out in Starr's testimony occurs in Gavin's testimony. During cross-examination, Gavin refers to D.A. Snedden as Tom, D.A. Auchincloss as Gordon, and D.A. Zonin as Ron. Again, it's highly unusual and impolite for a 14-year-old boy to call the DAs by their first names, unless they knew each other quite well.
Did you engage in a conversation with Mr. Snedden over the weekend?
Yes, I did.
Where did that conversation take place?
In a house.
Okay. Did Mr. Snedden come to see you?
No.
Did you go to see Mr. Snedden?
Yes.
Where did you go to see Mr. Snedden?
In a house.
In his house.
In a house.
Okay. Who was with you, if anybody?
Detective Robel, Mr. Ron, Gordon, and Mr. Snedden, and I believe Mr. Mag was there.
Okay. Let me just get it straight. Mr. Robel was there from the Santa Barbara Sheriff's, right?
Yes.
Mr. Snedden was there, right?
The attorneys were there.
Prosecutors. Prosecutor Zonin was there, right?
All of the district, all of the attorneys were there.
Prosecutor Auchincloss was there, right?
Auchincloss.
Yes. The fellow seated right to my left.
Oh, Gordon, yeah.
Anyone else there besides those four?
Mag.
Who?
Mag. I don't know his full name.
Okay. Is this another sheriff?
No, this is an attorney.
Another prosecutor?
He's another attorney.
So you met with 4 prosecutors and a Santa Barbara sheriff over the weekend, right? Okay. Was anyone else present?
They were there, but they were in another room.
Okay. Who was there but in another room?
Ron, Mr. Zonin, Gordon, and Mag. No. They told me that Tom was going to have to talk to me about some things.
Okay. And Mr. Snedden did talk to you about some things, correct?
The Arvizos had friends among the LAPD. See Devlin Arvizo's testimony also.
Okay. Do you know someone named Andrew Lusk?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned.
Lusk. Police officer.
Yes. Do you know him?
Yes.
How did you meet him?
He was an LAPD officer that, I forgot, really, how we met him. I think he was, I don't know. My mom met him or something, and then he visited us a lot.
Do you know approximately when you first met this LAPD officer, Mr. Lusk?
After my father left. A few months after my father left, after I finished chemotherapy.
And he was a friend of your family, correct?
Yes.
He used to visit your house, correct?
Yes.
You spoke to him, right?
Yes.
You saw your brother and sister speak to him, didn't you?
Yes.
And you saw your mother speak to him, right?
Yes.
Do you recall anyone ever complaining to Los Angeles police officer Andrew Lusk that anyone was being held against their will?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question as vague as to time frame.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
All right.
During the period you claim you escaped from Neverland 3 times, do you recall anyone in your family ever complaining to LAPD officer Andrew Lusk that anyone was being mistreated or held against their will?
His name is Lusk, and I don't remember anything happening like that.
Okay. Now, you're aware, are you not, that you have until the age of 18 to file a lawsuit against Mr. Jackson if you choose to, correct?
No.
You've never discussed that with your mother?
No.
Never discussed that with Larry Feldman, the attorney?
No.
And never discussed it with Bill Dickerman, the attorney?
No.
Okay. You're also aware that if Mr. Jackson is convicted, you could automatically win that civil suit, right?
No.
No one's ever discussed that with you?
No. We said things like, oh, we don't want his money, and stuff like that.
Never discussed that issue with any attorney, right?
No.
First time you've heard about it?
About that I can. You just told me now that I can sue him till I'm 18 or something like that. I didn't even know about that stuff.
Didn't even know about that, right? And never heard your mother mention it.
No.
I have a hard time believing that.
For 2 days, jurors have heard the details of how Michael Jackson allegedly molested a boy at his Neverland ranch. And now they're getting to hear the boy's story firsthand. Prosecutors have called Jackson's accuser to the stand. He follows the testimony of his 14-year-old brother. Under tough questioning from Jackson's defense attorney, the brother's memories seem to fall apart little by little.
The defense is effectively dismantling this witness on the stand. We're hearing the story change. It's not simply a matter of memory being different. It's the story's different.
The boy told jurors he witnessed Jackson molest his brother 2 times, but today, out of the blue, he said it was 3 times. He was referring back to what he said in an interview with investigators. The boy said he was nervous then, and that's why he made the mistake. The teen also testified he witnessed the molestations from the stairs leading to Jackson's bedroom. But earlier he reportedly told investigators that on the second occasion, he was pretending to be asleep on the couch. At that point, the prosecutor stood up and objected, telling the judge he could explain. The prosecutor later suggested to jurors that the boy was on the couch and did witness an incident that Jackson isn't formally charged with. The boy also contradicted testimony from his sister about where in Neverland Jackson allegedly gave them alcohol and what type it was. Now it's up to the accuser himself to bring credibility to his family and make the jury believe his story. Manuel Gallegos, CBS News, Santa Maria.
Michael Jackson's young accuser returns to the witness stand today after facing Jackson in court for the first time on Wednesday. CBS News correspondent Vince Gonzalez is live outside the courthouse in Santa Maria with more. Good morning, Vince.
Good morning, Julie. The teen who's accused Michael Jackson of molestation took the stand for the first time late yesterday. And after more than a year of waiting, the singer finally came face to face with his accuser.
They had this moment, where there was just this recognition. I mean, the people in the courtroom were jumping out of their seats.
The teen, whose identity we're protecting, told District Attorney Tom Sneddon Michael Jackson was the one who suggested he and his brother sleep in the singer's bedroom at the Neverland Ranch. He said, quote, Michael said we should sleep in his room with him, and I was like, yeah, because we wanted to sleep in his room. And he said, ask your parents. The accuser testified his parents gave their okay, and the boys spent many nights with Jackson. During the day, Jackson took the young cancer patient on Neverland's attractions. On the first night, the teen said the singer and an associate showed him and other children internet porn.
This jury, they're hard to read, but you could see in that moment that the jury did not like hearing these stories coming out of this kid's mouth.
The teen will be closely watched to see if his testimony matches what he told a grand jury last year. Then he couldn't fully remember details of the alleged molestation at Neverland because he says he was intoxicated.
His credibility is all that the prosecution has in this case.
Defense attorney Tom Mesereau has already gotten the accuser's family members to admit they lied in the past and caught them in conflicting statements, as he did with the accuser's younger brother yesterday.
It's not simply a matter of memory being different. It's the story's different.
Things are also different at Jackson's Neverland Ranch. CBS News has been told yesterday several employees took part in a sick-out because they have not been paid. The singer's financial troubles could also become an issue in this trial. Julie?
Vince Gonzalez in Santa Maria. Thanks a lot, Vince.
Michael Jackson came face-to-face with his accuser for the first time in court on Wednesday. The 15-year-old boy began testimony about his relationship with a pop star and is expected back on the witness stand today. Attorney Ann Bremner was in court when the boy took the stand, and defense attorney Mickey Sherman is a CBS News legal analyst. And good morning to both of you. Ann, I want to start with you. What was the impact of the boy's testimony yesterday? How did the jury seem to react to his about 1 hour of testimony?
Well, there was kind of a hush as he took the stand. He came in he was announced and then walked in, and there was a little bit of a delay, so there was so much anticipation for this witness that everyone listened very carefully to him. He was very appropriate as a witness, and the jurors took a lot of notes and paid keen attention. There were even some indulgent smiles from some of the jurors when the judge said, "Scoot up to the microphone," and he talked too loudly into it. So it was quite an intense hour yesterday at the end of the day of court here in the Michael Jackson case.
And what were your observations about Michael Jackson and his reaction coming face to face with his accuser for the first time?
Everybody, the minute that the accuser sat down, everyone would watch him and then watch Michael Jackson and then watch him and watch Michael Jackson. And I think that Michael Jackson was probably instructed to not react, but he did. He looked at the accuser a number of times, even in the very beginning, and then he did this short rocking in his chair a couple of times. But other than that, he was straight up looking right at the accuser throughout all of the testimony. And it had to be a pretty tough date for him, I'm sure. But he didn't react demonstrably in any way, beyond what I just described.
Certainly, Mickey, he's come a long way from moonwalking on the SUV. He appears to be very sort of well-behaved in court, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you're kind of damned either way. If you look at the victim too much, then you're accused of eyeballing him and staring him down. If you don't look, then you're afraid to look at him. So the juries love to interpret these things and microanalyze it way beyond anyone's imagination.
How critical is this accuser's testimony in terms of the prosecution? Does he have to come across as credible and believable? And what is the defense looking for?
It's way beyond critical. This is the case. This is the state's case. It's going to be the next couple of days when this young man is on the stand. They either win the case or lose the case with this young man. I know there's other evidence. There's Tom Snedden's got 87 more witnesses. God knows what they're going to talk about. But this is the line in the sand that they've got to draw.
It's interesting, Ann, because yesterday he corroborated his brother's testimony about watching these internet porn sites in Jackson's bedroom. Today we're going to see him back on the stand, and we're going to get to the heart of the case here, which is the molestation charge. But the brother testified that he was asleep as this molestation was happening. How much is the accuser actually going to be able to recall about the molestation incidents?
Well, he did recall it in the grand jury testimony, and so he'll testify to it here. He described some detail at grand jury. And the question here really is whether or not, with this witness, I agree completely with Mickey. Is this the beginning of the end for Michael Jackson? And is this the end of a bad beginning for the prosecution? Because they've kind of been one step up and two steps back. This complainant is a good witness, and we'll see how he does today when he has to talk about the true facts of the case.
Is it possible, Mickey, that if this goes well for the accuser, if his testimony is believable and credible, as you said, that we are going to see the 1993 case come to light here? And how important is that?
I don't know that one has anything to do with the other. I think that's totally...
Some people are drawing that line.
Yeah, it's totally a call on the part of the judge as to whether or not it's relevant material. The question is, will they need it? If this young man is that credible. But then again, that's up to the jury to decide whether or not he's that credible. I think Tom Mesereau has a very fine line to walk, because no matter which way you look at it, this kid, even if he makes mistakes in his testimony, he's still a victim. He's either a victim of his own family, he's a victim perhaps of Michael Jackson, and he's a victim of cancer. So you really can't beat up on him too much.
So that makes him very sympathetic to the jury,
Totally sympathetic. And so he's allowed, and plus his youth is going to allow him to make a lot of mistakes, but not too many mistakes. If he starts getting things really wrong, or it appears as though he's consciously making a mistake or stretching the truth, that's some trouble.
And what do you think we'll see today? Because tomorrow there's no testimony, so the jury faces a 3-day weekend to really think about things. Will Tom Snedden try to keep the accuser on the stand and maybe drop something really emotional at the end of the day?
Absolutely. He wants this 3-day weekend for the jury to have time to think about the testimony of this young complainant. He does not want to have Mesereau's cross-examination ringing in the ears of the jurors throughout the weekend. I mean, I've said before, I think Mesereau's mesmerizing. He's excellent. And so far, he's done a lot of damage to the first two witnesses, the siblings of the accused. Or the accuser, excuse me. So I think he's sure going to try to keep him up as long as he can.
All right, Ann Bremner, thanks so much. Mickey Sherman, thanks as well.
Thank you.
Good to see you both again.
Michael Jackson came close to being locked up today after he failed to show up for court on time. The judge said he would arrest the superstar if he didn't turn up within 60 minutes.
The court gave the defendant a very short window of 1 hour because he's local at a hospital getting his back checked.
Jackson's attorney said his client's back problem is a serious one. While all this was happening, Jackson's young accuser waited, ready to testify for a second day. On the first day of testimony, the boy, a cancer survivor, said Jackson first befriended him while he was in the hospital and invited him to Neverland Ranch. On one visit, he told the court Jackson suggested he and his younger brother sleep with the singer in his bedroom. They started out watching cartoons, but soon, the teen claims, they looked on as Jackson and an associate surfed the internet for pornographic websites. The boy recalls Jackson's small children were sleeping nearby, and at one point he says, quote, Michael leaned over and said, Prince, you're missing all this.
You could just see the disapproving looks on their faces. I mean, they did not want to hear that story, and they did not like hearing it.
Michael Jackson appeared distressed and disheveled, according to some court observers, appearing in what looked like his pajama pants. His handler said he had been rushed to the hospital about 5:30 this morning, rushed to the emergency room, hoping to get some muscle relaxant for his bad back. His entourage was clocked at about 90 miles an hour on the freeway, trying to get here to meet that deadline.
Today, the defense is expected to finish questioning Jackson's young accuser. This after the teen dropped a bombshell Monday, admitting he told a school official that Jackson never touched him. CBS News correspondent Vince Gonzalez reports.
With fans cheering in falsetto, Michael Jackson, who was almost thrown in jail last week, arrived early Monday for his trial on molestation charges. In court, the singer showed no emotion as his young accuser admitted he twice told a dean at his old middle school, Jeffrey Alpert, that Jackson never touched him. The teen said, quote, I told him that Michael didn't do anything to me. This investigation has been going on for more than 2 years, but the prosecution reportedly first interviewed Alpert only on Saturday, nearly 2 weeks into the trial.
Nothing good came of this day for prosecutors, not a single thing.
Defense attorney Tom Mesereau also went through the boy's school records, pointing to a series of teachers who called him disruptive, defiant, and strong-willed. One teacher even wrote he had good acting skills.
He does not come off as a victim. He comes off as someone who is much more likely to victimize someone else. Everyone knew this was crucial, and the crucial witness comes off very well for the defense and not so well for prosecutors.
The teen also made some inconsistent statements, but then so have people in the Jackson camp. Last week, when the singer was a no-show in court, one of his lawyers blamed a fall.
He tripped this morning and he fell in the early morning hours while he was getting dressed. His back is in terrible pain.
On Monday, Jackson's spokeswoman seemed to blame a bad mattress.
That morning when he awakened, he couldn't even walk or move his back.
But as he left court, Jackson seemed better and pleased.
Mesereau did a great job.
Vince Gonzalez, CBS News, Santa Maria, California.
Michael Jackson arrived in court on time and looking healthier than last week. The pop star's defense team is attempting damage control as his accuser takes the stand for the third day. Under cross-examination by Jackson attorney Tom Mesereau, the accuser admitted to several disciplinary problems at school and said he once told the dean that nothing happened between him and the pop star.
This young man, in a moment of high emotion with this former dean, looks the dean in the eye and says, no, Michael Jackson didn't molest me.
The defense also pointed out that in an early police interview, the young accuser said his grandmother had told him about a certain type of sexual act, even though he had testified Jackson had told him about it. Pressed to explain, the boy said his grandmother told him about it, but Jackson made him do it. The judge has not yet determined whether to allow jurors to hear allegations of molestation from a different case more than 10 years ago. That decision will be made after hearing the accuser's testimony. To keep those details out of court, Mesereau is taking off the kid gloves when dealing with the young accuser. He's challenged testimony that Jackson did not help the boy's family, pointed to alleged inconsistencies in interviews with law enforcement, and told the jury that the allegations of sexual abuse came out only after the family met with attorneys. Jennifer Miller, CBS News, Santa Maria, California. Michael Jackson may have appeared a bit weak as he made his way into court, but his defense team is coming on strong. Under intense cross-examination that jumped from topic to topic, the pop star's accuser admitted to misbehaving at school, and twice, while meeting with the dean of students, pledged that Jackson, quote, didn't do anything to him. That denial appears to have caught the prosecution off guard.
This young man denied that Michael Jackson molested him. It's going to give this jury pause.
Last night, the boy met with District Attorney Tom Sneddon to talk about the statement and the case. Some court observers say that is an unusual move at this point in the trial. In a change of direction, Jackson attorney Tom Mesereau brought up Jay Leno, saying the boy's family contacted the TV host looking for help. But the accuser said he left Leno a voicemail and never talked to him.
If Leno comes into this courtroom and says, in fact, he did have a conversation with the alleged victim, it's going to be pivotal testimony to this particular case.
And in yet another attempt to catch the boy in a lie, the defense pointed out that in an early police interview, the young accuser said his grandmother had told him about a certain type of sexual act, even though he had testified that Jackson had told him about it. Pressed to explain, the boy said both had told him about it, but it was Jackson who did it. Some court observers say it appears the prosecution is losing control of this witness. Jennifer Miller, CBS News, Santa Maria, California.
A showdown is expected in the Michael Jackson trial today between Jackson's attorney and his young accuser. This following last week's chaotic events, including Jackson arriving at court late and in pajamas. CBS News correspondent Vince Gonzalez reports.
Michael Jackson's bizarre behavior last week overshadowed the testimony of his young accuser. First, the singer was a no-show at his molestation trial. Then an early show producer caught Jackson's motorcade racing to the courthouse after the judge threatened to throw him in jail. The self-proclaimed king of pop finally arrived dressed in pajama bottoms and a t-shirt, complaining of a back problem.
He fell in the early morning hours while he was getting dressed. His back is in terrible pain.
But today the attention will be focused again on the teen accuser as he returns to the stand for cross-examination by the defense.
This is it. I mean, this is the crucial moment in the trial. Everyone knows it. Both sides have had the whole weekend to think about what they want to say, what they want to ask. And if we're going to have a Perry Mason moment in this trial, it's going to come now.
And the jury didn't see the continuous coverage of Jackson's antics, just his strange courtroom attire.
If the jury is thinking about Michael Jackson's pajamas when they deliberate a few weeks from now or a few months from now, and not the alleged victim's testimony, shame on them.
On Thursday, jurors listened as the teen contradicted his brother and sister's testimony and couldn't recall key details of the molestation allegations, something lead defense attorney Tom Mesereau pounced on.
Fasten your seatbelts. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
It's unclear who the next witness will be, but on Friday, prosecutors asked the judge for permission to dig into Jackson's finances. They say he launched a conspiracy to silence his young accuser because he feared going broke. Michael Jackson seemed tense as he arrived at the courthouse today, but at least he can come and go through the front door. His young accuser left every day through the back door, hidden under an overcoat. And when his testimony wrapped today, he left the prosecution case under a cloud. The teen admitted on the stand he twice told a dean at his middle school that Jackson never molested him. The teen said, quote, "I told him that Michael didn't do anything to me." The investigation of Jackson has been going on for 2 years, but prosecutors first interviewed the dean only on Saturday, nearly 2 weeks into the trial. Today, the teen told District Attorney Tom Sneddon he denied the molestation because he was being teased in school and, quote, "I didn't want to make it worse." But the teen was also unable to remember key details, contradicted his brother's and sister's testimony, and even had trouble recalling the alleged molestation. This can't be how prosecutors wanted this case to go.
He was a terrible witness. He wasn't likable, he wasn't credible, and he raised more questions than he answered. And he's the heart of the prosecution case. If the jury doesn't believe him, they're not going to convict Jackson.
For instance, jurors saw an unaired interview from this pro-Jackson documentary in which the teen, seen here, praised the singer. But he testified it was all scripted. A source who was at the taping tells CBS that's not true, and the teen seems sincere. Prosecutors are now whipping through sheriff's detectives who investigated the case. In comparison, court observers say it's tedious testimony. Bob?
You know, Vince, if whatever Michael Jackson did, if this is the best that the prosecution can do, what we saw today, I think they're going to have a hard time proving this case.
That's the opinion of most observers. It's not over until the jury gets the case, but the defense has done an excellent job of taking prosecution witnesses and making them stars for the defense, and that will likely continue.
Michael Jackson's defense team wrapped up its cross-examination of the accuser by hitting at the heart of its theory. Tom Mesereau asked the boy if he had talked about filing a civil lawsuit if he wins the criminal case. The boy said no.
He said he never talked about wanting to sue. He doesn't want to sue. He hasn't talked about getting money for this.
The prosecution then began its rebuttal, trying to repair damage done during the accuser's intense cross-examination. Monday, the boy admitted he told a school administrator nothing happened between him and Jackson. Today, he told District Attorney Tom Sneddon he had lied about that because he was being made fun of at school as the kid who was, quote, raped by Michael Jackson.
The experts will come in and testify. That's what victims do in cases like this.
Along with establishing inconsistencies in the boy's testimony, the defense is also laying the groundwork for a possible motive. Jackson attorney Tom Mesereau contends that when the boy and his family got upset because Jackson distanced himself from the family, they accused the pop star of molestation.
When the defense was hammering this point home, Michael Jackson sat up straight in his chair and he turned and looked right at the jury to see if they were getting it.
And although the prosecution seemed concerned about yesterday's testimony, it wrapped up today's rebuttal quickly, ready to call a sheriff's detective as its next witness. Jennifer Miller, CBS News, Santa Maria, California.
Now we have, of course, the accuser has been on the stand, and most legal observers, including yourself, have said this has not been helpful to the prosecution. Does the prosecution stand a chance if this testimony is so shaky from the accuser?
I don't know. I don't know where prosecutors go from here. I don't know whether they can prevail and get the convictions that they want against Michael Jackson. Their main witness, the accuser, the alleged victim in the case, the one witness that the jury has to believe for prosecutors to win, just wasn't that believable. He wasn't that credible. He wasn't that likable. He came off as a young man who was very tough and strong and savvy, not the type of young man who would allow himself to be molested. And that's a perception that would be a fair one for the jury to have. And now prosecutors are stuck. The most dramatic part of their case, the highest point of their case, is already passed, and they really haven't sold the jury, and it's not going to get any better from them from here.
So when you have a teenager, though, and I know he couldn't remember some of the dates as far as when the molestation was supposed to have occurred, does the jury give him any leeway, saying he's a kid? How would he remember? There's no leeway there, you don't think?
No, I think there is wiggle room. I think there is some sympathy built into the fact that he is a young man. He's an early teenager, and especially boys are very sullen at that age, and they're not very cooperative, and they can miss things. Don't forget he's a cancer survivor, Melissa, and he went through that whole process. It was obviously very traumatic, physically left him scarred and so forth. So there is a built-in sympathy factor. I guess my point is that apart from that, he did not generate more sympathy, enough sympathy, I think, for the jury to say, you know what, we're going to give this kid a break. Even if he's not sure of all of the facts, we're going to trust him, and we're going to be sympathetic and empathetic to him. I just don't think he made that connection. I think he hurt himself, and I think that's one of the reasons why prosecutors yesterday, when they had a chance on redirect examination to rehabilitate him, to answer some of the questions he had raised by his own testimony, really didn't do it. I think they wanted him off the stand, their own witness, because they figured that all he would do by staying on the stand and continuing to testify would be to further hurt the prosecution's case. I think they tried to cut bait, and I think that tells me a lot also about what they think of their own witness.
Janet's testimony started April 13th and ended April 19th. Her testimony was devastating for the prosecution. A weird part is where Mesereau asks her about investigating Michael from January 2000, while she didn't even met him until August 2000. An article about Janet's LAPD friends can be found in the description.
Questions by Tom Mesereau. Answers by Janet Arvizo.
When did you meet Michael Jackson?
I think it was my best estimate, August of 2000.
Do you remember signing a document prepared by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department on December 18, 2003?
Okay, I think. Is it the paper you just showed me?
Yes. But I have a...
I can't answer unless you tell me exactly. You know, there was a lot of paperwork.
Would you like to see it?
Well, I'm asking you, please, is it the same one that you just came up here and showed me?
It is.
Okay. Then, yes. I've signed many paperworks of theirs.
Let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Do you recall signing a document prepared by the Sheriff's Department of Santa Barbara County on December 18, 2003?
I think so.
Would it refresh your recollection just to look at the date and your signature?
No. Is that the one that you just showed me?
It is.
Then, yes.
You did sign that document.
Yes.
On December 18,
Yes.
2003?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember signing a document prepared by the Sheriff's Department that said the following: from time to time, between January 1, 2000, and the present date, I consulted one or more of those lawyers concerning Michael Jackson's interaction with me and my children at Neverland Ranch in Santa Barbara County and elsewhere, in this and other states, and concerning the return of some furniture stored by or in the name of Brad Miller at Dino's Storage in North Hollywood, Los Angeles County. Do you remember signing a document that had those words?
Do you want me to have the document, like, we've had this discussion over since August?
Object, Your Honor.
Since August, the same thing.
Just a moment. I want you to answer the question. The question is, do you remember signing that document?
Yes. Yes.
And the document said that you had started investigating Michael Jackson sometime between January 1, 2000, and the date you signed the document, which is December 18, 2003, right?
Yes. If those words are on there.
Why would you start investigating Michael Jackson around January 1, 2000, if you didn't meet him till August 2000?
Okay. Let me explain something to you. And this has already been discussed, and he knows the answers. This was discussed at the end of September.
I'm going to object to this part of the answer as non-responsive.
Sustained.
When the sheriffs were doing their investigation, they wanted to know every single detail about me. George Owen Feldman is, I think he's associated in the same law firm of Rothstein. So the police department did an extensive search on me as a person, and so they put everything in a general form so they can have access to everything about me and my past, because they wanted to verify and make sure that what they were going to do towards this Goliath was going to be accurate and truthful. And that's why this paper was made in such a general way.
Are you now telling the jury that George Owen Feldman did represent you?
No, he didn't represent me.
At any time?
No, he didn't represent me. He is one of the people inside the civil law firm. But my understanding was that it was only the Rothstein and another attorney named Adler, another attorney named Ramirez. That was my understanding, and it still is today.
Let me try and ask the question again, okay? In a clearer form, because perhaps I was not clear. And I apologize if I wasn't. You signed a document that said from time to time between January 1, 2000, and the date you signed the document, you were investigating Michael Jackson through various lawyers, correct?
Okay. There's more information on that paperwork which he purposely has taken out of context. Certain events are attached to specific attorneys. Certain situations are attached to certain attorneys. Like I said, the police wanted to do an extensive, thorough investigation on me prior to doing it on him. So they wanted everything about me. So they made it in a general form. But he keeps taking it out of context.
I don't want to offend the court, Your Honor. I don't think I actually got an answer to that, but I will leave it to the court's discretion.
On a website that is not online anymore, there was a great summary that shows the madness of this woman.
What's my age again? In a recent defense motion, attorney Brian Oxman pointed out that the mother of Michael Jackson's accuser testified before the grand jury without the benefit of medications. After reading through hundreds of pages of her testimony, I am inclined to agree. Janet Arvizo, who currently goes by the name Janet Jackson, made several bizarre claims throughout the grand jury proceeding. Most notably, she insists that Michael Jackson kidnapped her and her children and, in a cunning ploy to manipulate them into saying nice things about him on camera, convinced the Arvizos that killers were after them. I wish I was making this up. If you want to view the transcripts for yourself, click here, although I should warn you that you're in for a major headache if you attempt to read them all, namely because Mrs. Arvizo, or is it Mrs. Jackson now, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As one observer bluntly put it, reading Mrs. Arvizo's testimony is like walking into a wall of dumb. Indeed. Within minutes of being sworn in, Mrs. Arvizo already comes across as somewhat confused when she tells the court that she has no idea how old she is. Initially, I assumed that Mrs. Arvizo had misspoken. Perhaps she meant that she didn't know how old she was when her sons were born. But then, there it is again on the page 4. Janet Arvizo's startling admission that she does not know her own age. Of course, this doesn't necessarily mean that Michael Jackson didn't kidnap her family and molest her son, but this isn't an essay about Jackson's guilt or innocence, it's an essay about the merits of taking your medication. So let's continue.
Unfortunately, the rest of the article can't be found anymore.
The Michael Jackson trial continues today with more testimony from the accuser's stepfather. But the boy's mother, who has been a lightning rod for controversy in the case, has made it to the courthouse for the first time since the start of the trial. NBC's Jennifer London is there live. And Jennifer, a lot of developments today.
Well, Lisa, hi there. You're absolutely correct. And for the first time, Michael Jackson sitting face to face with the accuser's mother this morning in court. She appeared on the stand only briefly, and she basically told the court that she would not answer any questions relating to her welfare claims. The judge, upon hearing this, decided that he needed to hold a special hearing outside of the presence of the jury to decide if she will in fact testify at all. That hearing will start in just a few moments after the morning break is over. Michael Jackson appeared to almost have a physical reaction to seeing her in court today. Right before the break, we all stood up to leave the courtroom. We were told to sit down, and then Michael Jackson stood up. He left the courtroom very quickly. He was covering his mouth. A bailiff came up and asked Jackson's mother, who was sitting directly in front of me, if she wanted to go and see if Michael Jackson was okay. Now, the mother, she is very important for the prosecution's case with regard to the conspiracy charge. The prosecution claims that Jackson and his associates conspired to hold the accuser and his family against their will. And we expect that the mother will be able to speak to this directly. Now, the defense claims that the mother is not credible and that she simply made up all of these allegations against Michael Jackson because she is after his money. So, Lisa, we will have to simply wait and see if she will, in fact, testify today.
All right, we'll check back with you, NBC's Jennifer London. Jennifer, thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. First up on the docket tonight, an Abrams Report exclusive becomes a crucial piece of evidence in the Michael Jackson case. It relates to a secretly recorded audio tape of the mother of Michael Jackson's accuser right before the Department of Children and Family Services interviewed the accuser's family. This, at the very same time prosecutors say the family was effectively imprisoned at Neverland. The mother says the man you hear on this tape forced her to record the meeting.
Okay.
All right. So you won't be suspicious. I'm just going to put it here. Okay. No place to put it. Let that continue. You don't have to keep talking over the word.
Okay, I'm going to put it right here.
This is just part of the tape played in court for the jury today. We'll play more, but first, another explosive day in the Santa Maria courtroom that included a heated exchange between the lawyers. The mother of Michael Jackson's accuser coming into court for a second day on the stand, hiding from the cameras under her coat. On the stand, she appeared more composed today than yesterday and gave details the prosecution will hang its hat on to prove the conspiracy charge against Jackson. Mike Taibbi was in the courtroom again as her story unfolded. So, Mike, she didn't seem quite as wacky as yesterday, huh?
Well, I wouldn't use the word wacky, but the prosecutors may need several hats to hang on several pegs because the story kept moving. As one legal analyst, Jim Murray, put it, as the morning wore on, it seemed that this accuser's mother's meds wore off because she returned to the form of yesterday when she was totally unpredictable and totally uncontrollable under the very careful and gentle questioning of Assistant DA Ron Zonin. She got back into the whole litany about the killers, she kept calling them, who she said she was told had arrived at Neverland so she couldn't go there, who were going to kill her kids, who were going to kill her, we were going to kill her parents, on and on and on. But she kept repeating all that, and again, the jurors seemed to react in a way that suggested they didn't really know what to make of this
Mike,
woman.
she's sort of laying out she's laying out a timeline, isn't she? Basically, as to here's what's happening here, here's what they're doing to us at this point, this is why we can't leave, etc.
Well, I think Ron Zoner is helping her lay out a timeline. You're right, Dan, and they are going over it day by day, night by night, meeting by meeting, and you referred to that tape that you had exclusively on the Agents Report a while back. There was much discussion about that. At one point, after it was established that she and her children once again had said glowing things about Michael Jackson, she was asked by the prosecutor, did you mean it when you said it? Her answer was, I was confused, I was sad, so basically I was acting. Later on, that voice you heard played before was from a man named Asaf, who was identified as a man named Asaf, an employee of Michael Jackson's. And the question to this witness was, and did Asaf give you any particular instructions? And she said yes, to play the DVD of her son and Michael Jackson, her son, the accuser. And he told me that if I put Michael in a bad light, that they know where my parents live. Another repetition of her allegation that she was told at every turn that she or her family or her parents or her children would be killed if she didn't cooperate. Later on, another question to her. The first tape that you listened to at that time of the grand jury was a tape from what? And her answer was, I don't know what you properly call the show. Abrams Report, she said. She didn't say the show about justice, but I think, Dan, she was referring to your show.
I think so, too. All right, let me just to put all of this in context, I want to sort of lay out the timing here a little bit. Remember, we're talking about the fact that this Martin Bashir documentary is played that was terrible for Michael Jackson. And the prosecutors say immediately after that, that's when Jackson's team goes into overdrive. And here's how the mother lays out the timeline, all right? February 19th, they make this rebuttal video where they essentially say great things about Michael Jackson. She says that they had a script that they were following. December 20th is that Department of Child and Family Services interview that we're talking about. I'm going to play more of that tape from that interview in a moment. Again, right in the time where prosecutors say that they are still being held at Neverland effectively against their will. February 21st to 25th, confined, she says, to the Neverland guest cottage while her sons were with Michael Jackson. Apparently some of the molestation, according to the prosecutors, happens then. February 25th, leaves Neverland, she says, for her son's oncologist appointment that she met briefly with an attorney about filing suit against the guy who made that first video. She was told the, quote, killers were at Neverland, so they couldn't go back there, she said. From February 25th to March 2nd, she's in a country inn in Calabasas where she calls friends and she says she tried to leave clues but didn't call the police because she says she was scared. March 2nd to March 10th, confined to the Neverland guest cottage. Again, she says her sons were with Jackson. She says she was told she could move from her apartment because it was too dangerous. Basically, she's saying the whole time that she was being threatened. As she said on the stand today, we've got the tape of what happened right before that interview with Department of Child and Family Services. Listen, you decide which side it's damaging to. The tape begins as representatives from Los Angeles Child Services arrive at the apartment where the mother was staying.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. They're there to interview the alleged victim, age 13, and his brother and sister. When the caseworkers arrive, the children appear to be watching a home video of Jackson and the alleged victim. Jackson's heard singing.
This is something personal. Oh, okay.
According to this Child Services report, the investigation was prompted by a call from a school official who'd seen a documentary with Jackson and some children, including the boy. And they said, quote, in which the children had stated that they shared the same bed as the entertainer. The allegations, sexual abuse by Jackson and neglect by the mother.
Okay, this is what we're going to do. I have to interview, you have to interview each one of them separately. So, it's confidential, so the other people are not going to be interviewed. But I also want to know that all the allegations. I'm going to read everything. I'm going to be present when you ask my children questions. What are my rights? What are their rights?
Well, you know what, I would like to read you everything.
But on the tape, Child Services informs the mother they want to interview each person separately and alone. And the mother says she invited the others to be there.
The only people that we're supposed to see are you and your 3 children. And I understand that your security...
No, they're here for my invitation, my request.
Okay.
Not
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is that because of the way we work and the confidentiality laws that we have, we can only talk to you and your 3 children being present. We can't have anybody else present during the interview process. They can't know what the allegations are.
Later on the tape, the mother even seemed to work with the Jackson investigator, trying to tape the interviews.
Okay.
Alright, anyone suspicious, I'm just going to put it here. Okay. No place to put it, right back into the room. You don't have to put nothing already working. Just like this. I don't know what you want.
Okay, I'm going to put it right here.
The mother also expresses concern that word of the allegations might leak out to the public.
This is between our department and you and your children and no one else. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. And that's exactly why we're trying to do this as discreetly as possible. All the cases are sealed. No one has any records or anything. I know that 10 years ago when other allegations came out regarding Michael Jackson, things got in the news, what have you. That's the reason that our unit was developed.
But the boy's mom also seemed worried that she was the target of the investigation.
I'm cautious because, the worldwide is in billboards, bad mother, and all that.
Mike, very quickly, they played the whole tape today in court, right?
Yes, they did. And here's what I didn't hear in it, Dan. She talked about that specific threat. We know where your parents live. We listened to the tape that you listened to and put on the air, and in that break, when Asaf, the Jackson investigator, talks to her, there is no threat. In fact, the words threat, the words killers are not used there or anywhere else in anything, any of the tape exhibits that have been played in court so far.
Joined now by the great Gloria Allred and the great Daniel Horowitz. Gloria, so is this a problem for the prosecutors?
No, because I think that they're putting their case together brick by brick. And I thought, by the way, it was so interesting when I was there yesterday in court in Santa Maria at this trial, that, there were some reporters that were really raising their eyebrow when the mother was testifying, I think trying to suggest that maybe she had real credibility issues. For example, about the danger that she said that Jackson and his associates said that she was in. But then we heard the audio tape played yesterday in court, where in fact a Frank Tyson, a Michael Jackson representative or associate, can be heard on the tape talking to her, telling her that for her safety and the safety of the children, they have to come to Neverland. Bottom line is, some of what she is saying is being corroborated by tape recordings. And why did the Jackson investigator, if it's true that he did, ask her to secretly record that Child Welfare Services interview? What was Jackson afraid of? And why was he trying to isolate her and keep her at Neverland or away from the press? What was he afraid that she would say?
Daniel, but it sounded like on the tape that she's working with him on that tape. And I know she says she was threatened and forced to do it, but she's sitting there saying, okay, I'll put it here, and no one will be suspicious if you put it there, etc.
Dan, everything about this woman says Michael is innocent. Remember, Bashir followed Michael and these kids around and never found anything that was sexual abuse. Sure, Michael was weird, he slept with kids, but nothing that constituted a crime or even close to it. Then she talks on this tape that we've seen and to protective services, nothing. Only after the fact, at this trial, when she can make a lot of money, if Michael is convicted, she spins everything that helped Michael with a negative spin. That's why,
Gloria, do they have to link? I mean, all right, let's see. They play these tapes in court, which, from my understanding and my reading of the transcripts, somewhat incriminating. But how do you link that definitively to Michael Jackson? Meaning to say that Michael Jackson effectively ordered him to say it, told him to say it, made him say it.
Well, they are going to have to link it up, but after all, a number of these people may very well have been in the employ of Michael Jackson, acting as agents for Michael Jackson. And we haven't heard all of the testimony from all of the employees, some of whom may testify that it was at his direction that they were told to do what they did. And, Dan is treating this, Dan Horowitz is treating this as though it's only a she said, he said, or he said, but it isn't, because all of the testimony has come in about allegations of prior sexual abuse involving other children. So this particular accusation cannot be viewed in isolation. It's got to be viewed along with
But what about the fact that they knew? What if they
sound good for Michael Jackson?
But what if they knew about the other allegations and then tried to make it, sound consistent with the other stuff?
Well, that is going to be an issue. What she knew, when she knew it, and that's why the cross-examination is going to be very interesting. And I'm sure there's going to be blood in the water, so to speak, when Tom Mesereau begins to try to take this mother apart. But right now, I think what she's testifying to, in some measure, is being corroborated.
Yeah. All right, Dan Horowitz, final 10 seconds.
The big gap in the prosecution case is that from '93 until these accusations, there's not a stream of molested kids. If he really were a molester, then there would be a lot more than just what we're seeing. So I think he's innocent. This is about money.
Well, look at Daniel making his final little closing argument there with his final sort of anyway. All right, Gloria Allred, Daniel Horowitz, Mike Taibbi. Thanks a lot.
In the Michael Jackson case, the accuser's mother is to return to the stand today. NBC's Michael Taibbi is in Santa Maria, California with more on this story. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ann. In a trial that's not about physical evidence or forensics, but all about credibility, the mother of Michael Jackson's accuser is a witness you'd have to see and hear to believe. The witness would talk, cry, gesture, and sometimes meander aimlessly, taking the stand after the judge ruled she would not have to talk at all about defense allegations of welfare fraud and perjury. The judge told the jury she'd invoke the Fifth Amendment on those subjects. Her testimony, though erratic at times, did describe aspects of an alleged conspiracy. She talked about the, quote, killers she claimed Jackson and his aides said were after her family following the airing of a documentary featuring Jackson and her son. And she talked about the infamous allegation that on a flight from Miami, Jackson licked her son's head. She even demonstrated the incident. Still, one juror was seen dozing, and others appeared unsure of what to make of her.
There seemed to be a growing disconnect between these jurors and that witness as the day went on, and that's dangerous.
Dangerous for the prosecution, and the defense just let her ramble on without objection. But the mother's bursts of tears and raw emotion could present a danger for Jackson as well.
She seems so incredible that she might just appear to this jury to be credible.
We've learned that today in court, surveillance videotapes of the family will be shown, video taken by Jackson's aides. And
all right, Mike Taibbi this morning. Mike, thank you.
The mother of Michael Jackson's young accuser is back on the stand today and answering questions from Thomas Mesereau as cross-examination gets underway. MSNBC's Jennifer London is live at the courthouse in Santa Maria, California now. Jennifer, what happened on the stand today?
Well, hi there, contestant. Let's first start off by showing you some pictures of the accuser's mother arriving here at the courthouse, as you mentioned, to face her first day of cross-examination by lead defense attorney Tom Mesereau. And the cross-examination has begun, but first let me tell you what happened in court first thing this morning. The prosecution playing 4 videotapes today. They say these videotapes show Jackson's associates following the accuser's mother and her children around. One of the tapes, in fact, shows the outside of the accuser's mother's parents' house. And in the tape, you can see her daughter walking home. It appears she's getting home from school, and the tape sort of zooms in to a close-up of her daughter as she goes into the house. The reason the prosecution played these tapes today, they are trying to support the mother's claims that after her and her kids left Neverland Ranch, Jackson's associates were following them around. It is all part of the prosecution's claim that Jackson conspired with his associates to hold the family against their will, and when they left Neverland, Jackson's associates were trying to get them to return. That being said, the defense has begun its cross-examination, and just before the break, they were playing an audio tape conversation between the accuser's mother and one of Jackson's associates.
Jennifer Lennon reporting from Santa Maria, California. Thank you, Jennifer.
It's now an NBC News exclusive from the Michael Jackson trial. Documents that show how the accuser's mother may have committed perjury and fraud over a period of nearly 2 years. NBC's Mike Taibbi has more on the revelations that will be a key part of the Jackson defense. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. The mother, who is still on the stand, is either a key witness in what the prosecution calls the Jackson-led conspiracy before the molestation of her son, or, as the defense claims, is the architect of a shakedown aimed at Jackson himself. The defense case is that perjury and fraud are part of her history. When the mother of Jackson's accuser took the Fifth Amendment rather than testify about her welfare history, even the prosecutor said she may have committed perjury in certain of her applications. NBC News has had an exclusive look at those applications for welfare and food stamps. Documents that show the mother claimed she had virtually no assets after she'd received a six-figure court settlement and tens of thousands in donations for her cancer patient's son. On November 5, 2001, the mother's lawyer distributed over $100,000 from J.C. Penney's and Tower Records, whose security guards, she claimed in a lawsuit, had beaten and sexually assaulted her. The guards denied it, after her older son had been caught with clothes that hadn't been paid for. At least $32,000 of that settlement money was deposited in one bank account, with separate interest-bearing trusts set up for each of her sons. Yet 10 days after the payout, she said in her welfare applications, under penalty of perjury, that she and her children had no money from any source, no court settlements, no bank accounts, no interest income. She also said they had no health insurance, though her ex-husband's policy was and remains in force. In monthly eligibility reports and in a reapplication in October of 2002, the accuser's mother reaffirmed those answers and collected benefits until March 2003. Still, a prosecutor not involved in the Jackson case says the mother's continuing testimony cannot be discounted.
Just because she lied on her welfare application doesn't mean that she's lied in this trial.
But a Jackson lawyer who's not part of the singer's trial defense has formally asked the Los Angeles District Attorney to investigate the accuser's mother.
That's full-on fraud, but more importantly than fraud, in my opinion, that's full-on perjury.
Now, prosecutors are relying on the accuser's mother for detailed testimony about the surveillance and alleged death threats she says the Jackson camp used to try and control and intimidate her family, and she denies repeatedly that she ever wants any money from Jackson.
All right, Mike Taibbi in Santa Maria, California. Mike, thank you.
Debbie testified on behalf of the prosecution. Although she was helpful to the defense, this must have hurt Michael. About her reason to cooperate with the making of the rebuttal tape.
Questions by Ron Zonin. Answers by Deborah Rowe.
All right. What is it that you were intending to represent in this interview?
Michael as a wonderful person and as a great father and generous and caring.
All right. Did you have information as to Michael Jackson as a wonderful father?
As I've known him?
Yes.
Yes.
About her cooperating with the sheriff by recording phone calls she had with Mike's team.
Okay. And at some point you were in contact with the Santa Barbara sheriffs about this case, correct?
They had called me, yes. And I did not return the first call.
And eventually, you developed somewhat of a dialogue with Santa Barbara sheriffs about this case, right?
When they caught me on my cell phone on my way home from Palm Springs, yes. The number they got from Mark Schaffel.
And you agreed to make what you called some pretext phone calls for the sheriffs, correct?
Correct.
And a pretext phone call means basically you agreed to work with the sheriffs, telephone people and talk to them while the sheriffs were recording those calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And the idea was that the people you would call would not know they were being recorded, right?
Correct.
Only you and the sheriffs would know there were recordings, right?
Correct.
Now, how many of these pretext phone calls do you think you made with or for the sheriff?
I think there were a total of 4 to 6. I'm not sure.
And who were those pretext phone calls with?
Mark Schaffel, Andrew, and I think I may have tried to do one with Dieter.
Were you able to do that one?
I don't remember.
Okay. So the only people you recall actually speaking with when they didn't know the call was being recorded are Schaffel and Drew, is that right?
And Dieter, if I did one with him, he wouldn't have known.
About Mike's team, Accuser, Schaffel and Weissnor.
During the period of the interview, I say during the period. That's a little bit vague. Let me withdraw that. Around the time of the interview, did you talk to Accuser at all?
I spoke with him when I spoke with Mr. Jackson to arrange it, and he and Dieter and Mark had been on the phone. They had been on the phone to tell me about problems that were going on, yes.
And you've also made statements to the sheriffs that you thought Dieter and Accuser were manipulating Michael Jackson, correct?
Yes.
You thought Dieter and Conitzer were taking advantage of Michael Jackson, true?
Yes.
And you thought they were trying to manipulate Michael Jackson to make a lot of money, right?
Yes.
Was it your perception, based upon what you observed of Schaffel, Dieter and Conitzer, that those three were working together?
Oh, yeah.
You definitely got that impression?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And was it your impression that those three were working together to find ways to use Michael Jackson's name so they could profit?
Yes.
And at one point you told the sheriffs that you thought Michael Jackson was, in some ways, very removed from what those guys were doing, right?
In my past knowledge, he's removed from the handlers, the people who are taking care of business, and they make all the decisions. There's a number of times they don't consult him.
And you thought these three guys, Schaffel, Dieter and Conitzer, were doing just that, didn't you?
Very strongly.
Did Schaffel, in your mind, ever ask you to help him in his business dealings with Mr. Jackson?
No. He just bragged about either how he took advantage of an opportunity that I'm sure he knew nothing about, or how he was going to do this, that or the other thing to make sure that Michael's career was saved, and things of that nature.
Did Schaffel tell you that he was involved in business matters with Dieter?
Yes.
Did Schaffel tell you he was involved in business matters with Conitzer?
Yes. In Europe.
Okay. And did you ever get the impression he was not giving Michael Jackson all the information about what he was up to?
He was like everybody else around Mr. Jackson. Yeah. He wasn't telling him everything.
Why did you think Schaffel was calling you?
To placate me. To say that, oh, no, I'm working on it. You'll be seeing the kids. Michael's very excited about it. Everything's going to be great. They're still in Florida. You know, as soon as they get home you guys will be together.
And you didn't think he was being truthful, right?
Obviously he's full of shit. Sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You consider Mark Schaffel a liar, don't you?
Yes.
You consider Dieter a liar, don't you?
Yes.
You consider Conitzer to be a liar, don't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted over $1 million from Michael Jackson, true?
He said Michael owed him $1 million.
And approximately when did Mark Schaffel tell you he was going to sue Michael Jackson?
6 months ago maybe. It may have been longer than that, but I'm not really good with, if you could give me something to refer to at a time, I could say yes, it happened then. But I think it was about 6 months ago. And then he told me, about 3 months ago, that he and his lawyer were filing papers.
And did you ever learn at some point that he had actually sued Michael Jackson?
He told me that they'd filed the papers.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're saying is that many hours of your interview don't appear in that DVD, right?
I don't see how I could have sat there for 7 hours and only had 3 hours on tape. I don't remember any breaks except for when the cameras the film was being changed. I interrupted the interview to tell them the film the camera was blinking, the light. I didn't want to be in the middle of the statement and have to start over again, to tell them that the lights were blinking, to change the film. I saw cuts in that film, in that tape, that had nothing with me saying, it's blinking, take it off, so there is stuff missing from that video.
When Schaffel told you he'd made $7.5 million off your interview, did he ever tell you who he made the money from?
I think he said it was Fox Network, and someone in Europe, but I don't remember who it was in Europe.
And was it your understanding that he kept all the footage of your interview?
Yes. It was all taken upstairs to a bedroom where they did the editing that night.
Okay. How did you know they did the editing that night?
I was there for about an hour when they were doing it.
Were you upstairs in the bedroom while they were doing it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Jackson wasn't there for any of that interview, was he?
No.
Debbie obviously didn't trust the three men. which is why I was surprised to read that she got engaged to Mark Schaffel. The more you read up on the trial, the more you will get the feeling that Mike had no idea what these men were doing. This is what we found on Wiesner. Debbie obviously didn't trust the three men, which is why I was surprised to read that she got engaged to Mark Schaffel. The more you read up on the trial, the more you will get the feeling that Mike had no idea what these men were doing. This is what we found on Wiesner.
Michael Jackson's got some big problems. And that's besides being arrested for child molestation. Jackson has no idea that his current manager, Dieter Wiesner, the man who helped hire attorney Mark Geragos and is now calling the shots in the Jackson camp, is known for operating sex clubs and brothels at home in Germany.
Source: mjjr.net. Here is a list of the unfair treatment Michael has received since authorities raided Neverland. During the raid of Neverland, police went into areas that they were not permitted to go into and took items that were not on the search warrant. According to a motion filed by the defense, Sneddon conducted an illegal search of the office of Bradley Miller. Because Miller worked for Jackson's former defense attorney Mark Geragos, anything taken from his office falls under the category of attorney-client privilege. Sneddon tried to justify his search by claiming he did not know that Miller worked for Geragos. In court, however, it was revealed that Sneddon was caught on tape admitting to having known about Miller and Geragos' working relationship at the time of the raid. Sneddon claimed he was tired when he made this taped statement and did not mean what he said. Sneddon waited until November 18th, the day Jackson's #1's album was released, to raid Neverland. He claimed that he knew about the allegations since June but didn't take action until November because of Halloween. Yes, we wouldn't want to upset anyone's trick-or-treating experience, so let's let an alleged pedophile run around for 5 months and finally raid his house on the day that his new CD comes out. During the press conference announcing the accusations against Michael Jackson, Tom Sneddon laughed and made several jokes at Jackson's expense. Sneddon acknowledged that Jackson was investigated for suspected child abuse in February but said don't assume it's the same family. He knew it was the same family, why did he make this statement? At the press conference, Sneddon invited more victims to come forward. Sneddon said that California law was changed so that child victims in a molestation case could be forced to testify. This was a lie. The law was changed so that if a civil suit was filed, it would remain inactive until the criminal trial was resolved. Sneddon swore that the family was after justice and not money, even though it is a widely known fact that they went to a civil lawyer first. Jackson's bail amount was set at $3 million. This amount is excessive compared to the amount that other defendants in child molestation cases have to pay. Jackson's lawyers recently filed a motion challenging the bail amount, but their request was denied by Judge Rodney Melville. Melville sided with the prosecution, stating that because Jackson is rich, his bail should be higher than that of other defendants. He did not use any laws to support his decision. The Court of Appeals later questioned Melville's ruling and asked him to provide a better justification for his decision. Sneddon gave an interview to tabloid journalist Diane Diamond where he referred to Michael Jackson as Jacko Wacko. Diamond admitted to knowing about the allegations months in advance. Why was the DA leaking information to a tabloid journalist? Sneddon delayed filing charges until December so that the Santa Barbara Police Department could set up a website exclusively for members of the press. Sneddon enlisted the help of a PR firm to deal with the media. Tell him, the PR firm working for Sneddon, also works for Dave Schwartz, the stepfather of Jackson's first accuser. Sneddon dismissed the Department of Children and Family Services investigation as an interview and accused the DCFS of being incompetent. It turns out that his own department also investigated Michael Jackson in February and came back with the same unfounded ruling as the DCFS. In December, Jackson told 60 Minutes that he was roughly handled by police officers when he was arrested. He showed photographic evidence to substantiate his claims. The SBPD responded to Jackson's allegations by releasing audio clips of Jackson whistling in the car before he was booked. Jackson, however, did not claim that he was abused on his way to the station. The only mistreatment he alleged before the booking was when the handcuffs were put on, but you can hear him on the audio tape complaining about the handcuffs being too tight. The actual abuse was not alleged to have occurred until Jackson was brought into the booking station. The SBPD did not show any footage of Jackson in the booking station, claiming that they did not film Jackson's booking because they didn't anticipate that there would be any problems. This contradicts their explanation as to why they recorded Jackson on his way to the station. They said they taped Jackson because it was a high-profile arrest and they wanted to ensure that everything was handled appropriately. In that case, why didn't they tape Jackson in the booking station? Sheriff Jim Anderson said that if Michael Jackson's claims of police abuse turned out to be false, he would charge Jackson with making a false complaint. Since Jackson never actually made a formal complaint, Anderson's statement is not in accordance with the law. Attorney General Bill Lockyer was asked by Anderson to investigate Jackson's claims in December. Almost 7 months later, he still has not issued any statement regarding his findings. Jackson also alleged during the interview that he still had not received a list of what was taken from Neverland. The alleged victims' parents are currently in the midst of a custody battle. Snedden wrote a letter to the judge in the custody proceedings requesting that the boy be kept from seeing his father. Why would the district attorney care if the boy saw his father? What does this have to do with the molestation case? Perhaps Snedden does not want the boy to change his story once he's no longer under the influence of his mother. To date, Snedden has obtained 69 search warrants, including warrants to search Jackson's bank statements, financial records and security boxes. Please tell me what evidence of child molestation does Snedden hope to find in Jackson's financial records? 8 months after arresting Michael Jackson, Snedden has still failed to hand over all of his evidence to the defense. How are Jackson's attorneys supposed to prepare for the trial? Court documents filed by the prosecution indicate that Snedden sent his investigators to read fan discussion boards like MJJ Forum. Snedden took his case to a grand jury in order to avoid a public preliminary hearing. This is unfair to the defendant. The charges from the criminal complaint are completely different from the charges in the indictment. After the inconsistencies in Snedden's case were brought to the attention of the public, the timeline of alleged abuse changed, the number of times the abuse allegedly occurred changed, and allegations of kidnapping have suddenly materialized. Why is this? Jackson's defense team recently filed a 126-page motion asking for the indictment to be thrown out. The document states that during the grand jury proceedings, Snedden bullied witnesses, failed to properly present exculpatory evidence, refused to let the jurors question the prosecution witnesses, and provided the jurors with a false legal definition of the term conspiracy, for which Jackson was indicted. The motion says, there is simply no evidence that Mr. Jackson had the specific intent to agree or conspire with anyone about anything. The grand jury transcripts reveal that Snedden allowed the accuser's mother to refer to Jackson as the devil when she testified. Although she has never even met Michael Jackson, a woman who worked for him for 10 days was the prosecution's key witness to the alleged conspiracy. When she testified in front of the grand jury, she answered questions with, "I'm not sure, I guess, I assume, I don't know exactly, and I think." Snedden allowed her to proceed even though she clearly had no knowledge of any alleged conspiracy. A defense motion reveals that Snedden used Jackson's preference for a clean household as evidence that he was the mastermind of a criminal conspiracy. Seriously. The motion reads, "It is simply not reasonable to infer that Mr. Jackson's preference for a well-run household demonstrates the specific intent to commit crimes. Evidence that Mr. Jackson would complain to his staff when household chores were not done properly is not evidence that he was directing a criminal conspiracy." While at a district attorney's convention in Canada, Snedden broke the gag order in the case and inadvertently revealed prosecutorial misconduct on his part. He told his fellow DAs that, "We sent letters to some people saying we intended to call them as witnesses in order to keep them off TV." As it turns out, a journalist from the Globe and Mail was at the conference and printed his comments in a newspaper. Snedden's behavior drew criticism from many legal experts who felt this was an abuse of power on Snedden's part. Jackson's lawyers also brought Snedden's comments to the attention of Judge Melville, asking him to clarify whether or not Snedden had violated the gag order. According to a motion filed by the defense, the amount of search warrants that have been given to them by the prosecution does not match the amount of search warrants that have actually been issued by the prosecution. 6 search warrants are missing, 10 affidavits used to support the search warrants have been heavily redacted, and 49 affidavits used to support the search warrants have not been given to the defense at all. What is Snedden hiding? Snedden has been ordered to testify about his illegal raid of Bradley Miller's office. The accuser's mother, her former civil lawyer Bill Dickerman, and the therapist who reported the allegations to the police have also been subpoenaed to testify. Snedden tried to quash their subpoenas so that they would not have to appear in court. The judge denied his request. According to the defense team, there is no case in the history of the state of California that has condoned anything like the abuse of power demonstrated in this grand jury proceeding. Again, the Mirage pops up. Earlier in the video you have heard about the lost 30 minutes at the Mirage, after which the sleepovers began. Mike also was at the Mirage during the Neverland raid and again when he was arrested, as you can read in the article called Michael Jackson, Exclusive Photos, Bruising Story that I will link to in the description.
These photos show Jackson in a bathroom at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Lake Las Vegas, Nevada. They were taken at least 8 days after the arrest. Jackson had returned to the Mirage Hotel in Las Vegas, moved to a nearby resort before finally ending up at the Ritz-Carlton.
So he was at the Mirage when he was arrested, returned there but decided to leave the Mirage. There was not much I could find on the Mirage, other than this.
The Mirage was built by developer Steve Wynn and designed by Joel Bergman. Wynn was born Stephen Allen Weinberg in New Haven, Connecticut. His father, Michael, changed the family's last name from Weinberg to Wynn when Steve was 6 months old to avoid anti-Jewish discrimination, according to several sources.
The Mirage Hotel is one big mirror, and after reading all the stuff about the mirror rooms and mind control, this gives me a weird feeling, but I can't put my finger on it. Was this all part of a bigger plan? Was Chandler paid? Were the Arvizos paid? And by who were they paid? Who would gain money by getting Michael behind bars? Let's have a closer look at Santa Barbara County, Sony and Mottola, Snedden and everyone else involved to see if we can build a theory about this. Let's start with the one the most at the surface, Tom Snedden. He might be infamous for his vendetta against Mike, but that is not all the dirt we found on him. After having spent millions of dollars on the Michael Jackson investigation in 1993, District Attorney Tom Snedden did not find enough evidence to bring charges against the pop star. Over the next few years, Snedden and several of his employees made numerous statements to the press where they implied that there was indeed evidence to corroborate Jordan Chandler's story. They failed to explain, however, why 2 grand juries did not indict Michael Jackson if such evidence actually existed. According to reporter Geraldo Rivera, members of the Santa Barbara Police Department were shown footage of the strip search of Jackson's genitalia. I've got a videotape that was shown to every cop in Santa Barbara of Michael Jackson's penis, Rivera said. In 1995, Jackson wrote a song about Tom Snedden that appeared on his album History, Past, Present and Future Book 1. In the song, D.S., Jackson claims that he was over-targeted by the DA's office and accuses Snedden of being obsessed with attaining political fame. Many legal experts dismiss the idea that Snedden would prosecute Jackson solely for his own self-aggrandizement, but perhaps there are other motives involved. According to Thembia Sundaram, a dentist who filed and won a lawsuit against Santa Barbara prosecutors in 1996, the commercial prospects of Neverland might be one factor influencing authorities' relentless pursuit of Jackson. In 1994, Sundaram attended a private fundraising event where he allegedly heard Snedden discuss a plan to run Jackson out of Santa Barbara and turn Neverland into a winery. According to Sundaram, Snedden planned to do this by finding another child to accuse Jackson of sexual abuse. While Sundarram's allegations are difficult to prove or disprove at this point, it is a widely known fact that winemaking is the leading agricultural industry in Santa Barbara, accounting for about $360 million of the county's annual economy. The Santa Ynez Valley, where Jackson owns almost 3,000 acres of land, is particularly well suited for growing grapes because of its ideal climate and soil conditions. Numerous wineries located in the Santa Ynez Valley are looking to expand, but there isn't enough available land in the area to do so. Whether or not Sundarram's allegations have any merit remains to be seen, but there are other facts that point to Snedden having a vendetta against Michael Jackson. Snedden said in a press conference that after 1993, he changed certain California laws pertaining to child molestation specifically because of the Michael Jackson case. In 1995, Snedden told Vanity Fair magazine, "The state of the investigation of Jackson is in suspension until somebody comes forward." Upon viewing the Living with Michael Jackson documentary that aired in February 2003, Snedden saw an opportunity to reopen the case. In a press statement released on February 6, 2003, Snedden said, "After conversations with Sheriff Jim Anderson, it was agreed that the BBC broadcast would be taped by the Sheriff's Department. It is anticipated that it will be reviewed." Regarding Jackson's comments that there is nothing wrong with sharing a bedroom with a child, Snedden replied by saying it was unusual at best. For this reason, all local departments having responsibility in this are taking the matter seriously. He then urged any victims to come forward. Shortly after this statement was released, Snedden gave an interview to tabloid reporter Diane Diamond where he discussed the 1993 case. Coincidentally, the boy who appeared in Living with Michael Jackson, the documentary that Snedden taped and watched, is the same boy who ended up becoming Jackson's second accuser. Did Snedden have something to do with this boy coming forward? During his testimony at a pre-trial hearing, Snedden admitted to having met with the second accuser's mother in an empty parking lot to give her papers that would qualify her for a state victims fund. He also personally investigated the second set of allegations against Michael Jackson, a job that is supposed to be carried out by investigators. Linda Fairstein, a leading sex crimes prosecutor, said of Snedden's actions, "It's way too personal. It's way out of line. If he does any substantive parts of an investigation, he may become a witness in the case." She continued, "It lets these very talented defense attorneys take him apart before the jury and explain that it's not his place to do that. He creates trouble in and out of the courtroom for himself by taking on that role." Although the accusing family's story had numerous holes in it, Snedden went forward with the case and pressed charges. Some of Snedden's friends wanted Jackson's property to convert it into a thriving vineyard. Consistent with Sundarram's claims, winemaking is the leading agricultural industry in Santa Barbara, where Jackson owns 2,700 acres of prime real estate. Authorities laughed and bragged about passing around pictures of Jackson's genitalia, pictures that were taken during the 1993 and 1994 investigation. This was done to embarrass Jackson. These pictures were supposed to be sealed but are not. Even Geraldo Rivera admits that he has seen them. Nicole lamented that they had done everything they could to get that nigger out of town but had failed. Apparently, authorities did not like the fact that Jackson was the richest resident in Santa Barbara, that he had married a white woman, Lisa Marie Presley, and that he owned all of that property. They promised they would not fail to get rid of him the next time around. Snedden allegedly stated that his goal was to get some dirt to get him to leave and that he wanted to run him out of town. These tidbits of information have been challenged by Snedden supporters and Jackson haters alike as unsubstantiated gossip. However, if this information has any kernel of truth to it, and I believe it does, then it makes the events of November 2003 a mere fulfillment of an alleged obsession with Jackson on Snedden's part. Snedden's prosecutorial misconduct in the Michael Jackson case is not an isolated incident. In fact, several other people have accused him of malicious prosecution. Please read the blog called What's Going On in Santa Barbara that I have linked to in the description. Interesting is the link Snedden has with David Schwartz, who was Jordy Chandler's stepfather during the 1993 allegations. Normally that could be a coincidence, but the fact that during his testimony at a pre-trial hearing Snedden admitted to having met with Janet Arvizo before the second accusations, makes me think this was all planned. But what would Snedden gain from all this? Did he hate Michael? And why? Justice was not a motive, because both cases were doomed to be lost by him, because he had nothing on him. Fame could be a motive, but who wants to be known for nailing the most famous and loved person in the world? That seems a little strange. So it must be money. Since we don't believe that Snedden's paycheck was that big, he must have been paid by other parties. But by who? Who would gain enough by getting rid of Michael? Robson was the senior deputy district attorney during the 2005 trial. I found some dirt on him as well. The source link doesn't work anymore. That is why I am glad I save everything. Robson breaks the law in Hollywood case? Hollywood prosecutor admits to misdemeanor. September 21, 2005 by Scott Hadley. Prosecutor says he shouldn't be disqualified. The prosecutor in the Jesse James Hollywood murder and kidnapping trial may have committed a misdemeanor when he gave certain information to the makers of a new film, but that shouldn't disqualify him from handling the case, according to court documents. Senior Deputy District Attorney Robson may have inadvertently given the makers of the yet-to-be-released movie, Alpha Dog, rap sheets and information about witnesses, and while that might be evidence of carelessness, it doesn't amount to bias, according to a district attorney's motion submitted for a hearing Tuesday. After his March capture in Brazil, Mr. Hollywood, 25, pleaded not guilty to orchestrating the August 2000 kidnapping and killing of 15-year-old Nicholas Markowitz. Prosecutors allege Nicholas' death was the culmination of an escalating feud between Mr. Hollywood and the teenager's older half-brother over a $1,200 drug debt. After the teen's body was found off West Camino Kilo, Mr. Hollywood disappeared. He and 4 others were indicted for the killing by a Santa Barbara County grand jury. While Mr. Hollywood was on the run, 3 of the co-defendants were tried and convicted and another pleaded guilty. All are now serving time and one, the alleged triggerman, Ryan Hoyt, is now on death row. Alpha Dog, which is said to be released early next year, stars Sharon Stone, Bruce Willis and Justin Timberlake. It has been shown once to preview audiences. Mr. Hollywood's attorney, James Blatt, who saw the movie, said it is hewn directly from the prosecution's version of events and depicts his client as extremely manipulative, vicious, selfish and without any redeeming character traits whatsoever. In a motion filed last week, Mr. Blatt called the cooperation between Mr. Zonin and the filmmaker, Nick Cassavetes, unprecedented misconduct. Mr. Blatt said Mr. Zonin told Mr. Cassavetes' researcher that the case against Mr. Hollywood and his 4 co-defendants would be his legacy and that he planned to write a book. But in the response written by Senior Deputy District Attorney Gerald Franklin for Tuesday's hearing, Mr. Franklin points out that talking about writing a book and actually writing one are 2 different things. There probably is a book in every prosecutor who has made a career of prosecuting serious felonies, Mr. Franklin said. To show some sort of conflict, Mr. Blatt has to show that Mr. Zonin has a personal interest or financial benefit in the outcome of the trial, and there's none, according to Mr. Franklin. There is nothing in Mr. Blatt's screed that remotely suggests that Deputy District Attorney Zonin has a personal interest in securing the conviction of defendant Hollywood, distinct from a professional interest in bringing all Santa Barbara murderers to book, apart from the sharpened focus that necessarily attends being assigned a particular case to prosecute and having to prepare it for trial, in this case 5 times over, Mr. Franklin said in the motion. There is nothing to suggest that Deputy District Attorney Zonin is under the influence of a private party with a personal interest in securing Hollywood's conviction. Mr. Blatt said Tuesday that he intends to respond to the district attorney by the end of this week. And he hopes to get a sworn declaration from Mr. Cassavetes, the movie's writer and director. In court he told Judge Brian Hill that Michael Mehus, an attorney who helped Mr. Cassavetes research the case and write the script, had stopped cooperating with the defense. Mr. Blatt indicated that he might have to haul Mr. Mejias into court to ask him about what other kinds of information were given to him during his research. The next hearing is scheduled for November 1st. Sheriff Jim Thomas conducted the investigation into molestation charges in 1993 and sent investigators all over the country and as far as the Philippines to investigate other reports of sexual molestation. Tom Sneddon, who was also the district attorney in the 1993 case, presented evidence from that investigation to a Santa Barbara grand jury at the time. But ultimately no formal charges were filed against Mike. Thomas was elected sheriff in 1990, and ran unopposed for 3 terms before retiring, so he was the Santa Barbara County Sheriff, while Brooks Firestone represented the 35th District in the California State Assembly for 2 terms, 1994 to 1998. Thomas has kept busy since he retired as sheriff in 2002 after 30 years with the department, but he didn't lose his interest for Mike. In December 2003, over a year after his retirement, Jim Thomas hit the spotlight again and told CNN there was a second child who claimed in 1993 that Michael Jackson molested him. Thomas told CNN the second accuser in 1993, a boy aged 9 or 10 at the time, decided he was too ashamed to testify against Jackson, and didn't want his friends to know. The parents also did not want the boy or themselves subjected to a take no prisoners defense, Thomas said. The child did not want to testify, and we can't force a child to testify, so that never went forward, he said. Thomas said he believed the second child would have gone forward with the allegations had other alleged victims come forward. He said the case was strong, but it would have been up to a jury to decide, and it never got that far. On March 12, 2004, Jim Thomas appeared on MSNBC's The Abrams Report and blew the prosecution's claims. This show was about a 2-month investigation done by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department that ultimately cleared Jackson of these allegations, finding no criminal activity occurred. The investigation began February 18, 2003 and ended April 16, 2003, according to reports. The public was told nothing about this investigation during any of Sneddon's interviews with Diane Diamond and Art Harris. Sneddon didn't volunteer this information during any of his joking and insulting press conferences. Neither was the information published on the prosecution's media website. Nor was it released in a statement, though its PR firm Tell 'em Worldwide. Jim Thomas appeared on the Abrams Report trying unsuccessfully to put out this fire of doubt currently building in many media pundits who previously were absolutely sure, disgustingly so, that Jackson was guilty of a crime. Some are rethinking their preconceptions about this case and are actually asking questions about the situation instead of just accepting whatever nonsense prosecution sympathizers throw out. Thomas said on the show, "They opened the case, but at that point you had no victim. The child had not confided in anyone until June. So the mother didn't know. The siblings didn't know, and the case was started only because of suspicions based upon Bashir's documentary. Nobody had ever come forward at that point and specifically said that Michael Jackson had molested that child. Certainly, that child had not said that and did not say that until June. So in essence you really had no victim until June." Thomas worked as a television analyst for MSNBC during the Michael Jackson child molestation trial. On November 19, 2003, Sneddon held a press conference where his behavior led many to believe that he had a grudge against Michael Jackson stemming from the 1993 case. Despite the serious nature of the allegations, Sneddon and Sheriff Jim Anderson created a jovial atmosphere by making several jokes at Jackson's expense.
We're not going to comment on the specifics of the case or what we found at the ranch, and the law has changed so that the victim will be required to testify even if there were a civil settlement of some case. There is no civil case at this point in time. Yes. Special arrangements for Jackson's incarceration? I'm sorry? Have you made arrangements for Jackson's incarceration? Not at this point, no.
Sure. Excuse me, there's a lady back here,
right
way
here?
in the back. Yeah. Gosh, it took a long time for somebody to get around to that one. Well, we haven't ruled anything out.
What do you say?
Now,
We're not going to get involved in discussing anything about the case.
okay, and this
Not
lady
gonna
right
answer
here.
that either.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Our press information officer, Chris Pappas, has that information. So he's here in the room somewhere. So we'll get that to you. Hold on. Second part. Yes, that has been our past practice. So if and when that occurs, we will make that photograph available.
I want to make sure this is correct. Would it be fair to say, based on what you said before, that you have not ruled out charging other people? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, anything is possible.
Are you aware of other civil cases that have been handled outside of the media since '93 that were kept quiet?
Not to my knowledge.
Really?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I am.
You are?
Yeah.
How many?
Ask Diane. She knows everything about Michael Jackson.
How are you aware of those?
I read the papers once in a while.
Hold on.
We've got a long way to go before we get there.
All right, this lady right here.
Probably different than yours when you were in there.
Can you tell us what would you
Hold on.
All right, we're going to do two more questions and then we're out of here.
One right here.
What did she say?
I'm the parents of the current accuser, if they were aware of the charges, or not the charges, the allegations against Michael 10 years ago.
I really couldn't tell you.
I couldn't tell you either. I don't know.
Last
question.
What do you say to parents who let their children go to Neverland Ranch on sleepovers? What is your...
My advice is don't do it.
None of our kids are there.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold on, please.
Technical question.
Yeah, I understand. That concludes the press conference. I have some prepared statements. If you'd like to get copies of those, I'll make those available to you. Thanks for your cooperation.
I will upload the complete press conference separately. Then we have the issue of how Mike was treated by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department personnel.
They did it to try and belittle me, to try to take away my pride. But I went through the whole system with them, and at the end, I wanted the public to know that I was okay, even though I was hurting.
What happened when they arrested you? What did they do to you?
They were supposed to go in and just check fingerprints and do the whole thing that they do when they take somebody in. They manhandled me very roughly. My shoulder is dislocated, literally. It's hurting me very badly. I'm in pain all the time. See this arm? This is as far as I can reach it. Same with this side over here.
Because of what happened at the police station?
Yeah, at the police station. And what they did to, if you saw what they did to my arms, it was very bad what they did. It was very swollen, I want to say.
But how
You'll see.
We were given this photograph said to be taken after Michael Jackson was released on bail. Jackson says the swelling above his wrist is where the police handcuffed him. How did they do it? I mean, what did they do?
With the handcuffs, the way they tied them too tight behind my back.
Behind your back?
Yeah, and they put it in a certain position knowing that it's going to hurt and affect my back. Now I can't move. It keeps me from sleeping at night. I can't sleep at night.
And Jackson says there was more.
One time I asked to use the restroom, and they said, sure, it's right around the corner there. Once I went in the restroom, they locked me in there for like 45 minutes. There was doo-doo, feces thrown all over the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and it stunk so bad. Then one of the policemen came by the window and he made a sarcastic remark. He said, does it smell good enough for you in there? How do you like the smell? Is it good? And I just simply said, it's all right. It's okay. So I just sat there and waited.
For 45 minutes?
Yeah, for 45 minutes, about 45 minutes. And then one cop would come by and say, Oh, you'll be out in a second. You'll be out in a second. Then there will be another 10 minutes added on, then another 15 minutes added on. They did this on purpose.
Following that footage, Sheriff Jim Anderson asked the state attorney general to investigate the allegations Michael leveled.
The sheriff of Santa Barbara County has strongly denied Michael Jackson was roughed up by jailers during his arrest, and threatened to press charges against the pop star for making a false accusation against an officer. Sheriff Jim Anderson said he asked the state attorney general to investigate the allegations Jackson leveled during a television interview on Sunday. Jackson was treated with the utmost respect and courtesy during his arrest and booking November 20 on suspicion of child molestation and was in no way manhandled or abused, Anderson said at a news conference on Wednesday.
According to Thomas Messera, Mike never made a formal complaint about his treatment or requested an investigation, although he had bruises and received medical treatment after his arrest. Yet 163 witnesses were interviewed and 2,500 investigative hours were spent. Who paid for that? And the California Bureau of Investigation determined that Mike was not injured at the hands of Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department personnel. Jamie Masada is the owner of the Laugh Factory, who introduced Gavin to Michael and other celebs. In 1985, Masada marched down Pennsylvania Avenue with Bob Hope, Phyllis Diller, Red Fox, amongst many others in the Laugh Factory's campaign to send the first comedian into space. The campaign drew so much attention that President Reagan asked Bob Hope to arrange a meeting with Masada. Bob Hope was the alleged owner, handler of Bryce Taylor, a mind control victim who came out about the abuse she went through. She has also mentioned the abuse of the Jackson 5, when they were just boys. Following the advice of her friend Jamie Masada, Janet consults a lawyer named William Dickerman. Dickerman sends the family to Feldman before any accusations have been made. Here is some information about Uri Geller, one of the people who always has freaked me out. Born in Tel Aviv, Israel, to Hungarian Jewish parents, Geller was the only child of Itzhak Geller, a retired Army Sergeant Major, and Manzi Freud, Freud Menzi. It is claimed that Geller is a distant relative of Sigmund Freud on his mother's side, also has a twin called Adrian. He was brought to the United States for scientific investigation by Andrija Puharich. Andrija Puharich, M.D., also known as Henryke Puharich, born February 19, 1918, died January 3, 1995, was a medical and parapsychological researcher, medical inventor and author, who is perhaps best known as the person who brought Uri Geller and Peter Hurkos to the United States for scientific investigation. His research included studying the influence of extremely low-frequency ELF electromagnetic wave emissions on the mind, and he invented several devices allegedly blocking or converting ELF waves to prevent harm. Extremely low-frequency, ELF, is used to control behavior and mood patterns. Recent research has revealed Puharich to have a distinctly sinister side. As an Army doctor in the 1950s, he was deeply involved with the CIA's notorious MK-Ultra mind control project. He, together with the infamous Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, experimented with a variety of techniques to change or induce actual thought processes, even to creating the impression of voices in the head. These techniques included the use of drugs, hypnosis and beaming radio signals directly into the subject's brain. And, significantly, he was engaged in this work at exactly the same time that the Nine made their first appearance at the Round Table Foundation. The foundation itself is now known to have been largely funded by the Pentagon as a front for its medical and parapsychological research. Puharich was still working for the CIA in the early 1970s, when he brought Uri Geller out of Israel. Longtime friend Michael Jackson was best man when Geller renewed his wedding vows in 2001. Geller also claimed on a BBC Radio 5 Live interview with Nikki Campbell on the morning after Michael Jackson's death, June 26, 2009, that Jackson had agreed to let Geller hypnotize him to help him with a problem. Geller said that he did something highly unethical by asking him whether he had ever touched a child in an inappropriate way. Geller says that Jackson immediately denied it under hypnosis. Geller also negotiated the famous TV interview between Jackson with the journalist Martin Batshit, Living with Michael Jackson. He is also very well known inside the Pentagon. Among conspiracy theorists, there's always been talk that Uri Geller was not just a psychic, that he was working for U.S. military intelligence. The work Puthoff and Targ were conducting, as well as other research into psychic powers, ESP, ELF and such, was heavily funded by the U.S. military. The belief is that the U.S. was locked in a covert sort of psychic arms race with the Soviets, both sides conducting research in how to use this stuff for spying, for mind control, and for weapons. Moreover, it is believed that Geller himself had put his psychic powers at the service of the Israeli intelligence agency, the Mossad. You might think, what is so interesting about this? But Uri Geller is the one that introduced Batshit to Mike, and we all know what happened after Batshit came to visit. He claims to be his friend, but we all noticed Uri likes to promote Uri. Is he Mike's friend? Maybe, but I think he is not. If you look at his background and connections, it is way more likely that Geller introduced Batshit to Mike for a reason, and not to make Mike look better. The way Batshit works is devilish. He promises he will help you spread a message, make something clear in your interview, he makes you trust him, and then he will air something completely different than agreed, making you look bad. We know he did that to Mike, but Mike was not his only victim. In 1992 he did the same to a victim of satanic rituals. Here is her story.
In October of 1992, I received a phone call from a friend of mine in Great Britain. Oh, Lauren. Her voice sounded excited as she continued. Listen, a Christian man who is host of the Panorama TV program on the BBC is coming up to my house to interview me. His name is Martin Bashir. He's doing a program on Satanism, and he said that he would do an interview that would vindicate me. My friend, who works with survivors of ritual abuse, has continually been the subject of ongoing harsh criticism in the media. Not many days later, I received another phone call from my British friend. This time, her voice sounded frantic. Lauren, Mr. Bashir just left. He tricked me. He never intended to vindicate me. He tore me apart in the interview. Watch out, Lauren. He's on his way to the United States. Don't let him interview you. He'll do the same to you. Sure enough, not many days later, I received a call from this man, and, of course, he used the same line on me that he had used on my friend. I told him that I knew what he had done to my friend in Great Britain and that I wasn't about to let the same thing happen to me. But, after a couple of calls later, he convinced me that he was on the up and would I at least talk to him in a no recording and no filming casual talk about whatever message I wanted to give to survivors? I finally consented. After all, I decided, what harm could be in that? I chose a place that was wide open where people could see us. It was a park that was a square block of flat land with few trees. Mr. Bashir met me where I parked my car. On our way to the picnic bench where we would sit and talk, he noticed something in my hand. In a concerned tone of voice, he asked me if the thing I was carrying in my hand was a recorder and was I going to record our informal talk? In hindsight, I should have seen a red flag go up, but at the time, I saw it only as a benign observation and question. No, this isn't a recorder, I responded. It's a cellular phone. I've learned my lesson well. I should have brought a recorder. Too late now, at least for this interview. For over an hour we sat in the hot sun at a picnic bench and discussed the plight of survivors, how they were not being believed by some, how they were being discredited, how desperately they needed to be accepted and helped, and most importantly, what needed to be done for survivors so they could have a place where their healing from their nightmare of memories could begin. Interspersed between our verbal exchanges, Mr. Bashir kept saying words to the effect, "Oh, Lauren, I can think of no one better to speak to survivors than you. You can reach them better than anyone I know. All I need is 20 minutes of your time. Just 20 minutes. You'll have the opportunity to help scores of survivors." Still I was hesitant. Mr. Bashir then held his head in his hands and said woefully, "I'm in such a bind, Lauren. Catherine, a psychologist and a dear friend of mine, is too busy to be interviewed. I was depending on her input as well. What am I going to do? I need you so badly. Please help me, he pleaded. This man was as smooth as melted butter. He was soft-spoken and, worst of all, he was so convincing. Even though I had came to just talk to this man about we who are survivors and not to do a filmed interview, I finally gave in to his pleadings. One thing I have learned about survivors is that we have an innate desire to show the world how normal we really are, and that somehow, if we try hard enough, we can convince our critics that ritual abuse does happen. Alright. I'll let you interview me, but, I emphasized, if you begin to mess with me like you did my friend in Great Britain, I'm going to get up and leave. Somehow, I felt that I had given him sufficient warning that he had better fly right. Not. I met Mr. Bashir about 2 hours later in a small hotel room across from the park. There was only a video camera, a cameraman, a sound man, Mr. Bashir and myself. I asked Mr. Bashir if he had a contract for me to sign. All the television programs I've done for the United States networks have made sure I signed a contract before any filming was begun. He said we didn't need one. That was red flag number 2, which I also ignored. But I had hastily prepared a contract which read in part, 1. A copy of the Panorama program on Satanism will be sent to me in VCR form within the week that the program is aired, which was to be less than 1 month after my interview. 2. This program will not be shown on any other network other than the BBC without my written permission. Even though Mr. Bashir acted impatient and irritated, he reluctantly signed one of the copies. I asked him to sign the other copy. He said he didn't need one. I informed him that I needed him to sign a second copy so he would have one. He hastily scribbled his name on the second copy and handed it to his sound man. The interview began. Or, I should more aptly say, the infamous interview began, for it was more like a personal interrogation, not a helpful interview for survivors. Mr. Bashir leaned down, picked up a large notebook and put it on his lap. Upon opening it, I saw pages of handwriting. Unfortunately, I was to learn all too soon what the handwriting was about. Suddenly, the look on Mr. Bashir's face changed and his words were no longer like melted butter. He leaned back in his chair and began. There were no questions about or inquiries into the plight of survivors. In fact, survivors were never mentioned in a favorable or a believable light for the entire interview. Not one thing Mr. Bashir and I talked about for over 1 hour in the park was even mentioned. It became obvious to me that his sole intention all along was to discredit me and the stories of all the survivors. At one point nearing the end of the interview, Mr. Bashir said, "I put it to you that you're not telling the truth." I was so stunned by this accusation that I didn't know what to say to him. "You could admit you weren't," he responded. "But that wouldn't be the truth," I replied. This type of questioning went on for 25 minutes. I finally mustered all the courage I could find within myself and said, "Mr. Bashir, we just talked in the park for over an hour about how my interview was to solely be on how to help survivors." At that point, Mr. Bashir took off his microphone and said, "I have nothing more to say. This interview is over." He was not interested in anything more. He got what he wanted, and he was through with me. I walked out of the room feeling not only devastated and in a state of shock, but once again, I felt that I had been victimized. As I drove home, I sobbed. I kept hearing the pre-interview warning I had given to Mr. Bashir: "If you mess with me like you did with my friend in Great Britain, I'll walk out." But I know that if I had torn off my microphone and stomped out of the room in a huff, it would have given a sign to the viewers that I couldn't take the heat. Once I got into the interview, no matter how unethical it was good that I remained calm and gave clear and definitive answers to the devastating questions of the interviewer. I held my own, and for that, I am proud. But I was crushed. My support team rallied around me and kept me in one piece. The words, hurt, angry, devastated, humiliated, and betrayed, don't begin to describe the host of feelings that overwhelmed me for weeks after. I waited for the video. It never came. I wrote letters of protest to the deputy editor of Panorama, to the Director General and to the Secretary of the British Broadcasting Commission. The British Broadcasting Commission is an independent statutory body to consider and adjudicate specific types of complaints about radio and television programs. I finally heard from the deputy editor of Panorama, which read, Mr. Bashir does not recognize the picture you paint of it, the matters I raised. In my view, the discussions prior to, and the interview itself, were carried out in accordance with our normal practice. I responded, in part, that either Mr. Bashir was lying or that he had an early onset of Alzheimer's disease. The video still didn't come, even after 3 months after the program was aired. I heard from a friend in Australia who wrote that she had just watched an interview of me on a program called Panorama on ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Company. She called the interview ghastly. By this time, both clauses in the contract had been broken, and I felt that it was time for my attorney to step in. He sent a letter to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission along with copies of the 9 letters I had written, mentioning that one of my client's rights was litigation. Almost immediately, I received a video of the Panorama program on Satanism. As I viewed it, I saw that most of the program was about how therapists get children to admit to acts of ritual abuse by asking them leading questions and by coercing them into saying things they didn't want to say and things that weren't true. At one point, Mr. Bashir even accused the United States in the past 4 years of bringing our propaganda of ritual abuse to Great Britain via American training videos and written materials. And it was then, and only then, that such stories of ritual abuse began to pop up in Great Britain. Only one pro-survivor statement in the entire program was allowed. Geoffrey Dickens, a Conservative member of Parliament, said that these cases of ritual abuse were widespread and were going on in most towns in the United Kingdom. Mr. Dickens' statement was given no response. My attorney and I then received a letter from the Broadcasting Complaints Commission saying that the commission was entertaining my allegation that I was unfairly treated because I would not have participated had I not been misled about the nature and purpose of the filmed interview I gave for it. At the time of this writing, the case is still in this stage.
Batshit was a perfect puppet, hungry for fame and without any morals. After Mike's alleged death, his former friend Al Malnick hit the news several times, saying that he's godfather to Blanket, and that, last Malnick knew, he was executor of Michael's estate. His wife Nancy published photos showing Malnick and his family with Mike in 2003. Here is a quote from the Daily Mail.
In pictures taken from the same party, Jackson and his children are allegedly pictured with the children of close friends Al and Nancy Malnick. The 76-year-old American millionaire has triplets Jared, Spencer and Nathan, who are now 11. Mr. Malnick had been friends with the singer for more than 10 years and the singer stayed with him at the height of the child abuse scandals. Jackson is godfather to Spencer, who is understood to be featured in the pictures sitting on the steps of Mr. Malnick's Miami mansion with Paris.
According to Gordon Novel, known for several controversial investigations, allegations connected with intelligence agencies and currently for his commitments to fight the alleged conspiracy of free energy suppression, the friendship between Mike and Al Malnick ended in 2003. The two men had a falling out after Mike began to believe that Malnick, who has known mafia ties and was once a close associate of Meyer Lansky, was trying to wrangle Mike's rights to half the Beatles' catalog of songs from him, rights that are worth an estimated $500 million. According to Novel, Mike said he was lured to Malnick's house in Miami Beach by film director Brett Ratner to see a house so beautiful it would make him catatonic. He said that once he was there, however, Malnick, who according to Mike had mafia ties, wanted to put his fingers in his business. Mike also said he received a call from Tommy Mottola while he was there, which aroused his suspicion. Al Malnick and Brett Ratner indeed knew each other. A little search on Malnick results in the following information about mafia connections: a lawyer, real estate developer and proprietor of the super trendy Miami Beach hotspot The Forge, Malnick is also owner of Title Loans of America, a national chain that lends money legally at annual percentage rates reaching 264%, higher than most loan sharks VIG. The feds opened their first dossier on Malnick in 1963. It was 2 years after he graduated, first in his class, from Miami Law School. He had helped set up the Bank of World Commerce in Nassau, the Bahamas, an alleged loot laundry that investigators said involved some of the nation's top gangsters. Acquitted on tax fraud charges in 1964, Malnick was heard discussing Lansky 2 years later on bugs placed by cops probing whether casino profits were invested overseas on the mobster's behalf. In 1964, he made his first venture into showbiz, organizing a video jukebox company, Scopitone, that was touted as a music industry revolution. In 1966, the U.S. Attorney in New York secretly indicted Malnick on charges of using the mail to defraud Scopitone investors. In 1971, prosecutors quietly dropped the case. Meanwhile, after Malnick opened the Forge in 1969, it rose quickly to the top of Miami's night scene, attracting celebrities such as Frank Sinatra, Judy Garland, Richard Burton and even Richard Nixon, who came with his shady financier pal, Bebe Rebozo. Alvin Malnick, the man once regarded as the heir apparent to mobster Meyer Lansky, described by federal authorities as a top associate of organized crime figures. Among his friends, Malnick counts Saudi royalty. The sole owner of a Georgia company, Title Loans of America, Malnick runs a national chain of loan stores that make millions of dollars from the interest charged on quick cash offered to people in desperate need of money. Attorney General Bob Butterworth, Florida, likens the business to legalized loan sharking. It was a known fact among the criminal underworld that dealing with Al Malnick was the same as dealing with Meyer Lansky, said Vincent Teresa, a convicted criminal and frequent government witness currently in the Federal Witness Protection Program. When Lansky died in 1983 at age 81, Reader's Digest named Malnick his heir apparent. He is not welcome here, James Hurley, the chairman of the New Jersey Casino Control Commission. He's done nothing to overcome his reputation of being closely identified with Meyer Lansky and other organized crime figures. In 1962, Malnick was listed as a director of the Bank of World Commerce, a Bahamas-based institution that involved some of the nation's top gangsters. In 1978, a Bahamian company named Apollonia Investment Limited paid $3.35 million to buy the property just north of Malnick's ranch. Malnick refused to divulge Apollonia's owners. Meyer Lansky, born Meyer Sokoljansky on July 4, 1902 and died January 15, 1983, known as the mob's accountant, was a Jewish-American organized crime figure who, along with his associate Charles Lucky Luciano, was instrumental in the development of the National Crime Syndicate in the United States. Lansky developed a gambling empire which stretched from Saratoga, New York to Miami to Council Bluffs, Iowa and Las Vegas. It is also said that he oversaw gambling concessions in Cuba. Although a member of the Jewish Mafia, Lansky undoubtedly had strong influence with the Italian Mafia and played a large role in the consolidation of the criminal underworld, although the full extent of this role has been the subject of some debate. According to Gordon Novel, he was originally contacted by Germain and said that Mike and the family wanted Novel to gather proof of the Malnick-Motola conspiracy and further find evidence that Motola was behind the criminal child molestation charges. Novel said he flew in March 2005, about a month into Mike's trial, from his home in New Orleans to the Los Angeles home owned by Mike's parents, where he stayed several days before Jackson finally had him over to Neverland Valley. He said the two of them met in a bungalow on the property before Mike drove him around the ranch in an old pickup truck.
The whole thing centered on Tommy Motola setting him up, Novel told me. Motola and him were at odds, and Jackson's information was that Motola and Malnick got together to fuck him. He said he believed Malnick was representing the mob. He said Jackson had special loathing for Malnick because he felt betrayed by him. When I told him that Malnick was saying that Jackson had made him executor of his estate, he was dubious. He had split up with Malnick, said Novel. He never said anything about Malnick being executor of his will. And based on how pissed off Jackson was at him at the time, I wouldn't believe it on a bet. When asked what Jackson was like at the meeting, Novel didn't hesitate. He was afraid, very very afraid. He didn't want to go to jail and didn't think he would be treated very well there. Was he fearful that he would be killed in prison? Yeah, you can say that, Novel said. But he also said that Jackson's mental state was excellent and that the pop star was lucid and extremely intelligent. He didn't believe Jackson was on any drugs during the meeting. I asked Novel if he believed Jackson's theory about the conspiracy against him. He said that he thought Jackson was not guilty of the criminal charges and that he was probably set up, but he had no idea if Mottola was involved. He thought that Mottola was mob-connected and that Malnick was representing the mob, but I can't vouch for any of that shit, Novel said. I don't have anything against Tommy Mottola and don't know if what he thought was true or not. I don't want to get on Mottola's bad side. My sources in New York say he's a dangerous guy.
A little search on Brett Ratner led to this information, showing a close, personal connection to Malnick.
Had he been realistic and realized what the odds were that he would succeed to the extent that he has, he probably wouldn't have tried at all, says Sheriff Malnick, owner of the landmark Miami Beach restaurant The Forge. Sheriff's father Al Malnick was a friend of Ratner's paternal grandfather, developer Lee Ratner. Brett was raised by his mother and maternal grandparents, who are Cuban and Jewish. They all lived in a house a block away from The Forge. The elder Malnick mentored Ratner while he was going to Hebrew Academy and then Beach High. He grew up as my little brother, Sheriff says. He calls my dad Dad. Flash frames show Malnick with a slew of the big names across the years, from world-famous attorney and mentor Jake Ehrlich to Rat Pack stars Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr., to his first son, Sheriff, and his 11th son, famed director Brett Ratner, to a bevy of beautiful women and a host of others until, suddenly, the camera pauses, and Malnick finds the love of his life, Nancy.
A search also results in articles which mention Tommy Mottola's alleged mob ties.
Do you know this guy has a mafia background? A senior Sony executive quotes the CBS man as saying, "What are you doing tainting this wonderful company you just bought from us with a guy who has a background that would make the FBI cringe?" Rattled, Sony contacted FBI Director William Sessions, requesting a quiet background check. The response was a qualified okay. The FBI said, "No, this guy is not somebody who will start dealing with people we should worry about, but he has friends who do," says a former senior executive at Sony. "We said, as long as he's clean, we won't worry. And that was the basis on which we didn't." Opportunistic from the get-go, Mottola converted to Judaism as a young man in order to marry the daughter of tough ABC Records creator Sam Clark, yet has spent the rest of his life playing the mobster angle to whatever advantage he can. He named his first management company Don Tommy, as head of Warner Music. Michael Fuchs recalled to New York Magazine that Mottola spoke of Morris Levy as a personal hero, and in fact Mottola was an investment partner of Levy's up until Levy's conviction. In the racketeering trial of Gambino family capo Greg De Palma, a former undercover FBI agent stated under oath that De Palma bragged of wining and dining with Mottola and his then-wife Mariah Carey. Vanity Fair reported that Colombo family boss turned FBI informant Michael Franzese told journalist Frederick Dannon, author of best-selling industry expose hit men, "Tommy, we knew he was a friend of ours." Mottola makes light of these connections, dismissing it all, in certain company, at least, as sensationalism and hearsay, yet as long as these associations continue to work for him more often than against him, he seems content to perpetuate them.
Snedden was allegedly overheard in 1994 discussing a plan to get Mike out of Santa Barbara and turn Neverland into a winery. Winemaking is the leading agricultural industry in Santa Barbara, and while searching for the wineries in Santa Barbara, we bumped into the Firestone family. Like mentioned above, Thambia Sundaram attended a private fundraising dinner in 1994 where Tom Snedden and other government officials allegedly discussed their plans to get rid of certain individuals in Santa Barbara who owned substantial amounts of land. Michael Jackson's property was allegedly brought up during this meeting. Sundaram claimed that authorities wanted to acquire Neverland for vineyards. Slick Gardner is a horse rancher who owns 2,000 acres of land in Santa Barbara. In 2003, Gardner was investigated for animal abuse after his neighbors reported that some of his horses looked unhealthy. Around the same time the allegations hit, Gardner ran for 3rd District Supervisor against John Budney, Steve Pappas and Brooks Firestone. Firestone, who owns a successful winery in Santa Barbara and who also has political ties to Tom Sneddon and former Sheriff Jim Thomas, won the election by a landslide. As a result of the bad publicity from the animal abuse allegations, Gardner got the least amount of votes. While investigating Gardner for animal abuse, Santa Barbara authorities also stumbled upon evidence of grand theft. Gardner was charged with 12 felony counts and hired defense attorney Steve Balish to represent him in the case. Balish later backed out of the case saying it was too complicated. According to Gardner, Sneddon has had a grudge against him for 30 years and is only prosecuting him out of spite. It just seems like it's almost a vendetta deal. These guys are going so far out of their way to do things to me that normally wouldn't be done, Gardner said. The same thing that's happening to Michael Jackson happened to me. One day Sneddon is going to wake up with a boot up his ass with a white glove in it, and it will be about time. Let's have a closer look at the Firestones. Harvey Firestone's son Leonard was an attendee at Bohemian Grove. A staunch Republican, Leonard Firestone was delegate to Republican National Convention from California in 1944, alternate, 1948 and 1952. In 1954 he was elected to the City Council of Beverly Hills. Leonard Firestone was chairman of the Nelson Rockefeller campaign in the California presidential primary in 1964. Firestone was appointed U.S. ambassador to Belgium by President Richard Nixon in 1974, and was reappointed by President Gerald Ford, serving until 1976. He was later chairman of the Richard M. Nixon Foundation. President Gerald Ford's connections to MKUltra are described in Kathy O'Brien's book Transformation of America. The vice president under Ford was Nelson Rockefeller. Leonard Firestone's first marriage produced 3 children, of which one is a son named Brooks Firestone. Brooks Firestone represented the 35th District in the California State Assembly for 2 terms, 1994 to 1998, and this is the former Santa Barbara County, California 3rd District Supervisor, 2004 to 2008. In the early 1970s, Harvey's son Leonard, a former United States ambassador to Belgium, established a family ranch in Santa Barbara County's rugged Santa Ynez Valley. At the time, Santa Barbara County barely registered on California's wine-growing radar, but Leonard saw immense potential in the region's coastal climate and amenable soils. He decided to plant a vineyard, with the initial intent of selling the grapes to North Coast wineries. Soon thereafter, Leonard was joined by his son Brooks and Brooks' wife Kate, and together they decided to take their wine-growing adventure to the next level by establishing Santa Barbara County's first estate winery. In 1987, Los Angeles Times Magazine noted, Brooks Firestone's importance to the California wine industry is first of all historical. He was a pioneer, an inspirer, and expander of possibilities. He took a chance on an untried wine area, then stuck with it and made it pay. I am not saying anything with this, but the connections of the Firestones are interesting to say the least. Sony turns out to be more interesting than I thought. The origin of the name Sony is not very clear, but many people seem to think it is an acronym of Standard Oil of New York. This is what Leroy Fletcher Prouty had to say about it.
It just happens that I was ordered to Tokyo during the early days of the Korean War period, and was assigned the job of military manager of Tokyo International Airport during the period of the U.S. military occupation of Japan. At that time it was the 3rd busiest airport in the world, not only because of the Korean War activity, but because of just such business activity as Burnham describes on the part of Mr. Morita. Many other Japanese entrepreneurs were doing their best to revive from the losses and damage of WEI, but even more important was another enormous business phenomenon. I began to notice that day after day the few Japanese transport aircraft available, and countless large commercial aircraft from USA charter companies began to jam the parking ramp on Tokyo Airport. They were loaded with items from the States. US money and manufactured material was flooding the place. Have you ever really thought why Mr. Morita, a fine Japanese businessman, would name his company Sony? That is not a Japanese word, nor is it a Japanese acronym. The name Sony began to appear at the airport after the flood of post-war recovery money, and one of the meanings of those 4 letters is Standard Oil of New York. That has always been Sony or Sokony. The Standard Oil Company of New York. The Rockefellers had arrived to refinance Japan. What this meant was that during those MacArthur days Rockefeller money was flooding Japan, and money such as that kind of money began the amazing job of rebuilding Japan.
Leroy Fletcher Prouty, January 24, 1917, June 5, 2001, was an American colonel in the United States Air Force, author, banker, and critic of U.S. foreign policy, especially as regarded the activities of the CIA. As a critic of the CIA, Prouty pointed out its influence in global matters, outside the realm of U.S. congressional and government oversight. His works detail the formation and development of the CIA, the origins of the Cold War, the U-2 incident, the Vietnam War, and the John F. Kennedy assassination. Prouty's book JFK claims that these events are proof of a secret global elite at work. He has subscribed to the theory that oil is not derived from fossils but from carbon deposits deep within the earth, abiogenic petroleum origin theory. So if this is true, Sony also has links to the Rockefellers, just like the Firestones. Besides that, Mike owned half of Sony ATV until he sold most of his catalog to Sony, and owned the rights to songs by the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Eminem, Akon, Bob Dylan, and Willie Nelson. The value of Sony ATV music publishing has varied in reports. Industry experts have estimated the company to be worth as much as $1.5 billion. So that means big bucks. Others say that the worth of Sony ATV is even higher than that. Sony had been pushing to buy Mike's entire share in their music catalog venture for years. Sony had something to gain from Michael's career failing because if Mike's career or financial situation were to deteriorate, he would have to sell his catalog. If you still doubt his innocence, you must have missed the FBI files. You can download them through the link in the description.
Michael Jackson was one of the most famous people on the planet. It turns out he was also the target of intensive FBI scrutiny. Local police were so concerned about the media circus surrounding the 2005 Michael Jackson's child molestation trial, they asked the FBI to assess whether it was a soft target for terrorism. It was just one of the revelations from newly released FBI files that portray the King of Pop as potential criminal and potential victim. We learned today that as early as 1993, there were allegations that Jackson made sexually charged phone calls with a boy in London. And we discovered the FBI was more deeply involved in that highly publicized 2005 sexual abuse trial than we ever knew.
Certainly there's a very high motivation to help when there are children, potential children victims involved.
James Clemente was one of the FBI agents brought in to assist in the Jackson investigation.
We have the international and interstate capabilities to do investigations that local law enforcement and local DAs don't have. We also have the forensic capabilities.
FBI forensic scientists pored over Jackson's computers looking for evidence of child pornography, and agents helped with interview strategies for a victim who alleged that Jackson abused him in 1993. None of it ultimately mattered. Jackson was acquitted. But why would the FBI have a 300-page file on Jackson? Turns out many celebrities routinely end up finding themselves under FBI scrutiny. There are FBI files on Marilyn Monroe, Frank Sinatra, Martin Luther King, even former Supreme Court Justice William Rehnquist. Many involve threats. The new FBI files detail how Michael Jackson received death threats from a man obsessed with his famous sister Janet. In a series of bizarre letters, which included threats against President George Herbert Walker Bush, Frank Paul Jones writes he'd commit mass murder at a Michael Jackson concert, if necessary in an attempt to murder Michael. Jones was eventually arrested outside the home of Jackson's parents. Jackson brought many people so much joy, but in his case, Clearly, fame had a darker side. Robin?
It did, Pierre. Joining us now from Los Angeles, our attorney Brian Oxman, who has represented several members of the Jackson family for something like 20 years now, including Michael. And from Washington, Brad Garrett, ABC News consultant and former FBI agent. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us. I want to start with you first, Brian. How aware, was Michael aware of the extent of the FBI's investigations?
Not at all, Robin. It was really kind of a surprise when we got these documents. Back in August, I learned that there was an FBI file on Michael Jackson. I made a request under the Freedom of Information Act, and as a result, this is what we have. We have the files coming out. There's some 673 pages, but the FBI has only released 333 pages. So we're kind of curious as to what is in the balance of it. We're surprised and shocked by what we found in what they did release, though.
Have they been talking with you at all? Have you been asking them questions as an attorney for the family?
I spoke to Mr. Jackson, Joe Jackson, last night, and he said that this FBI file was something he never heard of. Why are they investigating his son? They can't do those sorts of things. But as an attorney, I knew that the FBI was significantly involved in some of the aspects of Michael's life. But there are aspects, particularly the pornography aspects, which you had mentioned, that we had no idea that they were involved at all.
Brad, we saw in Pierre's piece that this is not unusual, that there are celebrities that are investigated, and a lot of people want to know why. Why did the FBI, why did they take up these cases?
Well, Robin, when you look at the files that have become available, they are files where the FBI has been asked by the police to help them with certain aspects of the case. They're really not operational FBI cases. For example, coming to the FBI because they have a forensic capability with computers to mirror image hard drives so they can look at evidence inside a computer, or asking for investigative strategies or interview strategies that they may ask the profiling unit at Quantico. So these are really support functions where the FBI was involved in the case. The other side, of course, are the threats, which were operational cases.
Because a lot of people want to know how much time, resources, expense goes into these types of cases.
That's exactly right. I think you have to look at it. It's areas where the police either have limited manpower or they just don't really have an expertise in a particular area, so they step to the FBI for help.
Well, as Brian just said, Brad, hundreds of pages from the FBI. They only released about 300 or so, and a lot of people are asking, why? Why are they releasing this now?
Well, I think it got released obviously under the Freedom of Information Act, but what you don't have typically are things that could have been used as evidence or may still be under review, or maybe more importantly, protecting people who gave them information, whether it be true, whether it be not true. And so that's typically why things get redacted.
And Brian, what do you want people to know now that these pages, this investigation, all these investigations have been released? What do you want the public to know about it?
Very interesting, Robin, in all of these pages, hundreds of pages, many, many hours of investigation, going to the Philippines, going to Chicago, going all over the country. There's not one scrap of evidence that Michael Jackson ever harmed a child, did anything wrong, committed any crime. It's almost a vindication when you look at this. The FBI looked at all of these matters and said, there's nothing here, and I think that's the most startling thing which I've seen.
Well, Brian and Brad, thank you very much for your perspectives and insight. Appreciate it very much. Both of you take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My thoughts differ from when I wrote the initial blog. Back then it was all new to me and I was still processing all of the information. In the last 8 years I have learned a lot. Not only about Michael, but also about the demons in the entertainment industry and the enormous pedophile networks across the world. As some of you might know, I believe Michael has been a victim of these pedophiles himself when he was a little boy. I believe he was poisoned, drugged and raped many times, and I believe that is why Michael was so passionate about children and mostly to protect the children. I think Michael got vocal against what we would call the powers that be or the puppet masters in the mid to late 80s and became a threat to them. He was a young, influential black man who was also very business savvy and was making a shitload of money. Michael must have been strong and ready to fight them around the bad era, where we see his lyrics and his attitude change. They needed to get rid of him, and quickly. I believe they tried to kill him at certain points, but Michael was probably protected. If not by family or security, then definitely by God. So what do you do then? You get him in jail. Either he would kill himself there or get killed. But what do you accuse him of? As evil as only the devil can be, you accuse him of the very thing he went through himself and is fighting against. Enter the Chandlers. Why he ever settled that case is beyond me. I wish he hadn't, but I am sure he wishes the same. Michael had the wrong people around him, up until his alleged death. Although I believe that it was a case of keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer in some cases, I also believe that Michael was an easy target for those who knew how to trigger him. Plus I believe there have been many occasions where he was drugged and forced to do and sign certain things. Even after him getting vocal, there was numerous occasions where they got to him again. We have seen footage of him where he is completely out of it and sick most of those times as well. If you watch the 2007 deposition, you can see that he sometimes doesn't remember what the fuck went on.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol that impaired your ability to understand what you were doing?
It could have been medication, yes.
Okay, what medications were you taking in about January of 2003?
Could have easily have been pain medication because I had some serious injuries on tour.
Okay. On what tour?
I had a serious fall. I'm not sure if it was a tour. It was a show that we did, a benefit show. And I had an accident also at home. So I'm sure it's something to do with that.
Okay. And so is it your testimony today that you gave a power of attorney to Dieter Weisner and Ronald Conitzer when you were under the influence of prescription medication?
Could have been, probably.
So that's probably?
Probably, yes, probably.
Were you impaired by the taking of prescription medications or something else at the time you signed these two documents?
Could have been.
Okay. Is that your best recollection, is that you signed these while impaired, not knowing what they meant?
Maybe say so, but I don't remember them.
You weren't impaired by the taking of prescription medication at the time you signed this?
Could have been. I don't know.
How long during 2003 were you impaired because of the taking of prescription medication?
I don't know.
Was it most of 2003?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Dr. Forsheim prescribe that medication for you?
No, it wasn't Forsheim.
Okay.
I think it was a local.
March 31, 2003, were you still impaired because of the taking of prescription medication?
Could have been.
Okay. Now, during the period of time you were impaired by the taking of prescription medication, was this an impairment that lasted like all your waking hours, or did it come and go?
It comes and goes. Not all of your waking hours, of course not. Yes.
Okay. Now, during the period of time you were taking this medication where you weren't impaired, did you ever tell one of your advisors that you were concerned about your impairment and they better watch what you're signing during this period of time?
Not that I recall.
As of July 3rd, 2003, were you still at times impaired because of the consumption of prescription medication?
I'm not sure.
It's possible you were still impaired.
Could be.
Do you think you were impaired when you remember writing, do you think you were impaired when you wrote MJ Decide?
I don't know.
This shit is real, and the rabbit hole is much deeper than you think. Michael has been through hell, more than once. All these snakes are connected, but most are just puppets. There is a pattern too, or do you think it's a coincidence that these allegations come back every single decade? 1993, 2003 and now even in 2013. I hope you have taken the time to watch the whole video. I know it's extremely long, but it's important that this information is known by the fans and shared, even though Michael was acquitted years ago. Instead of sharing pictures and videos of him in gold pants, share this video. It's much more helpful. Thank you for watching.